What's up, fellas, family? College Genesis, ladies, fellas. How y'all doing tonight? Thanks for joining me. This is your chief host, the culture critic slash PhD of Negroology. And tonight, as I delve into my Negroes and perpetuation for my master thesis, I'm a PhD. I'm going to get my master thesis, however it goes, in Negroology. I'm going to show you tonight why I am the PhD of Negroology. You know, now what I need you people to do is hit. I'm gonna look. I'm gonna put my. I'm gonna pull a show. I'm gonna see who's like what. I'm gonna keep interrupting the show until I get enough likes on the show. We got to push the algorithm up there, folks. Let me see. Let me get Color Nation. Let me put it on the show. Okay, I got a few people watching. Let me mute this. Okay, let me go turn the volume all the way down. Let me pull up the show. Okay, folks. I got 5 likes. Okay, we got to do better than that. 6 likes. Okay, we're getting there. Keep those likes up, folks. That's what I'm talking about. 6 likes. I see more people coming. Got 8 people watching. Only 6 likes. Somebody didn't like the friggin' show. Whoever is out didn't like the show, hit that like button right now. Hit it right now. I'm not asking you for much. I'm not asking you for money. I'm not asking you anything. All I ask you to do is hit the damn like button. Hit the like button. He has enough to salute the chat, Dusty Brothers. But since you're gonna annoy me all night anyway, so why don't you just hit the like button? So okay, I'm at 7 likes. Yo, what the hell, man? 7 likes? Come on. Hit that dang like button. Hit the damn like button. Hit the dang like button right now. I want everybody, 13 people watching, only 7 likes. I mean, this is ridiculous. Come on, folks. I'm not asking for a whole lot, I was asking you to hit a like button. Just would take 2 seconds from your lazy, worthless life. Okay, we're 8. Somebody hit it, your lazy, worthless lives and whatnot, and help the college Genesis and the Collar Nation reach its goals. And we reach those goals by hitting that like button, right? Because the like button pushes the show into algorithms, and basically we grow our audience. You guys don't want to be alone here. You guys want to see, don't you want to see the show with thousands of subscribers and everything like that, Oh no, 4 Black Righteous is here. I'm glad you showed up, 4 Righteous, because that show was tailor-made for you tonight, Now, when you have topics like shucking and jiving, the culture of black, a culture of foolishness in Black America, it's gonna go down in Collar Land tonight. It's gonna get hot. This is a place to be. You should be telling somebody about it. That's the right thing to do. The right thing to do is tell somebody that College Genesis is on. That it's like be here or be nowhere. Tell me what else important is there to do. There's no football game on. I don't think any basketball game. I was watching that game last night. It's actually pretty good. All right, folks, we got 9 likes. Okay, pretty good. We got 12 people watching, 13 people watching. 9 likes. 3 people didn't like the show. 4 people didn't like the show. So we had 13 viewers and only 9 likes. Oh no! Look. 4 Black. I'm not playing myself. I love Black America, right? I have a PhD in Negro. I hate the Knicks. I'm from New York, but I hate the Knicks. God dang. But I was watching that Oklahoma Minnesota game yesterday. I could not believe what the hell I was seeing. At one point, Minnesota was 40 points ahead. I was watching that last night on my brother's house, man. We had a freaking ball, man. We was at a birthday party. Pool's finally open. My brother opened his pool up yesterday, man. I love it. I haven't gone swimming yet, but I was watching everybody else swim. But I gotta get my bathing suit together, so I get my floating raft, whatever. I'm gonna have fun this summer. This is gonna be a fun summer, folks. I tell you right now, I am gonna have more fun than I ever had in my life this summer. Oh, wait a minute. The Timberwolves is Elvis' team? Nah, I don't like the Timberwolves no more. Forget the Timberwolves. Elvis likes it, He has a brick pool, in-ground brick pool, man. It's like he paid like $60,000 to build that pool, It was like 8 feet, 9 feet deep, on one end. It's like 4 feet on the other end. It's really nice, It took him like 40, I think, No, I'm not fat, Elvis. You're fat. I'm sorry I can't join your fat club. And Elvis is a fat boy. You know that? Elvis is a fat fuck. He wants everybody to be fat like he is. Elvis, I got a good heart rate. I had my heart fixed, so my metabolism is very high. That's why I stay so skinny. Yeah, it's like 9 feet deep and whatnot. So it's good. Yeah, Elvis is unique because I've never seen a fat Liberian. Most Liberian guys are skinny. You go to Liberia, man, they're freaking bony, man. They're freaking skinny, And when Elvis goes over there, they're gonna know he's coming from the States, whatnot. They're gonna say, "Look at it, who's the fat boy? Who the fat boy over there? That's why Elvis don't like going to Liberia because they all call him fat when he goes over there." But yeah, we're gonna have a good time tonight, folks. When you have a topic like shucking and jiving, the culture of foolishness in Black America, now you understand where the ADOS FBA movement comes from. The culture of shucking and jiving, culture of foolishness. It's like one foolish thing after another keeps popping up online. And my job on this Colin Nation is put an end to the. I banned Don Williams, whatever his name is. He's gone. You won't hear him no more. Like I said, if people you're fat, Elvis. Since you're chunky, you're fat. Check us out. When I gave the guy Don Williams warning, stop using my name in that FBA shit. I don't always have fantasies about me becoming an FBA, but that's not going to happen. When I tell you, I hate that movement. I don't agree with it. Nothing like that. Do not push me on this because I am dead serious. What you do on other platforms, that's fine. But if I got control over it, that FBA stuff is dead on this platform. So you've been warned. Don't press me on this. You've been warned. Yeah, Elvis is big bone. He's a big bone brother. He got big hips. He had big hips. Remember that dude, Angry Man? I mean, I think he looks thin now. I haven't seen him. I don't know if he does YouTube anymore. I don't know. Maybe he got a real job. But I remember one time he got up on a show with his girlfriend, whatever, told him shut the hell up, and he got up and the camera flashed on his body. That dude got hips, man. He looks like friggin' Mr. Snuffleupagus from the damn Sesame Street. That elephant dude one night. I mean, goddamn, Angry Man was huge, man. His whole bottom looked like he like a ballerina. He's still there. Well, am I blocked or something? Why I don't get subscribed to his? I used to always get his lives and whatnot. What's going on YouTube, man? I mean, I'm subscribed to him. How come I don't get his stuff? I used to get. He's have 2 channels. I used to get both of them. I haven't seen him in a long time. So it is what it is. I don't know what the hell's going on, man. A lot of people disappearing. I had to look for Brandon. Brandon had a good show today. The Pan African Strikes Out. He had a good show today. Now it's the Defiant Brandon. Dinus had a good show today, man. It's always interesting, I do turn on notifications. I still don't get them. Some people are just disappearing, man. I don't know what the hell is going on. Maybe YouTube is censoring people, Yeah, I know. I realize he don't broadcast. He probably broadcasts when I'm not on YouTube. That's probably what it is. Because I, like most people, got a life. I'm not on YouTube or not. But I used to it used to be at night. I have not seen him since I've been doing my show. Maybe because he probably does a show the same time I do mine. That's probably what it is. But I was like, damn, because I used to always look for his show. It's always interesting. It's perspective, But I had no problem with Angry Man. He said some truthful shit. He's a very smart guy. Well, I never had no beef with him. Whatever. But about the topic, shucking and jiving, the culture of foolishness in Black America. I became a Pan-Africanist, Black nationalist, because let me tell you something. Cite the fact that I know that old nationhood. Well, folks, let me tell you a little something about me. I've been battling my whole life against the idea that Black people are nothing but a bunch of foot shuffling, coons, foolish people. And I've always hated foolishness. I always hated people one thing I hate is people not taking me seriously or my people seriously. But when I see like stupid, I'm not, and I got a sense of humor, but stuff like the Wayans brothers and stuff like that, it bothered me. TV show Living Color, so minstrels like slapstick comedy, I hated it, because basically I'm like a Mary Baraka. Mary Baraka was like, and living ass, like I said, best thing, if you got a real black nationalist radical, you know how you get rid of him? Lock him to a chair and put on a Living Color. Yeah, it's a Wayans, bro, not Wayne's. It's a Wayans. Wayne, I don't know how to spell it. Maybe you're right. It's not Wayne though. It's Wayans, bro. Wayans. Yeah, you got to put another A in there. Wayans brothers, and take the E off. Wayans brothers, I'm like, this is stupidest shit I ever seen in my damn life, man. And when I was coming out, I was so fucking embarrassed by that shit. I said, that's what the world thinks of us? A bunch of clown. Yeah, that's it. Wayans, I said, that's what the world thinks of us. So that's why the Wayans brothers are worth millions of dollars, because they do this stupid minstrel show comedy. Of course, Lil John, you like the Wayans brothers because you are Shucking and Jiving coon. You're a Sambo, So Sambos love that culture. Look, should the Sambos in Black America keep imposing? Yeah, it was kind of funny, but I was like, what the hell am I laughing at? On one hand, it was kind of funny, whatever like that. But I'm like, are we just stupid? I was like, I know we're more intelligent than this, right? And sometimes basically, I get it. We laugh ourselves and everything like that. But it's like when people said about Sanford and Son. Okay, Sanford and Son, we all like Sanford and Son and whatnot. But the NAACP thought that Sanford and Son was demeaning, And he was like, Red Fox said, well, I have a father, son, I have a business but the whole thing sometimes goes over the top, right? The problem is when other people look at our race and say, that's how we are, whatnot, we're ignorant, we're stupid, we're foolish and superstitious and all this kind of nonsense and everything. That's the problem, no, Mad TV and Hee Haw and Mad TV, they always just make fun of a certain segment. When you're a majority people, bro, you can make fun of a certain segment because you can always distance yourself, The Chappelle show, the reason why Dave Chappelle quit that thing, he quit that thing with Africa because he realized people were laughing at him, not with him. And he said, man, he quit the business, man. He said, look, he turned down Comedy Central, offered him a $50 million contract, and he turned it down because he was tired of making fun. He's tired of the whole minstrel thing. And he was like, look, I'm a black nationalist, blah, blah, blah. And he went to South Africa, That was back in 2004. He just got on a plane, went to South Africa. He wanted to get out of America. That's what America has you, the laughing stock, the joke, the shucking and jiving, the culture of foolishness, right? And tonight what I'm going to do is talk about how that basically translates to how they view us politically. They view us politically, right? When they basically say, okay, let's reach out to the black community, see what they do, whatever like that. They don't go to an intellectual in the black community and talk down, say, hey, look like this. They used to. Back in the day, they used to go to people like Gil Noble and people like that. And they used to talk to like Tony Brown and everything like that. But now, the disrespect is so there that we're going to bring in Sexy Red. We're going to bring in Megan Thee Stallion. We're going to bring in Plies. We're going to bring in LeBron James. We're going to bring in Steve Harvey. Somebody said, woo, Kamala's meeting with Steve Harvey. What the fuck does Steve Harvey have to do with me? All these people are nothing but clowns, Yeah, the Beverly Hillbillies are making fun of hillbillies. They're making fun of hillbillies, The bottom line is this: a white person could put on a suit and tie. You would never think he was a hillbilly. He won't take offense. But we wear our skin color everywhere we go. That's the difference. Let me give you an example. There was this one Korean actor in the 80s, 70s, 80s called Johnny Yoon, right? And I'll play a clip from his movie, right? The movie was called, he was a stand-up comedian, but he got a lot of flack from the Asian American community because they felt he was demeaning their culture by always doing these stereotypical jokes, I mean, one joke he said, "Man, we Koreans are so poor." I said, "How poor are you?" We are so poor that when the burglar comes to the house to rob us, we rob the burglar. You know, ha 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 ha, in front of an all-white audience. The friggin', the Asian community got together and it ended his career. Because he was making fun of people. They said they want to be taken seriously. And then he made a movie called They Call Me Bruce, spoofing the fact that of Bruce Lee, whatever. Right? That movie was so friggin' fun. I'll never forget that movie had disappeared everywhere. You couldn't find that on VHS or nothing back in the days, right? But it's on YouTube right now. They Call Me Bruce, the funniest movie I ever seen in my damn life, right? And then I told my boy Derek, right? I said, "Man, why is it Johnny?" I said, "I love him." He's like, "Yo, of course, nigga, of course you love him." Sexy Red and Glorilla. Okay. You can tell Dusty Brothers not only Dusty, but he's fucking desperate. Call him Dusty Desperate Brothers. He likes Sexy Red and Glorilla. That's disgusting, man. Those two women are freaking vermin. Well, anyway, my friend goes, "Of course you like him, man. You had a good laugh, man." The Asians were like, "Hell no." All the Asian associations and everything like this, they got him, they ran him out of Hollywood, Johnny Yoon. You look him up, man. Johnny Yoon. They ran him out of Hollywood. He was on an episode of Love Boat and everything. He was hilarious, But they didn't like his brand of humor because they thought it made fun of Asians for like that, Let's see. Johnny Yoon. He just disappeared off the face of the earth. Yoon. Okay, Korean American actor. Okay, he's still around. No, he died 2020, Johnny Yoon was a Korean American actor, singer, comedian. He played the lead role in 1980s films like They Call Me Bruce, and then a sequel, They Still Call Me Bruce. That movie was so fucking funny, man. Oh my God, I loved it, man. I freaking loved it. He was hilarious, man. His stand-up was funny, but Asians thought he was a sellout because he was, big. And he's like, his whole thing was, we gotta learn how to laugh at ourselves, whatever, like that. And the Asian community said, why are you doing this to basically demean our people? Let's see. What happened to Johnny Yoon? I don't know not much about him. Hold up. Johnny Yoon was a Korean American actor, singer, comedian. He played the lead role. Okay. Johnny Yoon. He died 2020. I know he died 2020. So that's what I'm talking about. The Asian American community said, "Hell no. You ain't gonna make this comedy making us look like fools," So which we go, "You're not gonna make us look like fools. We're not." In other words, Asians basically say, "We're not gonna be like the blacks. We're not. You're not gonna do." Johnny Mule was more like an Asian minstrel character, And the bottom line is, Asian men, the most discriminated person in Hollywood is the Asian actor. The Asian actor is depicted as asexual, never gets the girl, the geek, the nerd. We're not. Back in the day, we used to watch Asian films that came out of Hong Kong, where Asian was always a hero. Bruce Lee, Jackie Chan, all the places like that, But then the Hollywood version of the Asian man has been the incel, the best friend, and everything like that. The clown, So Johnny Room, they said, "We don't want an Asian minstrel show, in America, right? Because that translates to how your white people see them. If you see somebody as a clown, you're not going to take them seriously. You're going to demean them and whatnot. You're going to be dismissive of them. But think about this: you have 400 years of being dismissed, clowned, and buffooned." And a culture of foolishness. That's why everything comes out of Black America for the most part. That's why I see people say, "Well, what do you think about ADOS?" ADOS FBA does not shock me. It not shock me. You got Black people trying to deny their heritage. You're clearly Black as the ace of spades. You're clearly from Africa. You're clearly that when slave trade happened, there's no kind of like. You clearly were not in the Americas before Columbus. You clearly were like this, but you got people actually taking people like Dane Calloway seriously. This is what I mean, the culture of shucking and jiving and foolishness in Black America. Do you understand where I'm coming at tonight? Do you understand why they call me the collar genesis, aka collar rumble? Do you understand why I'm the culture critic? Do you understand why I have a PhD in Negroology and nobody else does? I have my doctorate and PhD in Negroology. I know the American Negro. I know you guys will do anything to get out of responsibility. And first responsibility is recognizing who the hell you are and what happened to you and what happened to your people. That's the first thing you need to come to grips with, So it is what it is, Who was twerking while pregnant? Who? I mean, that's trifling, You got to be kidding me. Somebody was twerking while pregnant. That's absolutely the worst, Somebody was twerking while pregnant. God dang, man. I thought it was bad, man, but I had no idea it was this bad in Black America, I had no idea, folks, So, come on, folks. Hold up, let me see. Where my likes at? Where are my likes at? All right, let me get back here. I'm going to refresh. Come on. You mean to tell me I got 30 people watching, right? And I only got 11 likes? You got to be kidding me. I am not asking for a lot, man. Like I said, even if you just like hit the like button and turn me off, man, do me that favor, man. Come on, hit the likes, man. Hit the dislike button. You don't like me, hit the dislike. Do something, Hit the like and hit the dislike button. That all friggin' drives the algorithm, Those are cities. There are cities under the Atlantic Ocean. We should think we should be for one. Oh yeah, man. Earlier, yeah, I seen Negroes at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. We were living down in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean too. What happened at 4Black? I don't know. 4Black. She's supposed to be doing a show about me, man. I'm disappointed. She said, "Man, Kala, you are doomed, man, because I'm coming after you hard and whatnot, man. I'm waiting for the show, man. I want to see, my critics go at it, You gather you're not really like Colin. Did you ever gather you're not really like people love me for Black? Are you kidding me? I am loved. You love me, For Black Righteous loves me, right? I'm gonna bring her to Liberia when I'm gonna make her a market woman, She's gonna go to Liberia. She's gonna be like, all hail Liberia, all hail. She's gonna be singing the Liberian national anthem. I can see it. For Righteous singing the Liberian national anthem, man. She'll probably write our own Black American anthem, Chantel, Chantel's my biggest fan. Her, For Righteous, and Mystic Dime. All these women, For Black. I know you hear Mystic Dime. If you ever see her, tell her I love her. I'm sorry for everything I did. Tell her come by sometime. I miss her. I miss Mystic Dime. Tell her I love her. Say I love. Colin said he loved himself so Mystic Dime. Bring Mystic Dime back. Bring Chantel back. I miss it. I love my sisters, man. The only people I tolerate being FBA is the friggin' sisters, man. Because I can't be kicking my sisters to the curb like that, My sisters. But yeah, but shucking and jiving, the culture of foolishness. Why is every other group of people like remember that guy? What's the Chelsea Handler? She had a little Mexican guy as a sidekick, Chewy, man. The Mexican community got rid of it and said, nah, we can't have that shit. We can't have that. You don't see Chewy around no more. So that whole thing disappeared when it's like this. What's the topic about? We're talking about shucking and jiving, the culture of foolishness in Black America. Now, I don't see other people. This is the other thing that Africans have the advantage over us. Black America is always like the butt of the joke in America, right? So Africans distance themselves from us so they don't have to bear the shame of being the joke and the clown of this community. I remember the movie Coming to America. That was a sort of our escape. A lot of times, a lot of Pan-Africanists and Afrocentrics, they basically take on an African identity just to be taken seriously, Same thing with the Nation of Islam, right? People join the Nation of Islam because you want to be seen as serious, It doesn't matter what the ideology is. That's a second thought, You can't tell me that people believe that Honorable Elijah Muhammad came a few years ago on a mothership and beamed Farrakhan up. Of course not, but people stick with it because they have something to buy. Because nobody wants to go back to the friggin' everyone's a tap dancing fool and buffoon. So we stick with these things. What I do in the colonization is I'm going to give you something serious, but I'm going to give you a real ideology and stuff to build on. Nationhood and the Afghanistan, if you adopt that, then you become the most serious thing in your life. You'll never go back to the minstrel culture that you are used to in Black America, Yeah. The thing about Africans, they get on the internet and act a fool, But in mainstream American culture, the Africans are always portrayed as serious, hardworking, educated, family oriented, stuff like that. Black America is seen as baby mamas, fools, gangsters, clowns, buffoons, and everything like that. FBAs and xenophobic and all this kind of stuff like that. No, and what Collar happened, he's always targeting Black. Yo, there's plenty. Look, you never hear when I talk about Africa. Look, everybody gets a turn, Everybody gets it on this platform, right? Tonight is your turn. Tonight we're talking about Black America, Black like upload the worst. Yeah, I look. I'll tell you about that honey flower. When I first got on the internet, right? And I was in the 90s, right? But I don't really use the computer. All that thing in the 90s, all I used the internet for was for dating sites. I used to always somehow I used to be on there. I used to have like 20 different females I'm talking to, but usually older women. I found out she's 38 and she's single or recent divorce and she's still hot. That was my main target, man. Older Black women. That's all I used my internet for in the 90s, right? But in 2005, I bought a new computer with my tax money, right? That's probably one of the last times I got a tax refund because right now I'm in debt to the IRS, So anyway, I bought a computer that one year, right? I'll never forget that, man. I bought it from Office Max, whatever like that. And so I got on the thing. I heard about this thing called blogs. When I said I wanted to get online, I said I finally want to spread this idea of the colonization and stuff like that, And when I got online, showed that you could upload videos, stuff like that. First thing I thought was, man, all us positive Black people are going to have finally show the world what we're about. And basically, I was wrong, Yeah, Syphilis. Yeah, I had to drop off. I don't know. I had a bad connection or something, man. It just kept fuzzing out, and I had to drop off, man. I couldn't even listen to the show; it was just so bad. So I dropped off. Why don't you come up tonight and tell me what happened? So anyway, I got it online, and then the first thing I'm seeing is World Star Hip Hop. I said, who the fuck is putting this nonsense up? So the coons and the shucking and jiving culture took over the internet. And that was like my worst nightmare. I thought the internet was going to be a place where positive Black people doing positive things were going to post things to the world. I was never wrong in my life. I said, we got an uphill battle. Not only we got to deal with white racists, right? We got to deal with the foolishness and fools in our own community, right? Because now they're weaponized. They got the internet to put out their foolishness in Black America. Now we really look stupid. And was I right? Yeah, of course. Right now, most of the stuff you hear white people say racist stuff about Black people comes from the internet, online. People are shucking and jiving, people are cooning and samboing online, Yeah, the negative views are mostly because people don't put out videos of their child's graduation and put it online. I say like this. I see people all the time. Son graduated from school, headed off to law school. One of my friends, right? But he said he put a little picture on Facebook. I was like, man, you should blow that shit up. Like, but most people who do have positive real lives or whatnot, they're not on the internet like that, The people with nothing to do but working on their camera. The worst thing I hate is I'm sick of seeing these Black guys with these cameras interviewing white girls, talking about what type of guys they like and all kinds of stupid stuff. Who's teaching these young boys, man? You don't go up to random white girls and start talking like that. We didn't do that when I was coming. We didn't approach white girls when I was coming up, Now these young guys feel bold enough to go up to white women and stuff like that. Don't even know that there's racist people out there. I remember there's one guy a couple of months ago, right? He was trying to do the same thing Oh yeah, well, he asked a question. Why? Next thing you know, she called him a nigga. You know, oh, why you call me a nigga? Because you open that fuck. Why you going in their spaces? You know. Yeah. I know those dudes are definitely Africans. I know most of them are African and Caribbean. Black American guys don't do that shit. You know, we don't go up to white women and show like we just don't. You know. So what you call it? So you see these guys up here, maybe they're from the islands, Central America, like a place like Trinidad and whatnot, and they out there and outside of clubs and whatnot, hitting on these white girls and whatnot. And I'm saying to myself, what the hell is going on? And people don't see, they think it's black guys doing. No, it's certain types of black guys, mostly black immigrants guys, that's doing this stuff like this. It's giving all of us a bad name. So it is like that. So black American men don't do that. Yeah, we don't do that. We don't cross over that there. If you see a black American guy with a white girl because she pursued him, and stuff like that, clear. You don't see us just nilly-nilly just go up to white girls like that. We know how dangerous that is, even in this day and time. That's always dangerous messing with white girls. So you can say they're wrong. We know that. We know. Look, when I was growing up, FBA Colin, don't get that twisted. FBA's are regional black. I don't know what you're talking about, Chukwo. I got a Chukwo fatigue. Chukwo is like the African minstrel show. So it is what it is. Yeah. Who is Arlette Maria? I don't know who this people is carrying Black YouTube Entertainment. I don't know who that is. No, look, that's a lie. FBAs, I don't know, maybe FBAs, Black American men don't chase white women. It's you fucking African immigrants, like Kidola. We do not freaking go after white women like that. We don't. When you see Africans are unapologetically snow bunnies chasers, they go in Europe or now. What do you think they're in Europe for? The UK for? They're all over Europe, So yeah, Ross Moyes, your definition of shucking and jiving, shucking and jiving. Everybody's shucking and jiving. Nobody's serious about nothing, White women don't even shower like that. We're not into white girls like that. No, it's not that Dark Beagle. It's the freaking fact that it is very, to this day, in 2000, I remember I saw this one girl told me a story. And she worked in a prison, right? And she said one black guy was doing 30 years, right? She was a prison guard. She goes, how'd you get 30 years? He goes, I was hanging with this white girl, my girl, right? And they were doing drugs and whatnot. She was the main one doing drugs, right? And she got him into the drug game and whatnot. And when they got popped, the district attorney told, and a defense lawyer said, make it seem like you were led astray and this black guy did it. They gave him 30 years and she got off. That's real. He got 30 years while she walked free. And she was in on it from the beginning or not, So this is what, we're talking about, in America, The black American men don't go up to white women and ask them dumb shit. Yeah. We, like I said, we don't go there. So what's the longest you've been in a, what's too small for you? Just do sexually aggressive stuff. I'm like, who are these guys? They're obviously not from America, It's not from America. Ross Morris. That's how white people do facts, call. We look. Who are these guys going up to these fucking white girls, asking them all these sexually suggestive comments and whatnot, and have the nerve to put it online? Are you freaking insane? Like I said, the culture of foolishness. Until one day when that white girl says, he raped me, he touched me and whatnot, and then your whole world is changed. Like, how the hell did this happen? Because you were foolish. I'm not foolish. I know for a fact, I know where to draw lines, with people. I got friends and whatnot that I'm never alone with white females and whatnot. I'm never, I don't care under no circumstance. I'm never alone with them. What's up, brother Marcus? Honey, just being super loud. Word life over. So that's what we're talking about tonight. The culture of foolishness in Black America and the history of it. They probably even grow up in that country, look, idolizing. Yeah, they idolize white women. They see them in the magazines, everything like that. So They see white people as beautiful. Now, one thing about Black America, we always had women we considered better or the equal of white women in this country. We always had Black women in our culture, in our community, in the media that matched them on every level. So there was no need for us to really chase white women, because we had the hottest women in Black America back in the days, a discussion about, So we didn't really have to do that like that. Like I said, when I was growing up, man, my thing was Kim's Fields. I love Tootie. Remember from Facts of Life. I love Janet Jackson. Who else? Oh, I was in love with Whitney Houston. I was loving these are the women I grew up with. Idolized and whatnot. So if all the women you are around that are showing images of beauty all the time that you want to get with your friggin' women that look like the women that you idolize, But if you got women that, culture that you don't idolize, whatever like that, you're going to look to white women to friggin' idolize, and Asian women. I think that's a problem in Africa, that they don't really have like supermodels and stuff like that they could look at and say, wow, that's what I want to be, So it's a sad situation, Yeah, we had Diane Carroll, Whitney Houston. Let's go back to Jane Kennedy. Holy shit, she was a bombshell. Who was the other one back in the days, We had so many of them. Jane Kennedy, Vonette McKee, we had so many freaking bombshell Black women that fakes it. We Ebony magazine, Jet magazine, stuff like that. We had women that were Black America was like its own culture and world. But now we live in a world where the spaces of Black and white are so intermingled and whatnot. So we got Halle Berry and all like that. So so Kyle, in Africa, you look up to your own families, which that's not other. Yeah, everybody say that. In Africa, you look up your own stuff and parents. I'm sick and tired of being lectured about Africa and whatnot, man. If Africa was all this, man, and Africa would be developed, I could quit my business right now and go to Africa and set up shop and be thriving. Since I can't do that, man, please, St. James, stop preaching to me about Africa, bro. Yeah, Beverly Johnson, yeah, Naomi Campbell, yeah, we used to take our women seriously, the women that put now because we don't have Black media like we used to. We don't have white people, white women, and all immigrants too are controlling the media in Black America, right? So all the friggin' people images that we see, it's like, who gave us Cynthia Weaver? Chukwu, can you please take this woman back to Nigeria? Please. We don't want her. We do not want her. Please. Ross Moyes, take your Hausa. Is she Hausa? Take her the fuck back, man. She don't fit in with us, So it is what it is, Yeah, Jet Magazine Beauty of the Week, So well, look. The bottom line is the NFL and the NBA people do not represent Black American men. You understand, Dusty brother? That's a fucking disconnect there. So that's a disconnect there. There's a disconnect between real Black men and celebrities. That's what we're going to talk about tonight. The celebrities buy into a culture of foolishness. That's how they get paid to make contracts. That's how they get the basketball endorsements and everything. You got to be a buffoon, a sellout, a coon, or whatnot. They don't represent real Black men in this country, Please don't use the NBA or the NFL or these freaking rappers to freaking talk about Black men in America, But Black men in America are not into all that. So we know the reality of walking into a freaking store or living in a world where the reality you got to deal with friggin' a racist country dealing with trying to live with a white man. It just doesn't work, So know what you're talking about before you talk college Genesis, So it is what it is. So it is what it is, folks. Yeah, but so this is what we're talking about tonight, folks. We're talking about the culture of shucking and jiving, the culture of food. Some white people love that. Why? You know what I'm saying? No, drug deals or pimps are not the culture in America. I don't know where you going from, St. James. It ain't the culture of my thing like that. This is what gives me people say stupid shit like that. It's the culture in America, drug dealers, whatnot. Why? What, in a rap video? You know? So I have no idea what you're talking about, St. James, you know? It's just like we say, me saying child marriage and fucking human sacrifices are your culture in Africa. Just because some people do it. They do female genital mutilation, child marriages, and friggin' what you call it? Yeah, no one even knows the culture of Burkina Faso. He doesn't have a culture, you know. He has nothing. The thing is, Black America is our culture. White people take the worst of our culture, or something our negativity sells, you know. So the bottom line is this, you know, we don't have any control of what gets out to the world. You know, if we had control over our culture, Black America would be something like whatever she is, man. Please get rid of her, man. Please, you know, yeah, because people starting to think she's one of us, man. Come on, stop, man. Don't impose this woman on us, man. You know, they do female and child marriage. Yeah, they do. So basically, St. James, man, I don't want to hear nothing from you. You know, get your own culture together and whatnot. You know, I'm not gonna be sitting there be lectured by third world people. You know, it's not gonna happen. You know, Ibrahim Traore he's an exceptional man and whatnot, but don't go riding behind Ibrahim Traore, man. You know, you guys do a lot of degenerate stuff in that culture. I remember one time this one woman from Burkina Faso was called Upper Volta years ago, right? I forgot what the situation was. Oh yeah, she was basically. Oh yeah, there was a case where back in the '90s, where it was a woman from Upper Volta, then now Burkina Faso, uh, fled the country uh, because of you heard of Zeus? I never heard of Zeus Network. I don't know who any of these clowns are. She fled the country and sought refuge in America because she said she was going to go back to Burkina Faso or Upper Volta at the time, and basically said they were going to cut her genitals, even though genital mutilation was talking about pre-teen, pre-pubescent women, right? She was a whole like almost 30 years old talking about she was going to get a female castrated if she goes back, so she was seeking asylum in America. Please, St. James, don't freaking like you want to know. I know dirt on everybody, bro. Don't come in here with your clean, my country holier than thou bullshit. You know, you got your dirt too. And the bottom line, this is one channel. I'm not Diane Samir. Here's one channel. I will let you have it. I'll hurt your feelings. Don't start the shit with me. You know, Diane's a good brother. He's a nice brother. I'm a mean bastard. So bring it if you want to. This is a Collar Rumble show, Yeah, they do that all the time. They do all kinds of Africans do all kinds of degenerate shit to get into America, they do all kinds of degenerate shit to get into America. I don't see nobody Black American doing degenerate shit to get into Africa, So please. We're not even on the same playing field, bro. So there's no damn child soldiers in America, dude. There's dumb shucking and jiving niggas that running wild because we don't have any control over this society. That's what like this, we don't have control over this society, so it is what it is.
How you doing?
What's going on, Marcus? What's on
Man,
your
I'm
mind?
about to defend you with this shit. So, our culture, these people don't know that our culture, Black American culture, back prior to the Civil Rights Movement, we were the most married people.
We're the most moral people in the country. We're the moral authority of America.
Married, we were very even. Like, you from up north. Back in the day when the woman got pregnant, what did she used to do when she was a teen
We went back down south.
Thank you.
Let somebody down south rate. I knew so many females that got pregnant in the north. It was such a shame that aunt such and such or grandma such and such would take the kid and raise him whatnot to keep it away from, you know what I'm saying?
Yes, they don't notice. They don't notice about our history.
Our history was like we were very immoral people. Now
thank you.
They changed the culture to make it seem like it's okay to be a baby mama and stuff like that. Our culture changed over the years.
It's
you
bad.
know, that's what I'm talking about. The culture of foolishness took over. You know,
and now you got other people thinking we've been like this.
No, we were not like this. They got a hold to our culture. They got white devils who got a hold to our culture and start influencing certain people and stuff like that. It used to be a time where Black urban radio would make sure that before something went on the air, they screened it very, very carefully. You know, they made sure. So I remember back in the days, they thought Run DMC was too risque for radio. You know, That's some type of when corporate America came in with Clear Channel and also like that, anything went. You know,
I already know. Like my dad, he's 68. Used to put jazz on for us, smooth jazz and jazz. You know, I listen to hip hop, but we listen to jazz and
Black people listen to all different types of movement. We had like Rick James type music.
Rick James, that's my favorite artist. We had
Rick James. I mean, everything wasn't just hip hop.
People don't. For me, I'm relatively young. They think I'm a hip hop. Nah, I listen to funk. I grew up on funk. My people in their 60s.
Yo, man, I remember funk, man, back in the days.
Bootsy Collins.
Yes. Parliament, Funkadelic, and whatnot, you know.
But Kyle, I'm gonna tell you some shit. Out of all the Black American music genres, funk, I feel like funk was the peak because nobody could duplicate that.
Funk was like the blackest music ever created.
Yes, it was so futuristic.
Funk the P-Funk.
Yep.
That was real black soul music, you know.
Indeed. Nobody could ever duplicate that. It was
I remember one time I was doing Uber like 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And I picked up this guy. I never forget this, right? I picked up this guy, right, from the airport.
Yeah.
And then right before his house, he said, "Let me go into the store, right? Get some stuff, right?" And he was like, he was telling me, "Oh man, I was up at DC. I went to a P-Funk concert, you know." I said, "Are you kidding me?" He goes, "Oh yeah, I love it." He's like my age. He's like, "Yeah, I know it." And then get this, there was this white chick in there talking about, "Oh yeah, I was at the same concert, you know, Parliament, Funkadelic." I was like, "Get the fuck!" Like two white people know who Parliament and Funkadelic was. They
love it.
Yo, but that was the blackest music ever. You know,
and it's the most futuristic. It was just like when you listen to Bootsy Collins, I ain't gonna lie, you smoking some weed or some shit. You listen to that's like damn, you out of space.
Back in the days. Remember the Johnson crew?
Yes, indeed. No, I'm young with it. My people pin me on I'm young with it.
They were out of Boston. The Johnson crew was out of Boston, you know.
Pin me on. I'm gonna listen. Yeah, they out of Boston. They out of Boston.
Yeah, the Johnson crew had that song, Pac Jam.
Oh yeah, I heard it. Yeah.
And they did a lot of space music, you know.
Yeah.
Space is a cosmic, you know, like George Clinton, a cosmic slot.
Clinton. Yeah.
People don't know real black culture, man.
They don't know that.
Like that, you know.
I don't know that. I'm at the tail end of it. I was born in '94.
People don't say about the Gap Band, stuff like
that. Yeah.
You know, stuff like that. People have no idea.
Cheryl Lynn.
People think
Shucking
gangster rap. Yeah. All that Black American culture is so vast and diverse and whatnot, you know. People don't know anything about our culture. All they know is James, gangster drug deal, man. Get the fuck out of here, man. You know,
like even like me, like I listen to Zydeco. I dance to Zydeco. That's like our Black American version of salsa. We do this down.
We had all kinds of Black American music is so diverse.
Yeah, so we still got pockets of it, but they promote the hip hop shit, the rap shit. Then they talk about our women.
The bottom line, the mainstream media. White people and just fake ass black people. We don't real black people know real black culture. You know,
they don't know nothing.
Fake black people basically all they know is NBA young boy. You know, and
well, hold on, I like NBA young boy. Hold on, I like you crazy. I like him.
I never heard of him, man. I don't feel like that.
I ain't gonna lie at my people though, but now it's just you know, even the women, like our women, I said in the chat, I said Black American women from the 60s all the way to the early 2000s were the most beautiful women the world probably has ever seen.
Black America, we used to produce the most beautiful women. We didn't have to look at other races of women.
Beautiful.
You know? From Jane Kennedy The goddamn Vanessa Williams, man. People think Vanessa Williams rich. You know, she came from the same part of upstate New York I came from. There's like beautiful women upstate New York. She's all black. You know that? Yeah, she's all black. She's not mixed. You know, people thought she was mixed. She's not mixed. She come from Tarrytown. A lot of red bones over there in Tarrytown, New York. Or not, you know.
Dorothy Dandridge, you understand?
Yeah, like I said, man, we didn't need no damn white women.
And it was slim. It was on this all this big thick shit, all that thick shit, and everybody want to be, all the women want to be thick and shit. They confusing thick with fat or some shit. I'm like, nah, slim women.
Black women, you see freaking pictures of Jane Kennedy in a swimsuit. Yeah. Holy shit.
Natural hair, all that.
Beautiful, man.
No piercings.
Like, man, with the whole thing, man. Like Whitney Houston, man. I'm like, jeez.
Yes,
man.
Indeed. You got people in the chat talking about they see a award of a pimp on the BET. So he's talking about he said he saw a pimp getting an award on the BET show. What the hell do y'all talking about?
I don't have no idea.
Yeah, BJ Magic Don Juan, right? I think he got an award for something.
Pimp. All right, look, Elvis. Pimp, that's a different culture. Pimping, even if you ask a pimp.
No, I'm not criticizing. I'm just telling you who they might be talking about. I'm not even sure that's him, but I'm getting there. Probably who he is.
I ain't never heard of him getting an award on BT. I ain't never heard of that, but all right. That's new to me. I never heard of that.
Yeah, but so like I said, the topic is shucking and jiving, the culture of foolishness. And bottom line, the battle in Black America was never about the Nation of Islam versus integration. It was never about the Nation of Islam like this. People talk about the Black church, but the Black church is actually what gave Black America a moral compass.
Unified.
Really, you know? It gave people a template to live their lives and stuff like that, you know?
You know what's crazy? I was born and raised Catholic. My mom Catholic, but she said even back in the day, like, she's 65, she said, like, people in the community, they used to go to the Black church, the Black Baptist church, and had their differences, like, had community outreach and shit like that.
Yeah.
You understand?
The church was like the center of the community one night, you know? Mm-hmm. And so the bottom line is, that's why I said I go after these pseudos who are always attacking the Black church, you know? I'm sorry. I understand, okay, it's short, but the one thing that basically produced marriages, built communities was the Black church.
It was a Black church.
It was a Black church.
And I feel so bad for the Baptist, you know? I feel so bad for the Baptist church, the Black, because that's, like I said, my dad's side, they Baptist, my mom's side, they Catholic, but you know, the Catholic church, they more conservative. So my people, they still married and they still have big families and shit. But I see what's going on with the Baptist church, the Black Baptist church. It's just it's a club now.
I'm a Baptist, and for you to say that the Catholic Church is more conservative,
right now,
I mean, they sick. I mean, what I'm saying is, compared to the Baptist church, they still kind of go by the old law. Yeah, the priests, they be doing some sick shit. But to me, it's more conservative. The Baptist.
I mean, that's what you don't understand it. You know what canon law is?
The who?
Canon law.
Canon law?
Mm-hmm.
That's something for now. Explain. What's up?
You know, it's a doctrine in the Catholic Church, right?
Yeah.
You know, there's also something called indulgence, right?
Yeah.
So the Catholic Church, you're allowed to buy indulgence, meaning you're allowed to pay for sins, and then the priest will forgive you.
Yeah. Well, it's
So I'm telling you, there's a lot of debauchery going on in the Catholic Church.
Oh yeah. Oh no, I understand that. But I'm talking about the culture, like, so a lot of Latinos, Hispanics, and other people that Catholic. So, and they marry early, and they families stay together. And some of the Black people that are Catholic, or some of the Black Americans that are Catholic, but I peep out, they still marry and have a strong family. While the Baptist is like, it's almost like a club per se. Now back in the day,
because the Catholic Church is a cult, brother. They would threaten to excommunicate you if you're taking a personal decision in your life that they don't agree with. So let's say
that's not the case. You can still divorce the person, bro.
No, that's what I'm saying. Let's say you want to divorce your wife, and the bishop
you can still divorce your wife.
Doesn't want you to do that.
From New York.
That's not the case.
I am from New York City. That's not
the case, Albert.
I'm not saying it's the case all the time, but I'm telling you that
that's
some of the marriage rate is higher because people are afraid of being excommunicated. Their family is going to not talk to them because
that's not the church. I'm talking about Black. I'm talking about Black Catholic. You can still divorce a motherfucker.
No, I'm not saying you can't. I'm just saying that some of the reason why some Catholics don't like to get divorced because.
Yeah, well, but what I'm saying in general is like I'm talking about the Black Baptist Church, Black American Baptist Church, Kojic, Baptist, African American Protestants. It used to be very strong, very dogmatic, but now it looks like a clubhouse. People just, I know women come from the club, then the next day they're going to the church.
Yeah,
You know
because
what
the
I'm
bottom line, why? Because the church became a business instead of a place where you got spiritual fulfillment, guidance, and stuff like that. The church has become a business and a fun
But
place.
you know what the Bible said, brother. It's a wide road that leads to damnation, and a narrow road leads to salvation. So majority of the people in the church are not going to go to heaven. So it's just the way of the world.
No. Well, the main thing is the church was like this. The church was basically always the place that you're going to eventually come back to, because you saw living examples of what the Bible taught. People actually live by that. Like my father was a preacher, and the bottom line is that my father was a God-fearing man. It was a great man. It was a God-fearing man. He lived by what he preached, And so the bottom line, although, like I said, I strayed away and whatnot, I knew that my family and stuff like that, they were in the church, and I knew right from wrong, Right now, what you have in Black America is people are questioning things that we always say. We always say, look, Elvis, you might not like this, right? God created Adam and Eve, not
Adam and Steve.
That was in the Bible like this. Adam and Eve.
Why won't I like that, Colin?
No, but you always defending homosexuals. Though.
No, I don't
defend
defend people being homosexual. I defend people having the right to do what they want to do.
Yeah, we know that. My whole thing is,
as a Christian, I'm against it.
You have right to do it, but hold up. Do you think the homosexual, the aggressive move, they invaded the Black church?
Yeah, they, and a lot of the younger one, they
turned out women. Even in Africa, right? Even in Africa and Liberia, the person who will probably be the most likely to be gay is the choir director. In most Black church, the choir director is always
everybody in that big gay.
That's because he was gay before he became a choir director.
That's what I'm saying. So gay has been in the Black church.
No. What I'm saying is this: it was never accepted. Okay. I remember one time, never forget this. Right, there was this guy who joined the church. It was like Huey Rogers preaching about this. The guy, they found out one of the choir guys that joined church was a homosexual. And they said, look, they tried to get him to repent, right? They said, turn his ways around. He ended up suing the church and winning.
Damn.
That's the difference. He said, no, we're here about God. You cannot talk about the Lord and you're not anointed, because you're talking about people's souls. When you do music to people, you're speaking to souls. That movie Sinners was really good,
Yeah, the Bible said no effeminate will enter heaven, right? So we know that.
Yeah, I know, but the whole thing is, as I remember growing up in church right now, one thing they always did every before the church said, you ask for forgiveness of sins and Jesus come in your life, whatever like that, and then you try not to sin. If you sin, you ask God for forgiveness. My whole thing is this: the problem is, when you start saying there is no sin, that's a dangerous thing, There is no sin, Who are you to judge? Stuff like that I hear now. I'm dead serious, right? Now you got people like TD Jakes talking about I've evolved on sin.
Somebody Jakes a punk.
TD Jakes and tie his big ass up and whoop him,
TD Jakes is gay. That nigga gay.
Yeah, so he had him and Kirk Franklin was sitting down, and I heard the Diddy man turned him out,
Now he been like
I heard Diddy and Steve Jakes had sex.
You remember Eddie Bishop Eddie Long, right?
Yeah, he was another one. He's not a bishop. Just call him Eddie Long.
Okay, he was a bishop.
He's like, these guys are homosexuals. Their agenda, right? Just like
not all Black pastors are homosexual, right?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying these are homosexuals who became Black pastors. Look, Eddie Long comes from a line that, just like the lady who founded feminism. She said one of the ways that we're going to liberate women is to spread homosexuality in among men, and encourage that as normal, normalize homosexuality.
Yeah.
That's what she said,
Kyle, what percentage of Black men you think are gay?
A lot of these people.
Why are you bringing that up?
No, I want to ask Kyle, what percentage of Black men you think are gay?
I have no idea.
Right,
You know,
probably less than 1%.
hold up. What I'm saying, what I'm saying is this, right? Regardless of what it is, right? My whole thing about that is, if you're going to do that in your own privacy, whatever hell you do, whatever gets you off, that's whatever you do, right? My problem is when what it leads to. It leads to the fact that if you could basically, when you go to church and you're in black institutions, stuff like that, you're given structure and purpose. You know, a woman in our culture, in every culture, has to know by the time she's like 9 years old, your duty one day is to bear
To be a
children
mother.
and married. You know, now, and there's no question about that. You know, when you start getting into the thing where you start questioning things like saying like marriage is the
Patriarchy
is
is
pressure like
barbaric,
this, you know.
slavery.
And then what gets me is the people look up and say, "Okay, you want to do all that?" They say, "Black America, why your community is out of control?" Right? Well, if we went back to where we used to be before we got involved with these crazy ass white people and liberals,
Crazy crackers.
you know,
White
these
motherfuckers.
crazy white devils and whatnot that destroyed our culture and everything, that made our women rebel against black male authority in our community and stuff like that, you know.
They don't
That's
want to
what
listen
you
to no
have.
black man. They rather listen to white motherfucker.
Yeah. So look,
It's
I
sick.
remember my family, right?
Yeah.
The elders that were pastors and whatnot. A lot of my cousins that went to college, they came back talking this crazy shit. You know, they've been brainwashed. You know, they came back and we had these arguments about, well, the church is they talk shit about the Bible and that's a white man's religion and all stuff like that. They did everything they could to rebel. And when luckily they basically they changed in time when they all got married and whatnot. You know, they sort of, because we had a strong family. You know, they said, how can you go against us? We came from the South. We had nothing, and we built shit.
Yes, indeed.
So the bottom, when they looked at everything, you know, they looked at it all up and whatnot. Something was to add up, because these same white women talking all that stuff. They
sit with their family.
They will have families and they had marriages and whatnot. It was a black woman that was left. They like Letitia James. You know,
it's so
she
sad.
went to college with my cousin Debbie. Her and my cousin Debbie are friends. Letitia James, New York, Attorney General. Her and my cousin, my big cousin Debbie, are friends. You know.
I ain't know that.
But she's one of them. I don't need no man, feminist, mean black woman. You know. You know.
It's so sad that our women listen to that shit when they get older. I know a lot of my older cousins, they all by themselves now. They like, I don't need no man. I'm independent. They in your age, they Gen X. I'm independent. I'm this.
Gen X. He hit us hard with that shit, man. They destroyed my generation, man.
That shit
with that
sick.
Stuff, you know.
Y'all need a man. I don't need no. After all that, and the ones that got kids, got pregnant, they ain't got baby daddies and all this ignorant ass nigga shit. You know, y'all come from the South. We come from a clan-based society down south, and the sharecropper and the plantations. We came from that. Then we evolved into society, bro. We evolved to society that made music and made art. These motherfuckers understand that. We came from the bottom, from the mud.
Yeah, my family came from nothing. My family came from working in the fields.
Sharecropping.
Went to the big city, New York, and became great. You know.
Yeah.
So,
and we had institution. The only institution we had was the HBCUs in the motherfucking church.
That's it. You know.
It.
The two institutions they're trying the best to destroy in Black America.
The church,
you know,
the church. We had music, gospel music, about the top
artists.
Music.
We had Black America has structure. We hosted weddings. We encouraged weddings. We helped families out and stuff like that. You know, we helped. We fed the poor. You know,
the music. Even a lot of our great artists came from the gospel church, the Baptist church.
Exactly,
came from the church. Whitney Houston came from the fucking church.
Yeah, she like this.
You know, that's why
her funeral was so beautiful, man. You know, as beautiful as funeral. That was just so beautiful seeing. Right, her body back where she started in the church. You know, that was so beautiful. You know,
that's what I'm saying. So, you know, shit. We got and the scientists came from the white collar, and the scientists and the blue collar. They came from.
Let me address St. James. He goes, collar ran from.
Who the fuck St. James?
Keisha. What the hell is he talking about?
Is that dude from Buchanan? Where the fuck he from?
I have no idea. Yeah, Burkini.
Get that. He need to go back over there and help his people.
Feces.
Stupid ass.
Yeah,
he's stupid.
What I hate is people of Africa would try to preach to us about how great and moral they are. I told you about that. That girl from Burkina Faso was Upper Volta at the time, right?
Yeah.
Came to America, right? You know, when they do female, they only talk about preteen girls, you know?
Yeah.
She was whole like 28, 29, talking about I can't go back because they're gonna. And everybody bought that shit too. She got worldwide sympathy. Remember that case? You know?
I don't remember that. No.
That's when everybody first found out about female genital mutilation, FMG. You know, FMG. And so basically, I'm saying to myself, if you got a culture that basically be castrating girls and whatnot, please, you got no room to talk to us.
They have not, and they lucky we're not like our grandparents. Because our grandparents definitely look at y'all crazy because they come from a generation where they had shit, a black community and shit.
Yeah,
you know, we way more pan-African. You know what I'm saying? Our grandparents don't know nothing about that shit. You know, so y'all talking down. Y'all came after the culture, damn it, getting destroyed.
Because they came at the destruction of Black America.
Yeah,
you know,
and that's what they see.
They see the destruction of Black America, and they want to judge us by
and
this by here. And the whole thing is, we can actually fix this around, but to do so, we have to have confrontation with white people and some Negroes in our community who like it like this. You know, look. I mean, for example, look. Like I said, what gains a man, profit a man, gain the world, lose his soul. Look at Diddy. You know.
Yeah.
Now, at one hand, I'm proud of him. You know, he did a lot. A businessman, blah blah blah, this that and the other thing. But look at the cost. Look at the people who used to hang around with. Diddy got turned out by white executives,
a Jew,
and stuff like that. That's what he didn't. You know, if Diddy was stuck to his roots, his community, and whatnot, you know, he wouldn't have been like that. You know. You can't be around these rich, racist white people and whatnot, doing their bidding, doing their evil and whatnot, you know?
Who's Keisha?
I have no idea.
Ghetto women. What the fuck?
Ghetto women.
Who wants to fuck with a... All right, man.
What the hell did he talk about, you know?
I don't know. He getting on my nerve. That nigga. He don't like Black American women, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
I guess we all ghetto.
Yeah, that's what I said. Every Black person is a ghetto, but yet those ghetto people have a higher standard of living than most people in Africa. You know,
that's what I'm saying.
Have more money and have more education than most people in Africa. You know, better healthcare. You know,
we have running water.
Yeah, running water, and we're clean and shit. You know, so.
I mean, I'm gonna tell you this, St. James. You from wherever the fuck, Burkina Faso, wherever the fuck you from, they still rely on Russia for their weapons, and Russia gonna want some shit from y'all, regardless of the fact. I gotta just say that, you know,
but like I said, man, you feel like that. Look, I'm an open type of person, right? I let people criticize me but the bottom line is this, you know, people, if you think you're saying stuff to hurt my feelings, man, you can't do that, man. I'm the biggest critic of Black America. I'm the biggest critic of Black America because I want to see Black America deliver.
You want better for us.
I want better for our people, you know?
I know that's right.
You know, I want better for my people and basically better for our culture. And I'm never gonna stop fighting this nonsense I'm seeing Black America go through right now. You know, it's like
it's getting bad out here. It's bad, bro.
Yeah, it's bad because there's no direction. There's nobody in Black America that you could say is a leader or whatever like that. Why? Because the leaders in Black America,
entertainers and shit.
Yeah, we got entertainers leading the community and whatnot, you know. And nobody wants to be a leader because to be a leader means you got to stand out and basically say, you know, something. I can't. Who needs to stop bitching? You know, what are you talking about?
Get your all right.
Who's bitching? Bitching on what, man? You know, the same one over here talking about Trump and Traore, blah blah, American government Traore. We don't give a flying fuck about Burkina Faso, you know. And who's the one bitching? You're the always one to talk about, oh, America this, America that, general language this, that. You stop your bitching with that, you know. They want us to stop up. It's what I said. Africans want all this comfort when they come to America, right?
Yeah.
Then we say, okay, you want all this, whatever, like that, right? But then when it comes to their country, they want us to alter and put ourselves at risk for them, you know. I said, if y'all have that together, so why do y'all need us to support you in Burkina Faso? That's what they want. Black America is not going to stand for. You go look.
They want a white state. This is my problem with these Africans.
If the United States assassinates him tomorrow, I'm not going to riot. Yeah. You know,
my problem with the Africans is like when we talk about our problems or whatever, it's like they want us to stay where we at for some odd reason. They don't want us to do better. I noticed that. I'm trying.
But their problems become our problems.
Yeah, like they want us to support
Troy, are you fucking
like,
kidding me? That freaking basically will be suicide.
Yeah.
They're like, I would for my voice right here. I'll tell people all the time, stand the fuck down. Okay, I inspired by the young man, Tohori and whatnot, but I am not going to make it seem like we're ready to riot in America over this guy. It's not going to happen. So if you think that's going to happen, St. James, you're sadly mistaken. Because we know most people don't like us anyway,
It looked like it was Morris is like, we talk about our shit, y'all, we bitching or whatever.
Yeah, but everybody else gets free to talk about their fucking shithole country problem.
Shit crazy, yeah.
I'm talking about Black America's problem,
It's like they don't want us
Malcolm X was support. Malcolm X is dead. Malcolm X is not alive. I'm alive, I'm alive, I got to deal with my people over here mean more important to me than somebody who's just thousands of miles away,
Because if that's the case, if they want us to do all that shit, give us some fucking land.
Since no one's talking about land, we have nothing to talk about.
What's the tangibles? We've been doing this shit for
so the bottom line is this. That's why I say the Colored Nation has to be the leading group. The ideology of the Colored Nation has to be the leading group because the bottom line, everybody else willing to sell you out. You got grown ass men following a stupid dingbat named Dr. Arikana. Are you freaking kidding me? This lady's a
racism is dead. What? Oh my god.
Yeah, I said Ross Moyes. He wants to be able to go out there and chase his white chicks and whatnot.
Oh my god, this nigga.
Like I said, this is what you're dealing with.
Not the pool. Also, always stands. If you stand with Haiti, why don't you help them out?
Yeah, well, stand with Haiti by going there. Go to Haiti. Be there.
Racism is dead.
I'll help you.
These
racism dead, but every last single black country is fucking impoverished. And you see what Donald Trump just did to fucking South Africa, right? Humiliated.
Oh yeah, that was so embarrassing.
But racism is dead. They basically take up a fake. They're still doubling down on this white genocide. So even the white South Africans say there's no genocide here.
There's no genocide. I went to school with some white South Africans.
But yet there's no racism here. Are you kidding me? And then a question was asked, well, what about all the genocide in the Congo? Oh, we don't know about that. So you only care about a few white people and whatnot. And then the white South Africans are telling you there's no genocide, right? But there's really genocide in the Congo, There's real genocide. What's the other place? Oh, the Gaza, So, but they only think about white people, but yet the racism don't exist. That's why I said these Africans and Caribbeans are dangerous to us, They're fucking dangerous,
Yeah, I got love for them, but I need some soldiers.
I love for them, man, but I can't listen to it. No African could lead me. I'm sorry, I can't. You can't do it.
We're gonna be led to some hellhole shit.
Oh hell no, we'll be right back on the bottom of a slave ship, whatnot.
You ain't lying.
It's not gonna.
I'm like we got our own issues to talk about. And these motherfuckers in the early 2000s, I don't remember them talking all this shit. Because I think the early 2000s, that was like the last of the black community. Like the last strong.
Well, actually, the community peaked in like the early 80s.
The early 80s?
Yeah, I'm saying it sort of fizzled out by the mid-90s.
How about the 90s? You said the mid-90s?
The mid-90s, it was like gone. About 94. It was
why
over.
You say that?
But 94 things were really bad around that time period,
For real?
We had the LA riots in 92, and a couple of years later we had the Million Man March or not, it was really, really bad. I remember those times. It was really, really bad. I thought this country was going to end up in a race war. I really thought everybody was preparing for a race war. I remember that, everybody was preparing for just a showdown between black people, white people, and the American government. That was really bad time period. But Bill Clinton came in there and sort of soothed both sides. Everybody
started. That's our first black president.
He sort of like, okay, America, we'll give America, because of Bill Clinton, black people decided we're going to give America another chance.
For real?
Oh yeah. At that time, Black America was ready for nationalism. That's why I'm here.
Damn.
We were talking about a nation of our own. Yeah, back then. And then when Bill Clinton comes along and whatnot and said there will never be a divorce. And he sincerely reached out to black people. We fell in love with Bill Clinton,
because he played that damn saxophone.
He played the saxophone. He was just really good at being in black crowds and around black people and whatnot, So we thought he was cool,
That's pathetic.
But bottom line, yeah, that's what it was. So
that's pathetic.
From that time up until about I would say the end of Barack Obama's president, right? That's when things start start really like spiraling out of control, because remember something, Barack Obama, we had no intentions. Barack Obama, black people didn't like him at first, and then what sold him was Michelle,
And the
as his
kids.
children and the kids, That's what black people said. Black. We had given up on America like that. We didn't care, Then he came on. We sort of got pulled back into America. Now, in the age of Donald Trump, we're not Black Americans saying, "What the hell did we do?"
I thought 2008 was like the fall of Black America, like the last of the community, because the
the last real Black America was gone.
In 2008.
Yeah, because when Barack Obama came in, there was this post. Remember something? The only thing that kept Black people in America but together was our Black nationalist, Black identity, right?
Because I remember
when Barack Obama came in, it was like, okay, racism was over, so Black people had no reason to be together anymore. That's what happened. And then we thought, okay, we got a Black president. When we see white people reaction to that Black president was really, really bad. Now we feel like we're stuck.
Yeah, we
like
stuck
this.
over here.
But go ahead, Honey Flower.
Where's that?
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah. Okay, hello. How are you? How's everybody?
How you doing?
I'm doing good. So I just wanted to get on here because I'm a night owl, so sometimes when you go live, it's kind of when I'm in the mood to talk. So regarding your topic, you had mentioned in the beginning about shucking and jiving.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I would prefer the shucking and jiving over what I've seen between like the Black community or just the African community or just Black people in general. When I talk about Black people, I'm talking about all of us. But I just seen how over the years, how, they've used social media to just completely divide the Black race when it comes to like dating, relationships, when it comes to, just the diaspora wars. Like, it's like Black people get on social media to, I guess, bleed out their trauma or to like showcase the most negative aspects of their culture. I don't know why.
Yeah, like I said, the culture
it's like
of
they don't.
foolishness.
Yeah, but Kala, here's the thing. Other races, they're very mindful of what they post because they know everybody's watching. So they tend to post their, like, for example, Chinese. Like, I use this app. I don't use American TikTok because it's very brain rot. It just lowers your IQ. It's just a bunch of BS, right? So I go on the Chinese app, and for the most part, you see Chinese people planting, creating like all types of different mechanisms and tools and gadgets, and the children are like really smart. And even when they show the women,
it's a culture. It's a culture.
Yeah,
like I said, it's not just Black culture. It's
displays.
American culture in general. Is a culture of foolishness. But the thing is,
white
people have the numbers to. They have white people are protected. That white fragility is real. It's protected by that foolishness, right? Black people have no mechanism to protect themselves when they act foolish. Like white people, there's a system in place.
Yeah, they put everybody in the same box. Like if they see a Black person doing like stealing something, they'll say things like, "Oh." They'll say some like really racist stuff, like when Black people do things. The usual suspects.
They'll say this. The things they say is the usual suspects. They'll say, "Doesn't surprise me." 13%. You say, and the bottom line is this, and so therefore, what they're doing is punishing. That's not punishing the people who's Black who's acting up because they don't care. The Black people who's acting up, posting stuff, don't care.
That's what's annoying.
Like you and me that sit there like, well, damn, I don't do nothing, and they basically what they're trying to do is browbeat us into submission, by using the Black people's acting a fool to say, oh, you want to be like them. So what Black people do, what they do is you got people like Candace Owens, Jason Whitlock, and Anton Daniels, and all these other people. They feel
can't stand Anton Daniels.
That dude is a freaking coon, man. He's a coon, You know, and also you got the black
I
conservative.
used to like him. And then he just kept making so many. Like, it's true. There's like a lot of bad black women too, but there's not all of them aren't bad.
You know, and
Stop
no,
displaying your women
let
in
me
the
break it
worst
down to you. The
ways.
problem with Anton Daniels. Let me break it down to him, right? Anton Daniels is not a really. I'm not judging guys, but he's not an attractive guy, you know. And he's one of those
Damn.
guys feel like that.
He's not ugly though, Carlos.
He's not ugly, but he's not somebody that you're gonna drool over, you know.
Well, he married though, bro.
He's married. He's married. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. He's married, right?
Yeah, he been
He's
married.
an average looking guy.
Resents the fact that his young years when he was out there, when that, you know,
he was never out there though.
I'm gonna go ahead and get married. Right? And then I'm gonna enact revenge on black people.
He was never out there though.
About single black females.
Yeah,
and
he thinks like he's above the stereotypes and stuff. Like people won't put him in the same categories they put every other black man.
Cause he been married. He been married with old girl for like since like high school type shit. That's his high school sweetheart. But the thing is, he due to black people get money, like they just start looking down.
He got a little bit of money. Now he goes out there and weaponizes his success against other black people. You know, I run 3 businesses and whatnot.
Yeah, like I'm better than y'all.
I'm better than you, so you gotta listen to what I'm saying. You know.
Yeah.
And so like this, so that's exactly what happens. You know.
Yeah, he married to a black woman too. Anton married to a black woman.
Yeah, look. And the bottom line is, everybody understands that's a good thing. He's married to a black woman, whatever, like that. But what he does is, instead of living by example and say, "This is what I do," whatever, like that, I speak for itself, right? He uses that to browbeat. There's a lot of reasons why women aren't getting married. I mean, let me tell you something.
I mean, but some of this shit got true with it. Like, think about it. Like 73% of kids are burnt out of red lock. Only the black American.
You know what that comes from. Listen to this, brother. That comes from the fact that back in the days, a woman, by the time she was, like I told you earlier, by the time she's 8 and 9, she's preparing for marriage. You know, she ain't thinking about college, doesn't think about nothing. The whole thing is you have to keep herself cute, whatnot, because you got to attract the husband, right? Now you have a culture that told women that's the patriarchy, or that's wrong, right? So you got women who are, instead of in their prime childbearing years, in their 20s and early 30s, prepare for marriage, right? They're basically prolonging marriages to pursue their careers. So therefore, along the way, they still want sex. They still want to go out with their girls and whatnot, and then they get pregnant, whatever like that. They got to become a single mother. That's acceptable, So therefore, he can't use the same standards as we did back in the days when women got married. Is because we had a culture that basically said, okay, you don't wait 25, you're a maiden. Now it's okay for women. And our culture is exciting. I believe it. Women should have the right to a career and whatever like that. The drawback to that is you're going to have a lot of single women and single men. We can't have it both ways. We can't give women education and opportunity and stuff like that, right?
54, you're not listening. Like 57% of black American men don't have kids. Like,
yeah, I know that's the reason. Hold up, that's the reason, because there's no one to have kids with. If the women
they having sex, but black American women have about 2 million more kids, like 1 million or 2 million more kids than
we know that. But hold up, the reason why is that because, like I said, those women are choosing their careers and stuff like that.
They choosing.
How many women I know, brother, that basically, although they are single mother, 2 kids, they got high paying jobs. They don't.
Yeah, but they guess who they choosing though? They choosing retarded niggas.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. They don't need the strong patriarchal male because you're not building anything, right?
Well, why are there so many men that are just trash then? What's going on?
It's not the case, because a lot of black American men are middle class men, but they choose the thug culture, the baby mama culture.
And also, let's be honest with ourselves, right? A lot of black men who are successful want younger women. Let's be honest.
Yeah. Well, it takes time.
I know for yo, brother. I know for
also they swirl too. Don't lie.
No, they don't. No, it's 80%.
No, they want somebody. They want somebody who's light skinned, right?
Come on, Kyla.
Body like a model.
Light skin, soft hair.
Come on, Kyla.
Look, yo, you are not gonna have somebody talk about waiting, have a career successful in his girl he's pursuing looks like Missy Elliott. It's not gonna happen.
Oh, we know that, but old girl said they swear I say 80, but 80% of black men still marry black women.
Yeah, they do. Because we have no choice. Because white women ain't marrying black women like that.
They do marry black men more than black.
Yeah, I know, but hold on, white women to like 99% are gonna be white men.
Black men marry more. Black men marry more than black women.
Wait, no, they marry out more than black women, right?
No, they marry because they can.
We go hold on, but it's not only white women; it's also Asian women,
Asian,
Hispanic
Latino,
women,
but
it's
black
Latinos, stuff like that. So it's not all just black women. Like
I know that, but black.
Like,
I'm trying
and also, when you talk about black American women, my wife is Liberian. She's from Liberia.
Yeah, but ain't she Americans?
Well, yeah, but the thing is, she's still born in Africa, though.
What
she's
I'm
not
saying,
a U.S. citizen. She's not born in this country, though.
What I'm saying is, black American men, they put the dope on us a lot. We marry more than black American women. The thing is, our culture, this the good and the bad. If you read up Kenneth Clark and Bonham, we did have the tango pathology, which came from the plantations too. And with that tango pathology, it grew and grew, and it spread. And the baby mama.
Well, let me tell you something about the plantation, right? When black men and black women were on those plantations, even during Jim Crow, we were together. It was a struggle. Women looked out for men. Men looked out for.
We were forced together, though.
We're forced together, but the bottom line, there's nothing forcing us together right now. Nothing. We have to be forced together. That's why men married like 80%. Black people were married like 80, 90% back in the days, right? Because we were forced to survive. It was a survival thing, We don't have that anymore in Black America, So there's because you got welfare, you got jobs, everything.
Back to the social media and the shucking and jiving. I noticed like a couple of years ago, remember like when the whole manosphere thing was popular, and then the divestment movement was popular too, and they were like going against each other. Like I noticed like black people use social media to just fight against each other. Like I don't know.
Yeah, it is.
Why
We do.
They can't use it
because
for
black men don't have any real power in society. The only power they have in a society is social media. That's why the white man gave it to us. So
can you ban this St. James dude? He getting on my nerves with this shit.
That's actually very good.
You ban his ass, please. Thank you.
What are you saying now? He said black men don't know what culture.
Yeah, he getting on my nerves now.
You think Gucci, dude, man, get out of here. I'm gonna do that. I'm time out.
What did he say?
He says we think Gucci. This is what I'm saying. When I try to be, look, people get on me. They say I'm hard on Africans, but when they could say stupid stuff like that, Gucci and all that is black culture. That's not black culture. That's hip hop culture, street culture. Whatever. That's not black culture. Black culture is in the family structure.
Yeah, like I don't know.
Yeah, look, we have families in Black America. We've had family. All my values and everything come from my family. They don't come from no damn rap video. I go so sick and tired of that.
He must, like they didn't we already explain about our culture prior to civil rights.
Also, I wanted to add another thing about social media. The black community makes crazy things popular, like
what?
BBLs, lashes, those kind of like crazy.
I hate lashes. God, I hate those.
Like things. BBLs have the popularity of BBLs has reached Africa. I was watching Pop the Balloon. BBLs, like they do BBLs
It's in Africa now.
It's called Brazilian butt lift. It's not called black butt lift.
Yeah, BBL came from Brazil.
Who said black butt lift though? Did someone say that?
Oh. Yeah, that was me, Kwame.
Oh, I thought somebody in the comments said that. But yeah, I was watching this Pop the Balloon, but it's the African. The thing about Pop the Balloon, it was actually created in Nigeria by an African woman. It's called the Hunt Game Show, and she has the craziest BBL ever. Her hips just don't even make sense.
That's to me, it's not attractive.
It looks disgusting. It got the Nicki Minaj thing going on.
That came from Brazil, my love. That came from Brazil. That's what I said.
Yeah, honestly, most Spanish women,
most Dominican women. No,
it got popular from black social media.
Colombians and Puerto Ricans.
Yeah, and Dominicans.
Yeah,
I'm
but
from the South.
black people are the
My
ones
love.
that make things
You
trendy.
got black women in
No.
America going down there getting that stuff. I seen
Yeah,
a woman.
that mostly a New York
I see a
motherfucker.
woman. I see a
No,
woman
no.
near
Most of them,
my office. Right, she got one. When I
Listen what dude about to say.
She's a pretty lady too, man. But
That's that New York
Dominicans
shit.
run that, but
That's that New
African
York.
Americans
No, we
make
don't.
trendy.
most
We
They
make
make
fun
augmented,
of that. No, we
trend.
don't. We make
most
fun of that down
augmented,
Yes,
south.
you do.
most
People
Love, I
augmented,
live down
copy
south,
things.
home of the thick ass, stallion, thick women. They
yeah,
don't.
but bottom
They
line,
look down on that
the
shit.
bottom line is this.
Don't
I'm like this.
most augmented surgeries are done by Spanish women.
Thank you. Caribbean.
They get lip fillers to look more like black women. They get their
Thank you.
brush done to look more like black
That
women.
was
I
Mexican.
They
don't know.
get
All
more
I know,
Thank
BBLs
you.
I don't know.
to look like black
Yeah,
women.
y'all throw the dope. That's what I'm saying. Y'all keep throwing the dope.
I
That
just
shit on us.
I just think the whole thing is repulsive. You know, to tell you the
But
truth.
The
Kyler,
stereotypes that exist before.
I guess some guys like that stuff, whatever, like
but
that.
we don't like it though.
I don't say, well, I don't know. Say they're doing it for a reason. Somebody likes it.
No, they.
The Spanish women.
Spanish.
No, I'm talking about.
Spanish-
Look, I never see a Spanish woman with that. I see black women do with that. You know.
What are they Caribbean? They must be Caribbean.
In Virginia, they're more likely to be black American. You know.
That's that East Coast shit. Oh, shit.
Most Spanish women get those surgeries to look more attracted to black men because we attracted to those type of things.
Yeah. So bottom line, in the black men they attract is certain.
But how are you gonna tell me? I'm a woman. I follow YouTube channels.
But do you go out though? I don't think you go out like that.
Miss, I'm outside in Miami, New York, Atlanta,
it's that New York
California,
shit.
California. I see it every day.
What do you mean?
I live in a strip club city. Love. I live in a party
People do have BBLs.
Okay, how about this? How about this? Put it like this. Let's look it up. Let's look it up.
It's mostly Latina.
I don't go to the hoods a lot, but
it's not the hood. What I'm saying is, I live in Houston.
If,
I live in a party city.
If butt lifts was a thing in the black culture, it would have started in America, not Brazil or Colombia.
Brazilian butt lift, South black. You know what I'm saying? It would have been like that. We ain't make that. That's Latino shit.
All right.
They're saying we're talking over each other and we sound ridiculous.
Oh,
okay.
My fault.
So is it disgusting when white women who have little breasts go and get breast augmentation? Is it disgusting to white men? You think?
I don't know.
What?
I don't know.
What?
It's disgusting. You know, all that's
Nah, because white women. I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to speak
on.
1 second, Kwame. When somebody's speaking, let's be mindful of that. I don't know white man. I'm not a white man, but I'm guessing maybe a lot of white men like women with big breasts, and a lot of black men like women with big butts. So when white women who don't have the goods to try to attract other white men, they go and get breast surgery.
Yeah,
black women
like that.
who may not have the goods on their rear end, they get a butt lift. You know, to try to attract black men.
Some of his videos.
It's because I heard
all races do it.
So I was wondering, is it the surgery that make the BBL smell? If you want a BBL, do you gotta sacrifice smelling like a bad bitch and smelling like 2 pounds of ass, really 10 pounds of ass for the rest of your life?
People are still wondering, is the BBL smell real? Well, there are a lot of hypotheses of why it could be.
Due to you having to get those lymphatic massages and get the drainage, that causes a certain smell that lingers for about 4 to 6 weeks post-op. Even after that, girls with their newfound bottom can't either reach or don't know how to properly go around their new bum to get far enough
men don't
in
like
between the cheeks so they can wash.
Black men don't like
and
that.
Here's another potential cause of the BBL smell, quoted very eloquently by this influencer.
What the fuck? It smell like bounce the fuck that ass. It smell like bounce the fuck out of that ass. Oh, smell like bouncing the fuck out some ass.
So the truth is that you do not get drainage that goes on for weeks after a BBL. It's very common after liposuction to get drainage for a day or two, and this is the anesthetic fluid that we use during surgery, and it doesn't smell like anything. But it is true that if you cannot clean basically back there as well as you'd like to, then yeah, I guess that could create a smell. And if you don't wash your faja, your garment regularly, then that can definitely smell. But it's not going to smell just because you've got 5 pounds more of ass.
It's because I heard BBLs be smelling.
The BBL do be smelling.
You know, I've never seen anybody with a BBL before. I don't think I've seen anyone with it in person. I live in Minnesota.
I seen one chick where she was pretty before after that, she didn't look so good, you know.
Welcome to part 2 of the BBL talk. So now that we've discussed what it is and why it's so popular, let's do a little bit of a deeper dive into the BBL. What's an ideal result? Do BBL smell? Oh my goodness. Let's talk about it. Your body, your choice. And I think a lot of people still are holding on to as big as the butt. I used to say the higher the hair, the closer to heaven, something like that. And now it's like the bigger the booty, the closer to, I don't know, heaven maybe? I don't know. But I don't think that that's true. We've gotten away from hair being so high. Maybe we should get away from the butt being so big. Just my opinion. But the bottom line is wash your ass. And I think that the larger the booty, it can be harder.
Yeah, BBLs do smell doggy.
Welcome to part 2.
I have a little sister who got a BBL and regrets it. When I say I thought my sister was going to die, there were so many women walking with canes. My sister just passed out. There's blood everywhere. I called the emergency room. They're like, yeah, okay, so. They literally acted like next burger. Oh my but these are people's bodies. Y'all don't understand. It's one of the most risky operations that you could ever do.
You have an artery in your butt.
It's so dangerous.
And one slight nick to that artery, and you
dead.
Every single spot her body was hurting.
Okay, this is disgusting. Enough.
You got some women taking out ribs now.
Yeah, they trying to look like that Marilyn Monroe shit.
Dr. Fisher, and so far so good. Hi, my name is Summer. I'm from Los.
You brought up the BBL shit.
I don't know about BBL smell, but veneer breath is real though.
I don't know how we got the topic, man, but
Honey fly about that.
I had to play that a little montage, you know.
You on social media too much. Ain't no black dude like no BBL. We look down on that shit. Like black men don't like weave like that.
The topic, I thought the topic was shucking and jiving on social media.
Yeah, well, I would say about the shucking and jiving. To your point,
to
your point, when you talk about, yeah, I get that. What you're talking about, we're too serious on social media and whatnot. But the thing is, I think what drives that is the fact that when a lot of black men get on social media, I think they're being overcompensated for the fact that in real society, we're just looked at as playthings, you know. So you get on social media, that's why you got an angry man. That's why you got
those podcasts, alpha male podcasts and stuff.
So the bottom line, what that does is change the image because. Like I said, I really don't think a lot of white people watch black YouTube and stuff like that, or they wouldn't think we're all Shaquille O'Neal, you know?
Right.
They think we're all smiling, happy. When they have no idea the level of anger in Black America. They really don't. They have no idea the level of anger in Black America that we think about things other than the freaking NBA playoffs, you know? That's what we're talking about, you know? They always throw the basketball, like I said, football season will be right around the corner, right?
They know,
okay, but as soon as football season, you're going to get distracted again. You're going to be like, my team, whatnot, you know? But one thing to good about social media is the fact that, you know, you do see black men engaging in serious conversation. So if you listen to the Dynasty Show today, that was a serious conversation, you know, about geopolitics and stuff like that, right? But the thing is, in our culture, where do you see that in our culture? Never. All the serious discussion is done by who? White males. And they may have a white females, or they might even have a black woman up there, right? Black men are nowhere to be found when the serious discussions about world issues and stuff like that, like we don't exist. We're like children, like, you know, we're like plantation book. Y'all go out there and play, you know, run around and play, you know.
Kyler, what about the Mark Lamont Hills of the world?
But the thing is, Mark Lamont Hill, they only got him designated to talk about so-called black. You got to wait for a police shooting to happen. You know,
isn't he a liberal or something?
But
he's a Green Party. He's a Green Party.
And also, you hold up to get Mark Lamont Hill. Something had to happen.
Yeah,
you know?
They're crybabies.
He talk about Palestine and other issues. You don't always talk about black issues.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, something like that to deal with that when something is inflaming. And liberals will use people like that, especially like the LGBTQ. Now, if you want to eat nowadays, right, and you want to get invited on, you got to be pro trans rights. You got to be pro this. That's how they invite you on. That's how I know it's not serious, right?
What about Brother X in Houston?
Who?
Brother X in Houston.
Who's Brother X? Put him up here. I want to know who this is. Who is he?
I think his name is Quinton X.
He be on Quinel X. Yeah, Quinel X. Okay, he was good for a local station he's big now but even him, right? They don't invite him. You never see him on Fox News.
He's always on Fox News debating issues.
No, Quinel X has never been on Fox News, bro.
Yeah, he's been on Fox News.
He's on Fox Local. He's on the Fox Local channel, right? You never see him on a national broadcast. Not one.
He's on Willie D channel. I see him on Willie D.
Whose channel?
Willie D. You don't know who Willie D is?
Come on, man.
From the Ghetto Boys.
That guy, man.
Nah, but Willie D has a big channel, bro.
No. When I say channel, I'm talking about broadcast. You understand the difference? There's a difference between internet and broadcast. Let's get that clear, right?
New media is formidable.
You know what broadcast means? Broadcast has so many different layers before it gets broadcast, to the world. There's people telling you what you can say and what you can't say. And they have people that will retract things if you say something wrong. That's broadcast, or they get sued or lose their FCC license. That's broadcast. It's more authoritative, Now, you could be on a local show.
The thing about the black community when it comes to that, it's either you're far left or far right conservative that
right. You never have an independent opinion. You never have an independent opinion in the mainstream. They don't want to hear it. Either you're basically kissing butt like Candace Owens on the right, or you're friggin' ultra left, like that guy with the white hair that be on MSNBC. And that guy, he only's on Saturday. You ever notice that? He's only on the Saturday show.
Colin, you looking for Pan-Africanists to be broadcast on Fox News?
No, I ain't talking about Pan-Africans. I'm talking about somebody
with a sound perspective,
a sound mind that can talk and articulate. I can articulate a lot of things, not beyond Pan-Africanism,
But I'm saying, what else are the options if you're a liberal, conservative, or
that's what I'm talking about. But that's why it's important that we one day. Black America is ever going to stop me taking serious instead of shucking and jiving, right? I said this years ago. Reason why I never got on YouTube, right? Because look, I was waiting for and I can smack myself in the head, right? Because I should have known my people, Negroes, right? I have a PhD in Negroology, right? And I should have known. I should have had my Negroology degree revoked, right? I thought that by now we have our own damn platform at least, and then that platform be linked to our own broadcasting network like Fox. Boy, was I wrong. We got Negroes still on YouTube after all this time.
Revolt is black owned.
What?
Revolt.
That's not black owned. That's not black owned. That's Diddy owned. White people control that.
But Diddy sold it though. He sold Revolt.
Yeah, he sold, but it even though it was not, you could tell it was something black owned. All the subject matters were like very liberal, leftist.
He was the majority owner.
And so, but it doesn't matter. But it doesn't matter when it comes out to broadcasting what goes on the air. He had no control over that.
Right.
It's like the Breakfast Club is not black owned. A white lady owns a Breakfast Club. The Black Breakfast Club, you could say
that's a terrible. That's a terrible.
That's the best they could give us is a Breakfast Club. Yeah. So.
Why is it terrible, Honeyflower?
Because it put in the Breakfast Club.
They had polite on there for God's sake.
You talking
hold
about?
Hold on,
Colin. I got that mixed up. Sorry, I got the Breakfast Club and the Shade Room confused.
The Breakfast Club is just a show. The Breakfast Club have conversation.
Hold on, Elvis. Right, the Breakfast Club had polite on there for God's sake. Right.
The Breakfast Club. What do you think the Breakfast Club is?
No. The Breakfast Club also had a black woman, one of these wobbles, talking about we Native American. Clearly a black woman from the project.
They bring people of all influence on the show.
Bottom line is this. When you see anybody in the white community that's going to their audience or whatnot, they're not going to have anybody on there talking all kinds of crazy shit,
But Kyla, every show on Revolt TV was a black show.
Yeah, but hold on. I get that, man. I watched the Revolt TV and whatnot, but and I thought it had promise and whatnot, but like the topics and whatnot were just really silly. It's really
like what?
I don't know. This like basically.
What about Oprah Network?
I didn't really watch Revolt TV.
What about Oprah Network?
The Oprah Network, she sold it.
I like the Oprah
Network. It was losing money.
She
did this one documentary on her own network called Sag Harbor. He did a real good documentary called Sag Harbor. Sag Harbor, Long Island was a black enclave in Long Island.
Yeah, her network was actually good though.
It was good when it was there, but then it fell off. Yeah.
I don't understand. We complain about BET. Then Diddy started his own network, Revolt TV. Then
hold up. The Revolt TV should have had a diverse thing of Black America. It was not that. It was basically the same old people tied to the music industry and Hollywood and the same old narratives, whatnot.
So who do you think Diddy's audience is, Carla?
I don't know. I think his audience are.
It's the average Black person, really.
I think Diddy's audience is mixed. I think he used the term like minority. He never says Black. He never says that. He always says minorities. Basically he's saying when he says, this is how I put it. If Revolt TV is anything like his when he was doing the Rock the Die, Vote or Die campaign, right? And I listened to him very, very carefully when he was talking to Vote or Die. He says, I'm trying to build a new political movement based on, let's listen to this carefully, Black people from the inner city, right? White people who listen to hip hop and smoke weed, and people who like this. Then what he found out was in the 2004 election, he said a lot of people, white people who listen to his music, he thought those people would become his base politically, right? He said he found out a lot of those people, he was shocked that a lot of those people still voted Republican. And so
that's
basically
ridiculous that he would even think that.
Yeah, so he was delusional. So Revolt TV is just like a extension of Rock the Vote and stuff like that, Which the audience of Revolt TV is white, Black, anybody who listens to hip hop and smoke weed and party and whatnot, who knows who 50 Cent.
So what do you think it should be? It should be slanted to conservative?
No, I'm saying that's fine, right? But don't say that's don't give me tokenism and say that's Black, it's Revolt TV. Okay, you got it.
They're Black Democrats is Black. They're Black Republicans is Black.
No, hold on. No, what I'm saying is this. You don't miss the point. What I'm saying when we talk about Black America, right? The problems facing Black America, right? The problems facing Black America is unique to Black America. It's not unique to Puerto Ricans. It's not unique to gays. It's not unique to friggin' people who smoke weed and party and whatnot, They're specifically.
He's not a Pan-African channel. He's an entertainment
I know that.
channel.
That's all, you don't have to be a Pan-African.
Look, he's not talking about being Pan-African. And non-biased.
It's an entertainment channel. You go there to watch stuff about the culture of hip hop. That's what it's about. It's not
the bottom line. The bottom line, hip hop and culture is not Black America.
If I'm not mistaken, he also did things with Earn Your Legions on entrepreneurship and economics and stuff.
Yeah, Revolt was a relatively decent channel. It catered to the hip hop community, but it had some informative stuff on there to learn.
That's the biggest thing. The farce I ever heard was
This is his vision, Kyle. It's not your vision. He's a hip hop guy.
Like I said, that was his vision. Right. That was his vision. That's what he spent his money on. That's what, like I said, 50 Cent is building a studio in Shreveport, Louisiana. He's gonna focus on making degenerate gangster.
He makes
music.
crime movies and hood movies.
That's what they do.
Drug movies.
So what I'm saying, that if that's what Black empowerment is nowadays, that's what people want. Hey, I can't help you. But I always thought that we can get back to Black America how we used to be, where we
started. That's also considered empowerment. Empowerment is big. Listen. Let me answer.
Elvis, as a foreigner, I don't expect you to understand.
Let me answer.
But you go ahead.
What's empowering is having the ability.
That's not empowering, bro. That's not empowering.
Oh my gosh. You can't even give me 5 seconds to say what I want to say.
Go ahead, man. Say it.
Yeah, Black empowerment is not about preaching blackity black. It can be simply being able to put out your art, whether it's music whether it's videos, whether it's movies, anything. Just having the outlet to be able to put out your art is empowerment. Having a network where you can, curate what you put on your network is empowerment. It's allowing black artists, black, entrepreneurs to go out there and showcase their talents and their art.
The equivalent of power in the white community, though? They don't really make stuff like that.
Check this out. Hold on. How about this? Why is it that I have yet to see a conscious rap group or whatever like that, they do conscious lyrics and stuff like that, ever make it even not just a mainstream, but can't even get on Diddy's Revolt TV or anything like that? Why is that?
I mean, Kyla, you gotta understand.
Because it would be positive.
There's something for everybody, right? There's some kids who love conscious rap. They go and seek out artists and listen to their music and support them.
We was growing up, we all like BDP, KRS-One, and stuff.
That's what I'm saying.
Everybody likes rock.
I like conscious rap too, but sometimes I might listen to some trap music. It's about your preference,
right? But trap music is, back in the days,
there's nothing good about it.
Talked about our culture, talked about who we were as a people. That's what the music was. They'll say. Then they had an idea.
Not always, Kyla.
Yes,
you remember they had some music that your grandma would tell you to turn up in the house, right?
Most hip hop back in the days, right? Always talked about. They called certain things that they basically would talk about. One is my wisdom. That's 5% stuff, right? They basically all the things deal with 5% stuff and like Rakim. Rakim talked about 5% stuff, sun, moon, and stars.
I hear that, Kyla, but you have to understand.
Bottom line is this:
black people is not a monolith. Not all black people want to hear about Rakim.
All that stuff that basically talked about black this and black that, or whatever our culture was, and everything like that was erased. So
not true. There's still people who love conscious rap. I'm one of them.
No.
There's still a lot of young people who listen to conscious rappers.
You gotta go look for it underground, whatever like that, because the mainstream of hip hop was all about the club.
There are black women who like their India Ari, like their Bill Scott. They listen to soul music, neo soul.
Look, sip some Cristal. Let's just listen to what everything Diddy says. Just sip some Cristal with some real ends, while we cut big figures.
Yeah, but Diddy's that's his thing.
Money. Oh yeah, like I said, that's his thing.
What about Diddy? What about before he got locked up? He was trying to build his own political party, a black owned.
Yeah, he was not trying to build a black political party. He was trying to build a political party based on people who were on the fringe, people who were gays, people who are leftists, people who are all this stuff like this,
I
guess
the Democratic Party is not welcoming to people who are
leftist. You don't remember when he did the vote or die, rock your vote?
But that's 20 years ago. I'm talking about the 21st.
Same mentality, right? That's who Diddy is,
But what
Kyla, did you hear any of his talking points?
Diddy is not a black conscious person,
Kyla, can I ask a question to Elvis? You said some of this stuff is empowering. Can you tell me what's empowering about trap music?
It's an art form, right?
It's an art form.
Music is an outlet for artistry.
What's artistic about it?
Right. Music is an outlet for artistry. Just how when you go to listen, let me explain myself to you, right? When you go to a museum, there might be a piece of art that looks basic to you, right? That's your perception of it. And there might be somebody who look at it and see a whole different thing and admires it more so than you do. So art is subjective. It's not going to appeal to everybody, right? That's why you have different genres of music. Some people like hardcore rock and roll. Some people like R&B.
You have
a metalhead would think that R&B is lame and it's crazy and it's stupid and it's pointless. But you might really enjoy a nice Mary J. Blige song. So I'm trying to tell you that because there are people who grew up in the ghetto, for example, right? Who knows when Future makes a song, they know what he's talking about and that it connects with them, even though it comes from a negative perspective, and that's not something that we would want. But as an art form that speaks to people who had a similar situation growing up,
what about
or who's living in a similar situation
that encourage them to kill one another? How's that?
I'm trying to tell you. I'm not telling you that it's good or bad. I'm just telling you it's an art form.
You said it's empowering.
Yeah, empowering don't always mean that it's
empowerment. If you tell me
no.
people to kill each other, that's not empowerment. So
No,
you're
I told you
contradicting
what Diddy. I
yourself.
just told you what Diddy. When I was talking about Diddy in particular, that the fact that he had the agency and the ability to have an outlet where he
Well,
can
I
bring
could have
people.
sworn you were talking about like music and those crime
And
shows.
basically, if he was serious about doing something, he wouldn't be on trial
You
right now.
think those mafia movies that made the Godfather, Scorsese, and those other people are French, Lloyd Coppola, or whatever, all those people that make all those mafia movies? Do you think it was empowering for them?
Hold on.
No.
First of all, you talk about movies. You're not talking about music.
No, I'm talking about art. I'm just talking about art. Music is art. Movies are art. Cinema is art.
I have no look. Hold on. Look, this is how I feel.
I don't think you know what empowering is.
This is what I feel about it, right? Everybody can do whatever you want to do.
No, you don't know what it is. Art, having the ability to
let Khaled talk. Let Khaled talk.
Yeah,
you're talking over each other.
You're host for once. Check us out. If Diddy wants to do what he wants to do, that's fine with me. If Master P wants to do what he wants to do, it's fine with me. 50 Cent want to do it, fine with me. Jay-Z, fine with me. That's how they make the money. I don't care. But what I do have a problem with is that people look at that and basically think Jay-Z symbolizes black improvement. No, it doesn't. He doesn't. Jay-Z's connected to white businessmen, and stuff like that. So him, Beyonce, and all these other people, they'll give you millions of those people, right? But you're not going to see people from the ground up, right, build black organizations and stuff like that, multi-consortiums and stuff like that we control. We have no distribution. We don't control any distribution and manufacturing of any black music in America. Everything from even the streaming thing, we couldn't even get on that, And so basically, we don't really have any black empowerment. How you got black empowerment when the same people are writing the checks for you, stuff like that, Why, hold on, if the music comes from us, why should they get a dime? Think about that. If we're the ones running down the field with a football, why the fuck is all these white guys sitting up there with box seats making billions of dollars?
Kyla, what about Russell Simmons that owned Def Jam?
Having the ability to be heard is empowering.
It's not a freaking industry. It's not a label. It's just a label. He don't distribute that.
But Def Jam was a major label.
Yeah, it was a label. That's it.
Yeah, but it
was not. You said what? What did you say? I didn't get it. You said what label? What label are you talking about?
Def Jam. It was a major label that had distribution.
Bad Boy, Def Row. These people basically are partner with different companies and whatnot to distribute it. Def Jam is just a label. It wasn't the friggin' like they make a black man to make a little bit of money, but the bottom line, for every dollar Def Jam makes, Columbia and everybody else is making the real money.
Yeah, there's like really 5 big distribution companies, and then you have a record label.
BMG, I think,
you have Warner Brothers, Universal,
Def Jam. BMG distributes Def Jam. Sony Music. Those are the power.
Yeah.
All they do is give you a little budget and say, "Look, man, we're gonna give you this budget. You better sell some records." So if you gotta get out there and act the fool,
usually, Colin, most of these record labels, they curate music, and then they go to a distributor like a Warner Brother or Universal to distribute.
Yeah, the bottom line, that's where the real money's at, And the bottom line is this: and you better be selling a certain amount of things. That's why they always go all out to make fools out of themselves.
Anyways, hip hop is dying. It's like dead almost. So
yes, that's gone. The music is gone.
Thank goodness. R&B is good. It's still.
I hope Afrobeats take over, and I hope more different types of genre. Hip hop.
Do you like heavy metal? Honey Flower?
No,
okay.
I listen to R&B and soul and stuff like that.
Okay, just because you don't like a genre of music,
I don't listen to music that encourages black on black crime, elimination of the black race.
That's a subsection of hip hop music. That's drill music,
WH words, all those derogatory statements.
The likes of Kendrick Lamar and J. Cole,
single motherhood,
and these other rappers, they're not singing about destruction. They're making empowering music.
That's death music. That's death culture. That's not empowering.
Yeah,
Your
drill
logic is
music
actually
is
not
about
trash.
every
Your
hip hop
logic is
artist is a drill
trash.
rapper or
right.
rap
Now,
about.
that's what I'm saying. She's thinking about drill music and equating that to the entirety of hip hop. It's not the case.
I'm not gonna support music that
I
promotes
get it.
drug
That's only a
use
small section of hip hop
and
music that's included in
destruction.
hip hop music, which is drill music,
The
talking about killing and
the
running drill.
pioneers of hip hop never rapped about killing their ops. The pioneers of hip hop never rapped about selling drugs in a community. Go
Yeah,
back to
but
the
they don't control the rap game anyways, so
okay. J. Cole is one of the biggest hip hop artists. He doesn't rap about smoking his ops or selling drugs. You have a plethora of
I don't
artists.
like hip hop in general. It's just not my thing.
Yeah,
I
but
think it's
And
an
that's what I said.
obsolete.
That's
you
how you
can't
don't like
over
heavy
generalize.
metal, rock and roll
Rap is
music.
different. Rap is an art form. Hip hop is something else. It's something that just
Yeah, let me get hold on, let me get Princess on. Let me get Princess on. Princess
princess.
P. Princess P.
Who's
What's going on?
princess?
Here's it right here.
I don't know. That's why I'm waiting for Princess P to talk. I don't know what that is.
Oh,
Yeah, it's Princess P. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, man. I think you sidestepping the real issue, and I see
Oh,
that you
yeah.
threw off my
Tell me
man
the real
St.
issue.
James. I didn't like that, man. Because St. James, what he's saying is true. American culture does promote drugs, like like talking about the Europeans, the Godfather and stuff like that. Some of those elements are mafioso, drug dealing, etc. And if you look at some of the kids that you guys don't want to talk about, which is those street
In
kids who
all
raise
due respect,
themselves, they
if
glamorize Godfather.
if
They
Africa
glamorize.
look, Africa when it ever get put to the test, and they got a huge urban population, middle class, whatnot, with money to spend and blow. And
Mhm.
let's see if they can survive a drug epidemic when
No,
when
but
it
who you sidestepping who was the causes of the drug epidemic?
no,
Wasn't it the
I'm
kids
saying like this:
that you guys
before
abandoned?
you judge Black America for the drugs here, you haven't put to the test. The bottom line is this: let guns flood into your country, unchecked. Let all kinds of crime. Let somebody get.
Hold on, bro. Tyler, that's happening right. That's happening right now in Haiti, bro. And nobody gives a shit, right? And we're literally the ones that's
Haiti's not a.
isolated and abandoned by ourselves.
Hey,
You guys got Haitians here, Jamaicans here, you got Nigerians here, you got Ethiopians here,
Good
backing you,
example.
mentoring you, assisting you.
Check this out.
Huh?
Haiti's not a good example. I'm talking about the fact that
What's a good
uh,
example then?
one point I'm trying to make is when people start talking about all the stuff in Black America, yeah, your country is not targeted because you don't have enough money, whatever like that. Black America is targeted because we do have money, we do have power, whatever like that. So the best way to keep Black people down is promote the culture of shucking and jiving and the culture of foolishness. Everything we see and everything like that. That's why everybody in Black America that's famous is a clown. He's a buffoon. He's an idiot. You know who was serious at one time? There was a
Oh,
jazz singer
serious.
called
Oh,
Miles Davis. Oh, you guys know who Miles Davis was?
Kyler, you saying the CIA
I
don't
seen him on.
infiltrate
Yeah,
African countries?
Yeah, but
Of
the
course,
thing
we know
is,
Miles
CIA,
Davis'
I heard
bad
of Miles
position. We
Davis.
know Miles Davis.
hold up. The CIA controls Africa with food and stuff like that. And aid. That's how they control Africa, right?
So they don't aid different entities to
Yeah,
overthrow
but hold on.
governments.
Africa, hold on. Or they basically manipulate tribalism and political because Africa is very politicized. Black America is not politicized. The only way you get to Black America is through entertainment. We're not really political, and we're not like that. The only way you get to us is through entertainment. Keep us foolish and whatnot, and acting dumb and everything like that, and thinking everything's all right, pie in the sky. That's how you get and dreaming.
No, what I'm saying, when the CIA infiltrate these African countries, they supply these people with guns and all
Yeah,
type
but
of stuff.
well, the thing is, hold up. Yeah, I know that, right? But what I'm trying to say, you're missing my point. I'm saying in America, right, the CIA controls Black people through their culture, through the music, through everything. That's why they basically went after Louis Armstrong, people like Paul Robeson. This is why back even before the CIA was created, they hunted down Jack Johnson. Your image, they want to control the Black male image in America, right? Any sort of strong Black male leader, one that they want to tear him down. Back in the days, right? Black America was militant, and everything coming into the 70s. And you know what the white man decided to do? He said, we see these guys, the number one movie goers in America in the 70s were who? Black people, right? So they say, we're going to go ahead and introduce some new characters. It's not going to be the black power or stuff like that, throwing the black fist and whatnot. They introduced a character called Superfly. You know, what's his name? Ryan Patrick O'Neal, whatever his name is. He basically said they basically introduced the pimp culture, the drug culture,
yeah.
The
Isn't that the black?
They did that deliberately to undermine.
Introduce.
Yeah, they introduced.
That wasn't existed before. That wasn't existed before.
No.
Oh my God!
Before Superfly, we had so many black power movies. When that one was a movie called Five on the Black Hand Side, we had movies like that. Cornbird Earl. We had many movies like that were really uplifting, inspiring the black people, right? He had Shaft, you know, we had all that stuff like that. Then they came up with Superfly, you know, and that changed everything, you know, that changed the whole culture.
Carl, I have a question. Isn't that what they call the black exploitation films?
The black exploitation era. But even though, let me tell you something, you got to be careful because not all the black exploitation was bad, right? See, I used to think so too, because we always looked at it back in the day, we just put it all together. Now, as I go back and look, right, I could see there was like a warring message going on back in those days. Mm-hmm. You had Shaft, and then you had the movies like Black Caesar and Hell Up in Harlem, you know, Fred Williamson and stuff like that. And then even in the same actors, you had a movie called Three the Hard. This is before you guys' time. Three the Hard Way. Those are three brothers. The storyline of Three the Hard Way was you had Jim Kelly, martial arts superstar. You had Jim Brown and you had Fred Williamson, right? There was a white man who basically wanted to wipe out the black population in America, right? It symbolizes drugs. And he basically wanted to poison all the. It's
like they prophesized it.
Right? Yeah, and so basically Jim Kelly and Fred Williamson and James Brown found out about it and they took this guy out, you know, a Nazi, you know.
Colin, the last two
movies like that were really, really powerful to black people, you know, and movies like Cooling High,
Colin, the last two most impactful black movies to come out was Black Panther and Sinners.
Yeah, those that we get like I love Ryan Coogler.
What about the Harriet movie? That movie was really good.
What movie?
With the lady you hate, Cynthia Erivo.
please get rid of her. She ruined Harriet because they made the main antagonist a black guy. Now we don't end about Harriet Tubman, man. The bottom line is this: the white man was hunting her down and slave like that. She made the black man the enemy. That's what they do psychologically to rid themselves of the guilt that racially they did hunt us down like animals. And their problem. They made it seem like, we weren't all that bad. And they make a white guy a hero. They always do this forgiveness for white people. You always got to have a white hero. That's another thing that changes. You always got to have the white savior or the white hero in every movie, you know? So with Three the Hard Way, there was no white hero savior in that movie, man. That was the three brothers. And the end of that shit was so nice when they walked out of the Congress and they testified before Congress and whatnot. And they walked out one night, so they would say, okay, we're at peace with America, whatever like that. But they were like the way they looked so strong, three black men walking out of the government building, man, that shit was just so that you know why Colin is where he is. I had those images I grew up with, you know. Those are the images I had to go up. Three the Hard Way, you know.
And Colin, I didn't mean to, but you still have conscious rappers to the day. You got the J Electronica, the J Coles, and stuff like that.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying, you do got conscious rappers, but I'm saying is this. When you think of rappers and that's big and popular, that's promoted and everything like that, it's not the conscious rappers, you know?
J. Cole is
and stuff.
J. Cole is one of the biggest rap artists.
The most embarrassing
they always
thing.
Have those
Kendrick Lamar is arguably the biggest rap star right now. He raps about
Kendrick Lamar.
Kwame, you got to answer for the baby.
Yeah, why do they have those weird names? Like even Glorilla, it's like a gorilla.
That nigga walked on stage with a diaper.
Yeah.
Can you explain that, Kwame?
The names are weird.
But you can't compare the baby.
Who walked on stage with a diaper, Kyle?
The baby.
He walked on stage with a diaper with a bottle.
Well, his name is the baby, so that's an image.
This is what I'm talking about.
It's to make black men like it's to
this is exactly what I'm talking about tonight. Honeyflower gets it. You know?
Yeah,
Kyla,
to make
but
black
Kyla,
people
hold on,
like
hold on, hold
You
on.
have
Can I say
you
something?
have rock and roll people eating the heads of bats, doing all kinds
No.
of
I
crazy
don't
stuff.
give a
That's
damn about.
even worse than somebody just wearing a
Hold on. First
costume.
of
those are
all,
straw
Elvis,
man
right?
arguments.
Hold on. First of all, those are straw man arguments. Why? Because white people are the majority. They're the power.
Oh, okay, all
They
right.
can do whatever the fuck they want to do. We're a minority. Now, if
Wait,
America,
Kyler,
Artists can't
are you saying
express his artistic
are you
he can't be
are
artistic
you
and
saying
What
the
I'm
be.
saying
baby
is
is
this.
more
Hold on.
influential
What I'm
than
saying is this.
J. Cole?
Hold on. What I'm saying is this. White people, we have no power to inflict stereotypes and damage white people by what we see because they can put out anything they want to.
Kyler, you got white rappers
Have the
too.
ability. Hold on, white people have the ability, right, to basically make up in their mind that black people are inferior, whatever like that, so they treat you accordingly. Black people don't have that sort of power. So the bottom line, no, it's not the same thing.
So are the same
They
white
do, but
people
they don't use it. The black people do, but they don't use it. But my question
Well,
to you,
black
because
people don't have the power. Black people, look, the people that run the white people have no fear of black people because they don't. Even black people that have power, he expects that black person to always understand that there's
Sell
something
out.
bigger than him. Is you better do the right thing, or you lose. Like, let me give you an example. Do you think white people worry about black police officers? No, because they know that cop is only one freaking write up away from always getting fired. Right? Black people, yeah, we fear the police because we know there's something they do something to us when they're gonna get a pat on the back. I've
Kyler,
seen times where black cops got to white people and they got fired on the spot.
did the same white people influence Beyonce to do the
I have
solo
no idea what
Ogun and
Beyonce
the
does.
Orisha?
I have no idea.
But now she looks like a white woman and she's writing cowboy.
I
So
have no
Beyonce can't be
idea
taken
why she
seriously.
thought it was necessary to have her hair blonde and bleach her skin.
She does what will make her money or whatever new.
Sunflower, you never say anything positive about black people. You're just on here to hate on black
No,
people.
I know she's telling the truth.
You turn left, you hit on black women. Turn right, you hit on black men.
Because hold on,
She says she don't like hearing black people kill each other.
Yeah,
You're
you're
black
very
people.
people like Elvis
I
are very
love hearing about
dangerous.
somebody getting killed.
Yeah, Elvis love hearing that shit. He said he loved
Elvis
drill
is
music.
very
So he said.
dangerous. The way
Elvis
that
loves
Who said I love drill music?
Elvis said he listened to drill music in his pastime. So if you listen to drill music, you said you
But
like
Honey Fly,
conscious drill music. I'm not deaf, bro.
you
No,
can't
that's
give
not what I
Beyonce
said.
no props for doing the Orisha and stuff like that.
Well, hold on. I
believe
give
in
her
that
respect
stuff.
for that, but it was the Africans who attacked her for all that. You know what I mean?
I don't believe in those things, and I'm a
I don't believe in
Beyonce
that either.
fan.
But the bottom line is this: I created Beyonce for doing that, right? But I just don't understand how, like I said, Africans got really upset with her and said, "Oh, she's appropriating African culture." It was a big thing, she's appropriating African culture when
Wow.
But you just lambasted her for doing cowboy music.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm saying she went into white people,
She does whatever.
I don't think black folks should be in the box. These are artists. They make any kind of music they want to make. They branch off into different genres. They have the right to do that.
There's white people
They're
now.
not stuck in just doing
There's
quote
white
unquote
people
black
right
music.
now who are still angry that she got into the country music thing.
Who give a damn, Carla? Who give a damn about what people say?
Kyla, she's from Texas.
Country music got African roots, man.
She's black. Country music is white.
Nah, it doesn't matter.
No, country music.
Darius Rucker was in. Darius Rucker was a country music star.
African roots.
Country music not no African. Stop it, man.
It's black.
The banjo comes from literally from Africa, bro.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Stop it.
The banjo don't come from Africa, bro.
No, hold on.
You want?
It's black American culture.
It's like it's not the banjo, bro. It's a guitar.
Bro, Haiti has a banjo. Dominican Republic has a banjo. Cuba has a banjo. It comes from Africa, bro.
The banjo and the guitar are different things, bro.
So I understand.
The banjo literally comes from Africa. They play the banjo in country music. Some of the artists and musicians during slavery were black. You do know that, right?
Electric guitar does not come from Africa, bro.
I don't understand.
Hold on. In parts of the Congo, they have instruments that they literally play, the string instruments.
Yeah,
some of them even play with their mouths. The same way they do in rock and roll, bro.
They had electric guitars 500 years ago. Okay.
Carla, you never heard of the African fiddle that came from Africa that the slaves played on the plantations?
They're electric, right?
Yeah, you
No, I'm
need to
talking about the
connect it
African
to
fiddle.
electricity, like to play it.
We talk about country music. There's
The
there's
only
elements
difference is
of
that
folk, European history and African folk music that
Tyler,
combine
you hold white
and
people
make
in
it.
such high regards, and it's probably because of your age. You
I
probably
know
grew up in a
how
time where
white
white
people
people
are.
dominated you.
I know my
I
culture.
don't.
For us younger people, we don't see white people as
I know my
being
culture
so
and their
fearful.
culture, and I just think Beyonce should have stayed the fuck out of their culture. Stop going to that
Yes,
space.
it's like she's
I,
trying to be picked by white people.
I don't
You know.
understand when
Beyonce did an African focus album. She's
So
done an
She makes
R&B
all types of
album.
music.
yo,
You
she
know,
should
Tell
she
him,
have.
did a
Elvis.
soul album. She's an
Tell him,
artist.
Elvis.
She can express her artistry any way she sees fit, Tyler.
I
That's
don't
the difference.
understand. People criticize Beyonce when she was Destiny's Child. They said that was ghetto. She does a
No
whole
one's
Afro.
criticizing. No
Hold
one.
on, hold on. She do a whole African theme album dedicated to the Orishas. People criticize her now. Now she's doing
All
cow.
right, okay, let's watch a video. Back to the video.
Yeah, like who cares
What are you
about?
talking about? Let's watch a video. We're having a conversation. He said, let's watch a video.
He running, Elvis. He's running.
You guys always debate
What is
Hold on,
black?
shut you guys up.
I just wanted to know what is black culture and what is appropriate for black people to do. What type of music? If it's criticized any way they go.
That Beyonce won Best Country Album for an album she specifically said was not a country record.
Macklemore won Best Rap Album.
The
for
nominees for
trash
Best
ass
Country
non-rapping
Album
album.
included Chris
Who
Stapleton,
cares?
Post Malone, Casey Musgraves, Lainey Wilson, and Beyonce. And judging by her own reaction to winning the award, she was just as shocked as everybody else. Probably because she had been very clear in the past. She didn't consider the Cowboy Carter record to be a country album. She said at the time, "This ain't a country album. This is a Beyonce album. This is Cowboy Carter, and I'm proud to share it with y'all." And as cameras panned over to Casey Musgraves, her reaction said it all. Now, as for John Rich, he was clearly pulling for Lainey Wilson with this message on social media, and then he responded to Beyonce taking the award home, writing, "Beyonce wins Best Country Album at the Grammys," laughing. Way to go. There were a lot of people questioning the decision. This user shared on X, "I'm sorry, but Beyonce is not a country singer." There were many other posts just like that. And now country star John Rich is weighing in on how things work behind the scenes at the Grammys. He said, "Folks are asking me, how do music award shows work? Labels and publishers all have blocks of votes. They make deals with each other. You vote for mine, we'll vote for yours type thing. It has zero to do with who made the best music. Thus, Beyonce wins Country Album of the Year. Nice, right? The same thing is true with the CMAs, ACMs, Billboard, etc. All work exactly the same. Last night, the Grammys outed themselves in a big way. That post got over 43,000 likes. What do you think? Let us know in the comments."
Man, so it is what it is. People are not happy. Let's see some more. You know what I'm saying?
No, who cares?
Okay, somebody. Oh, we gotta watch this. We gotta see someone. These white people are upset, boy.
They're racist.
I mean, the bottom line, they're making fun of
I
it.
don't, I'll do all that song.
Honey flower. You ask who cares. Kyla cares. Kyla
Kyla
grew
cares. Kyla
grew
don't
up
want to
among
offend
those
white
I
people.
people.
mean,
He
I
want white
mean,
people to be happy at
Macklemore
all
won
He
Best
times.
was
Rap
just
Album of the
sharing his
Year.
view. Like, you don't have to take everything he says to the heart.
No, but Kyla grew up
All I'm
among
saying,
those people. Go
all,
ahead.
all I'm saying is the fact of the matter is, I just think people like Beyonce, they don't think she did say that she don't consider country album. I would have withdrawn that from the nomination. My whole thing is when you keep playing into white people's hands, they automatically look, black people who say there's not enough people in the black people in the Harry Potter. What the fuck do we need in Harry Potter? What you tell me we can't create our own whatever the hell that is, Oh, there's
Yeah,
no black people in the Hunger Games. Oh, we gotta be in the Hunger Games. Oh, jeez.
exactly. Begging for white
White
acceptance in
acceptance
space
is like
There
it's
was
not
white
black people in
spaces.
the Hunger
But
Games.
Honey Flower, you don't
no,
like
well,
Rue was
African
a black
culture.
girl and her brother from District
that's only
12.
because there's black people that got up there, blah blah. Then these white people bleeding hearts say,
No,
so
that's not true. The Rue was a black character always in the Hunger Games. If you read the book,
they said the Hunger Games, Harry Potter. They were like, "Oh, we watched Harry Potter too. We watched the Hunger Games too." I never knew shit about Hunger
there was
Games.
always a black character in the Hunger
Disney
Games
that's
volume.
behind
You
all of
never
this
read a
stuff.
book, so you can't talk about it.
I
Wait,
don't
honey.
care about that. You know,
Wait,
I don't care about
Can I ask a question?
someone's asking me a question.
Honey
Go ahead.
Flowers, since you don't like African culture and you deem them
I
as
do like
pagan,
African culture.
but you just called what Beyonce did, you called that like you didn't like it. You called it.
No, Beyonce is one of my favorite artists.
So you support her with the Ogun and the Orishas.
I listen to Beyonce's music. I have almost all of her CDs going back to Dangerously in Love and everything, but I just don't believe in the Orishas and stuff. No, that's not my faith.
But that's African culture though.
That's
That's not
West
It is.
cowboy.
African culture.
I
That's Yoruba
respect
culture.
I respect
That's not
it,
African culture. That's a
it's not what I
segment of.
I don't practice it.
Just
I
because
Yeah,
somebody
respect
that belongs to a
African
everyone's
certain
doesn't
tribe.
mean
beliefs,
So
but
Yeah.
I don't
the
practice it.
Yoruba is not
There's no
African
such thing as
culture now.
African culture.
Yeah, but
There's
that has
one
nothing to do
tribe,
with
bro.
It's not
If you
the
go to
entire.
the
You know,
tribe right
African
next,
culture is segmented, brother.
exactly. If you
It's
go to
segmented.
the tribe next door, they don't practice the same thing they practice.
I'm just not
I know
into
that.
paganism. Like I'm
So
just
why
not
are you
into
trying to call
that.
it?
Africa
She's
doesn't
from a
have
different
uniform
region.
culture. There's different
Yeah,
Yeah.
religions
but you could be a
practiced in
Catholic
different
or
regions.
Orthodox. It's still Christianity. It's still.
No, a Catholic, a Baptist is not the same as a Catholic. Trust me.
I know that,
They're
but it's
both
still
Christian, but it's not the
But it's
same.
still
It's not the same
Christian.
There's no
thing.
such thing as Christian,
It's,
bro.
it's just a general umbrella term. Africa is a
Some
general
people label the term
umbrella
Christian.
term
There's
for
no such
thousands
thing
of
as
different tribes.
Christianity, bro.
But Kyla, you tap dancing around the reality that even before black people was doing some of these things, there was always minstrel shows making fun of black people. So therefore,
Yeah,
regardless
I
of
know, but Chris B, I'm glad you brought that up, my good brother. Right? We went from them making mistletoe about us saying, you know something, boss, we'll do it for you, right? You know, just like we went from the Ku Klux
again,
Klan.
but who was those people who offered to do it for them? Who was the people that offered to do it for them?
Hold up, you Louis Armstrongs, your freaking Ben Vereen.
Louis
Sammy
Armstrong
Davis
was.
Jr.
Now, Sammy Davis
What's
was
wrong with Louis Armstrong?
But my point I'm trying to make is, Prince B, right? Everything you see in Black American culture, right, is us doing a minstrel act ourselves. Shows like a
No,
living.
hold on. What's wrong with Louis Armstrong? What did he do that's so quote unquote minstrel?
Well, I don't know. People thought that he is smiling all the time.
Oh my God. You can't smile all the time. These rappers smile all the time.
I get it.
These
Yeah,
politicians
most
smile.
rappers are the modern day minstrel show. You know.
Yeah, he was singing that Negro spiritual, man, and it was
He had a
kind of
beautiful voice. I love his voice. He sounded like
it was
a
kind of
Haitian pastor.
cringy, bro.
His voice
So the
rugged.
bottom line, look,
Yeah.
I'm glad you wrote that. Realize that most of the black entertainers, you see, like 90% of them are minstrel act. You know, Steve Harvey's a minstrel show.
Oh, stop.
So I
You throw everybody under the bus,
Steve
man.
Harvey's not a minstrel show.
What
He's just a coon.
is your definition of minstrel? What is your definition? What qualifies you to be that?
Steve Harvey
Playing to racist stereotypes.
But Steve Harvey looked at the camera and said, "I don't give a damn about slavery."
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's being a coon. That's not being a minstrel. That's just being a coon. He's shucking. He's shucking.
Did he visit Almeida?
I don't care what the hell he did. Everybody think they're gonna go to Africa and gain some salvation. You know?
Oh my God, Kyla, ever since I was a kid.
I mean and whatnot. You know? So what? You know?
Hold on, Kyla. Ever since I was a kid, Steve Harvey.
Next thing you
sorry,
know,
go ahead.
y'all gonna start loving Clarence Thomas once he visits the Mina Castle, right? You know? Y'all Negroes are crazy, man.
Carla, I have a question for you.
Oh, go ahead, honey.
Go ahead.
So I just have a quick question. Remember the show a few days ago, with that South African guy saying, "You're
I'm
jealous
done
of
with
me."
Losey, man. He's a clown, man. You know.
You guys are jealous of us. You're jealous of us.
Yo, look. The bottom line is this: the bottom line, Losey has all this smoke for. Well, he said they should stay out of their countries, right? But yet, white South African businessmen. Talk about this. White South African business. He said, admitted himself, they got 50 companies in Ghana, right? Another 60 companies in Kenya, and 120 South African countries in Nigeria alone, right? So they're all over the continent, sucking the continent dry. And the only reason why they got those deals because they put a black face for the black economic power of South Africa just means white companies know they can use black people to manipulate and get contracts throughout the continent, and they hire. That's
And he
all
was
it is. They
saying,
use you for your blackface. That's all.
and he was saying that we always talk about South Africa on this channel. We're jealous of South Africa.
We
It's
never
like a
talk about South
delusion.
Africa.
Why would we be jealous? We're
Rosie was coming
united.
for you hard that day, Colin. Pause.
He was
But
trying to,
he
but
was
the
on you
bottom
that
line is,
day.
he was trying to make straw man arguments. I said like this. All I commented the day before was I was telling how weak Sir Ramaphosa looked. He got mad when I said that. I said, I'm sorry. I said, well, why you was coming to South Africa? Because you guys are the number one country in Africa. We basically helped you guys end apartheid. And in the spirit of black unity, you're part of the black family, And basically, okay, just like we take the good with the bad, we talk about each other. Just like people always talk about Black America, and I don't say nothing. Everybody has their opinion on us. I don't care because look, we're part of the black same race. So I give anybody permission to talk about us.
Tyler, you need to do a show with Baruti, man. I want to hear his take. He's a smart dude.
Baruti tried to come up like,
come up.
for the last couple of days, he's been trying to come up, then he drops off. I don't know what the hell that's all about. He's been in the back chat and then he just drops off.
If I had a show, I'll invite Baruti, man. He's
like, I invited him up here one night. If he wants to talk about debate me, whatever like that, come up here.
It's not even about debate. I just want to hear him talk. I want to.
I already know his perspective is. What he wants me to do is stop what I'm doing. I already built an ideology to call nation over 35 years when I research and everything. This is what I do, right? I'm not going to change midstream to accommodate something that never worked, What I take from,
what is his perspective? Is he like
he's
a Pan-Africanist or what?
The Butu. That sounds good, but it's never been used.
The thing is, Africans need to be able to take criticism, and they can't.
So I'm saying like this. I'm saying, look,
that South African dude is so arrogant, and dude is get me mad.
Yeah, well, basically, he's like, look, Black South Africa is a real shithole, and Kwame said it right, man. He was like,
well, Colin, you were praising Black South Africa. That's what St. James was talking about.
I was not trying to say praising Black South Africa.
You juxtaposed them with West Africa.
I'm saying like this. Look, Black South Africans are good. I love them, But at the same time, when they start talking about this situation right here, right, that they let to metastasize with these whites in South Africa because they're too scared of these whites in South Africa. They're scared of sanctions. They're scared of the West. Why not? And then you have the nerve to come to Donald Trump in America talking about we need more trade. Dude, you understand this country, America, Donald Trump wants to destroy you because it's what you stand. It's not even about South Africa. It's what you stand for, right? You're a black country, black people that took over a major industrialized country, right? And you have the audacity to make your own diplomatic things outside of what America thinks you have. You're moving closer to Russia. You're moving closer to Iran. You're moving closer against Israel. You're moving closer to India, all these countries, Brazil, and China. Do you think Donald Trump likes it? That's what this is all about. Donald Trump don't give a shit about those white South Africans. That's a lie. He don't care about that. He knows it's a lie.
Donald Trump is not the Almighty. Nobody give a damn what he likes.
Well, hold on. There's a difference between this. He's the president of the United States. He's the most powerful man in the world.
He has a temporary position that would be.
He does have a temporary position. And the bottom line,
Elvis.
What he does is going to last long after he's gone, right?
Okay, Kyle.
Exactly. He's slandering them, though. Elvis, you got to realize what's going on.
It's so dangerous, right?
He's coming through with fake documents.
One president decided to put sanctions on Cuba, and Cuba's still in sanctions to this day.
Not true. Obama lifted sanctions and normalized relationship with
elections have consequences, and the bottom line is
Elvis, you gotta admit, Donald Trump is the most powerful white man on this country right now.
He's the
president of the United States. Like I said, it's a temporary position.
He ain't no temporary nothing, man.
What do you mean? Is he president for life, Kyler?
Well,
he's in a temporary position that can make permanent decisions.
And the bottom line, it's hard to reverse shit like that.
I mean, you guys are just suckers, man. You say you're a black nationalist and you talk like this, Kyler.
Elvis, basically,
listen to a black nationalist talking.
Elvis, buckle up, man. You're in for the long haul, bro.
Nah, I mean, I'm not worried about all of that stuff. I'm worried about you.
It's very doubtful.
You want us to take you seriously as a black nationalist, and you talk like this, Kyler.
That even if, let's say, the Democrats win, they're gonna reverse.
I'm not worried about politics. I'm talking about you. Where's your fight, Kyler? What is your resistance?
What fight about what? Fight about what?
You just laying down and allowing white people to have all the power.
Laying down nothing, right?
And you concede everything to the white man. That's a shame.
Hold on. I don't have a freaking continent or race behind me. So what can I do?
So how can you say you're a black nationalist? What is a black nationalist, man? What does that mean to you then?
Well, in practicality, whatnot, the African continent is run by a bunch of freaking fools.
Forget about Africa. I'm talking about you here in America. You in America as a black nationalist. So what does that mean to you?
America, right? And the bottom line is, we're gonna have a serious conversation about this, right? The whole thing is, like I said, if one day I'd like to move from the social media to real life, right? That but everybody seems like they're happy with the status quo. Elvis, you're happy with the status quo. Everybody else happy with the status quo. You like being humiliated by a man like Donald Trump?
What are you talking about, Colin? What are you talking about?
Obviously,
you say you're a black nationalist. You know what a black nationalist is?
Yeah, I know I'm a black nationalist.
What does that mean?
Look, black nationalist in theory, but the bottom line is,
it's in theory, it's not in practice, right? You're just a black nationalist by mouth, not by action.
How can I practice? Look, I can just live my life as a black nationalist. I am not a black nationalist. I don't have a country.
So you're not a black nationalist. So what are you talking about?
Look, I'm a black nationalist in my ideology.
Okay, but not by your actions.
Say, hold on. You know what action would be? Action would be if we had a nation of our own.
Oh, that's not what it means.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Donald Trump is a white nationalist, but guess what? His MAGA movement is real.
So what's he supposed to support? Kamala?
Reality,
Who was he supposed to support? Kamala or Donald Trump? A woman that was drunk and laughing the whole time? Or
look, we're not even talking about that right now. So don't bring your hate of black women on this planet.
That's what Elvis don't seem to understand. That's what Elvis don't seem to understand, right?
We're not even talking about politics here. I'm just asking Colin, what's his ideology? Are you a black nationalist or not? That's not about Kamala Harris.
Look, he got millions. It wasn't Donald Trump alone. He got millions of these white people to support his MAGA ideology. They bought into it, and they put him in the White House, right? Now, when millions of people, black people, start supporting the Colin Nation, then you'll see the same result. But until that happens, I'm just somebody running my mouth on the fucking internet.
Tyler, I broke it down on Dynasty's platform.
Look, I don't care what you broke it down on.
Yeah. Sarah Ramaphosa is a black nationalist.
Until black people get serious, it's not shucking it down.
Sarah Ramaphosa is more of a black nationalist than you ever be, Colin. He was a lawyer, who was the chief negotiator for the end of apartheid. He helped unionize South African mine workers.
Why does he got to bring
black nationalist?
He's a black nationalist.
Elvis. If he was a black nationalist, he would have been flanked by black power struck figures in America and Africa at that meeting. He brought white men there with him.
He's a black nationalist in this country. What are you talking about, Carla?
No black nationalist.
He's a rainbow person. He's not a black nationalist.
No black nationalist gonna beg.
He's the black president of South Africa.
No. I don't.
He was the Secretary General of the ANC.
He's a figurehead in a rainbow country, right?
Oh, whatever you say, Carla.
A black nationalist.
That's not how he started. That's what I'm trying to give you his history. He fought to end apartheid. He did the hard work.
A black nationalist.
He went to law school and fought for the end of apartheid, and he achieved that goal. What are you talking about?
Black nationalists is Ibrahim Traore and Julius Malema. Those are black nationalists.
Oh, Colin.
You think people talking rhetoric is a black nationalist than a man who actually did the work and got results?
No black nationalist is gonna beg or openly white racists to do trade.
Ramaphosa helped white businesses in South Africa grow to the point where they almost control the continent. That's a black nationalist.
Not true. He was the secretary and helped organize the National Union of Mine Workers in South Africa.
I'm gonna say this right now.
No black nationalist would beg an openly racist man for trade.
And not only that, Cyril Ramaphosa is worth $500 million, right?
He made his money from the mines.
No, he made that from fucking all kinds of business deals with white people, helping to facilitate white business. So please, Elvis, I know what I'm talking about.
No, you don't know what you're talking about. He's a businessman who made a lot of money doing business. Do you do business with white people, Carla?
Hold on. Yeah, I know that, but
don't say I know that. Don't say I know that.
I'm not in a political position.
Oh man, look at this.
I'm not in a political position.
Come on, please, Colin.
At the expense of black people. Black people are still in dire poverty in South Africa for the most part, and he's at one time he was worth $1 billion.
They have shanty towns.
They live in shanty towns, you know.
No
That
black
should not even be a thing.
No black nationalist is gonna do business with an openly racist man that call African countries shithole countries.
He's like, look, Ron Paul's like Losey. He don't care about no Africa, you know. The bottom line is he don't give a shit about Africa.
Ron Paul has done more as a black nationalist than you ever.
Oh yeah, well, yeah, like what? Giving white people all these businesses and whatnot, you know.
No.
And he's a reason why
he fought in a racist system.
He's one of the reasons why white South Africans have all the land in South Africa. They should have dealt with that land issue right at the turn of apartheid. He was the one that was stalling it.
Yeah, it's a speeding for you to say that.
Okay, yeah, whatever. So a whole lifetime,
like you said, your ideology is through your mouth and through your brain, not through your actions.
Abstract poverty. Would you
have gone and fought there with them to kill the white people, Carla?
Well, no. The bottom line, I would have pulled that card. Most white people know.
Why he didn't pull a Robert Mugabe?
That's what I'm saying. Even if it would cost him everything, your freedom is everything. You know, the black South Africans.
He's the president of South Africa. Something that was not possible. About 60 years ago.
The bottom line is they had
even 30 years ago.
They had a sham of election. You know, and the bottom line. Now, Thabo Mbeki wasn't really like that. You know, he seemed like he was more militant. You know. He was Nelson Mandela's vice president, became president one night. He said, "I'm not no rainbowist," you know. That's what he said. You know, I'm not no rainbowist, you know.
Yeah, that's what I say. That's what you people like you, Colin, who just told us that your black nationalists is in your mind. Hold on. These are men who took actions, who risked their lives and fought against the apartheid system and brought it down.
I'm a black nationalist, right?
And you want to disrespect
I live in the United States, right? He's the head of a country, right? And I know he can't be a black nationalist.
His actions led him to be a head of a country by fighting against white apartheid system.
Elvis, let me put it like this. I don't expect him to be a nationalist like myself because he has a white population, you know, in South Africa. Just be honest with ourselves. He knows South Africa is not going to work without freaking white people or whatever like that. It's a sad part about it. And it's white businesses that's feeding South Africa, that making it rich. You know, it's white businesses. You know,
Elvis. So why you don't support Ibrahim Traoré? Why you don't support eBay?
I don't say I don't support him. I just say that it's wise to move in silence, right? Because a lot of these African leaders, they're bombastic. They try to go against the West.
Oh, no. So Trump is not bombastic?
I mean, are we talking about Trump?
Yo, so Trump not bombastic?
You're so in front of the white man, bro. You're black nationalist whose hero is a white man. I don't understand that.
Yo, Macron just basically installed a person in Togo as a life president. When that's not bombastic?
God, do you know the history of Togo? Do you know who Yadima was?
The only reason why these people could do that is because they know
he was a dictator who ruled Congo for almost 30 years. Like that. That's his son.
You know, take aside, if you know anything like Elvis, like we do, right? No coup and no lifetime thing doesn't happen unless you got guarantors. France is Togo's guarantor, you know? All the business, everything flows through France. Air France, everything like that. The monetary system goes through France. So if the French didn't want him to do this, it would not have happened. You know? The French say, okay, we're going to let you have
again, Carla, you think that the white man runs everything, you know? And they run all the Africans. And no black person can do anything without the white man's approval. That's your mindset. Black nationalists think like that. That's crazy.
He's going to be overthrown, dragged in the streets in Togo, so it doesn't really matter.
Well, whatever you say, Carla. I'm not kidding for anybody. I don't care about those guys, but I'm just telling you. When we listen to you, you tell us one thing, but your actions telling us otherwise.
Well, yeah, there's 70% of private farm. Yeah, 70%, not just farmland, land itself. They own whole tracts of land nobody even lives on. You know, just like you took a whole.
Black nationalists, black militant. Are you willing to go to South Africa and help them fight for their land?
Because that's not my country. It's not my problem.
There you go. So then why you complaining about it?
It's not my country. It's not my problem. Whatever.
That's not the point. The point that we were talking about is when he came up here, he had a very emotional argument about people being jealous and.
I don't agree with Losey, but I think that he's proud of his country. The one thing that he has on other West Africans is that we leave our countries and we come to the West.
I'm not finished.
Hold on, but Losey, but let me defend Losey then. Hold on, let me defend Losey.
Come on, friends. Come on, friends.
Take away white people in South Africa. the white people in South Africa become
Paula, I
like,
wasn't done speaking.
Let Honeyflower speak
I
real
was
quick.
saying okay, so we were just discussing the news because it was everywhere. But what happened is he had this emotional response and he like vomited all this stuff about stop coming to our country. Stop, you're jealous of us. It just was like it was not even related to the topic. It was just kind of crazy to see him have that emotional breakdown regarding him not wanting other Africans to come to his country, but that was not even what we were discussing. So it just shows what Black South Africans are really thinking about. They don't care about
Black
white
South
people.
Africans and white South Africans are the same.
Did you hear what Colin said? You didn't hear what Colin said, Honeyflower? When he said that South Africa is the softest. He said some wild shit like that about South Africa.
They are.
No, see, I would have came up heated too.
Principally, let me give you an example, right? There was an incident that's on YouTube. I'll find it, right? Where this Nigerian guy is there at a casino and this white guy, they were arguing over that. And next thing you know, the white guy put his hands on the Nigerian mollywop that dude, right? Guess who jumped on the Nigerian's back?
Who?
South African. Oh, you can't do that. The white guy started calling racial slurs, and next thing you know, this guy said blit. He laid that white guy out, and the black South African. Oh no, you can't do that. You know, they fought against the Nigerian. I was like, man, these people are fucking.
But we should change the topic because we don't want him to think that we care that much about South Africa.
Prince, the man literally didn't care about them killing Somalians or Nigerians. The man literally
he was wrong about that. But I'm trying to say like the overall premise that
said they need to stop coming to our country. That's what he said.
That's genocide talk. When people say stuff like that's genocide talk, you know. That they should stop coming. But I'm saying if they're coming to the country, like Pillow Moment said a funny thing. He said only in Africa, in South Africa, does a taxi driver think a Malawian doctor is there to take his job. You know, you got Africans coming from all over the continent, can't get work. They got skills that could build Black South Africa. They got skills. You got people from the Congo that got fucking engineering certificates and degrees, right? You got people from Malawi coming there with their doctors, right? They got to sell fruit on the corner to make a living, you know? South Africa has not integrated into these people into their society, right? That's a shame, you know? So
yeah, but some of that is generalization because if you look at the crime stats, out of the 20,000 deaths, like it's only like a couple hundred of people of other groups besides South Africans that are dying.
We're not saying it, but the number of people who are victims of crime.
That wasn't the topic. He came in with that.
Yeah. No. We asked for the numbers because I think Kwame was saying that it was so common. I'm like, if it was so common, why? Where's the news reports? Where's the numbers? But overall, like I said,
I'm always seeing horror stories coming out of South Africa about freaking people dying. See something?
Yeah, but most of them be South African. Most of them is themselves.
They be Nigerians. They be Zimbabwe. You want me to show you a video where they burned the Zimbabwe?
No. I don't want to see that. Not tonight.
Hey,
why would you even think about playing that video on your platform, Colin?
Because they said he was too dark. You know, they burned.
Oh, that's crazy.
Really? Is that why they burned him, Colin?
Yeah, that's what they said. He's too black. You know. Mozambican.
So Colin,
I guess Ramaphosa is a white man. He's not very black.
Well, I don't know, but South Africa's got some weird shit going on. You know, I don't know what the hell.
But you praise South Africa. That's what St. James was saying. You praise South Africa so much on your platform now.
I don't praise South Africa, right?
Exactly. Like 2 weeks before that.
Look, hold on. All I'm saying is this, though. The black South Africans are in a good position. I will admit that. They're in a good position to do good, you know? They're the only black people in the world, you know, that's in a majority black industrialized country. Now, what they do with that is up to them. You know, if they take a chance with that, but it seems like they're comfortable with the white infrastructure, right? They didn't build any black African infrastructure, you know?
They are though. They're literally investing throughout the continent. The same that you're talking about doing, they're doing it right now.
No. Hold up, Principe.
They're just not ultra militant about doing it.
Look, Principe, let's have a brain for a second, right? Those people invested throughout the continent. What the companies are all over the continent. What color do you think they are, black or white?
Both, because they have a rule where the 30% of the company must be South African.
Look, if anything, it's a white consortium with a couple of black partners as showpiece. That's it. You ain't not gonna have no all black consortium. They don't exist. Going up to somebody and
that's not true. But Patrice Motsepe,
some of the companies
the richest black man in South Africa, made his money on his own.
Right? He was basically took over a failing mine for government funds and Rainbow Minerals. I think he's broke now. You know.
What are you talking, Colin? What are you talking about? Why would you say he's making feel like that? I think he's broke now. What are you talking about, Colin?
You know, so the bottom line is this: he basically took over. He didn't build that. He took over something under the BE program. You know,
the guy's a billionaire, Colin. He made a profitable mine.
I know. Have you seen his money?
How do you know, Robert? How do you know? What's the guy name?
In Prison P, you can't just minimize the hundreds of killings plus the
I'm not minimizing.
Whatever his name was a billionaire. How do you know Robert Smith is a billionaire, Colin? Have you seen his money?
Because
Robert Smith.
You can see his stocks. You can see everything on Wall
Street. You see
his
stock. Okay, Colin.
The bottom line
is a billionaire, Colin. Whether you like it or not. I'm gonna say it's a billionaire.
The Beatrice Holding was $1 billion leverage buyout. You know, like $3 billion. You know,
whatever you say, Colin. Patrice Motsepe is a
all these
billionaire.
other people right here. Where the fuck is their money? You can't see their companies on the stock exchange or nothing. But you're the billionaires. Come on, stop it, man. You know,
Colin, you just hate Africans, brother. He's a billionaire, whether you like it or not.
Africans, right?
Yeah, Colin waiting for super militant. The guy with the big money chopping, super black and black.
Become a millionaire is hating on a billionaire.
Maybe Elvis should go back to his country and become a black nationalist.
His community. His woman in the community looking for super thug, Colin looking for super militant. That's what you're looking for. He looking for some super militant guy throwing money around. That's what you want to see.
Colin's a cheerleader. Like, yeah, that brother's strong. He fight against the white man. But he's not willing to fight against the white man.
I'm not one of those, but
he would tell us, I do business with white people. I'm not willing to fight against white people.
Basically, up into the campaign, well, at least I say that brother, man. You was basically like Kamala was going to fight for the white man for you. You know,
so you do, Colin. You shuck and jive. You're doing it right now for the white man. You're shucking and jiving, Colin.
Elvis had a shirt called "I'm with her."
Colin, you're shucking and jiving, brother.
Yo, check us out, Elvis. Didn't you have a shirt that said "I'm with her"?
I have a shirt. I have a gown. I have a hat. I have everything.
I'm with her.
But what I'm telling you is, you're shucking and jiving, Colin. You claim to be a black nationalist, and you're shucking and jiving for the white man, bro.
I need somebody with high heels to protect me.
You're shucking and jiving. You, a black nationalist, is running on the nuts of a white man, Donald Trump. That's embarrassing, bro.
High heels to protect me from that evil Donald Trump.
Well, how can you be a black nationalist and want the white man to protect you?
I'm a black nationalist. I believe it. You know why I'm a black nationalist? Because I believe in the black community.
That's not what black nationalists be.
Yeah, that's what it is. It means a black nation. A nation don't have to. You don't have to have a country. You'd be a nationalist.
Oh, man.
I believe in black. I believe this is what puts you like this over. Playing this right. I believe African Americans are a black nation. You know, that's what it said. Black America.
We all have beliefs. Just believe in something. Don't make it
no, I believe Black America is a nation.
What is a nation, Colin?
A nation is my people, my culture.
Okay, that's a nation. All right.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to straighten out. My culture, my nation. I don't care about the rest of the world. All I care about is black people that I was born with. Black America.
Oh, Colin, that's a sad thing, bro. I think we all can agree, right? Colin lost his black nationalist car on the show tonight. He's no black nationalist.
No, I don't think people in the chat room are not agreeing with you. They're saying you sound like a fool.
Nah. I'm telling you, you sound like a coward. You call yourself a black nationalist and then kowtow to the white man. That's
how am I kowtow to a white man?
You're talking about how Donald Trump is all powerful. Donald Trump. You never hear.
You're praising a man who basically kowtowed to Donald Trump. He didn't have to.
Colin, I praise a man who fought against white rule in this country and overcame and overpowered. He overpowered the white apartheid government and became president of his country. Became a man who was worth $500 million. That's a man who did the work and showed it has results to show. Not a man who said
Shut up. You know, Cyril Ramaphosa fucking could have got up and walked the fuck out. He didn't have to sit there and take that shit. You know.
He's annoying. He's
Yeah, but
like
hold on.
He's like an NPC, like some type of artificial technology, like robotic.
Elvis is a bot, man. To tell you the truth.
Yeah, like he's like a bot. He says everything that's liberal, that just
liberal stupidity.
He's liberal leaning, but he gotta be realistic.
Can he open his mind up? It's like it's like he runs off of a script. He's like an NPC.
Yeah, well, Cyril Ramaphosa, he did everything. Get the fuck out of here. He could have got up and said, Mr. Trump, what he could have did was say, oh, look, I want to convene a fact-finding commission like the Christie Commission in Liberia back in the days, right? Say we'll convene that, right? And basically we'll approve of the board. Let's say be 20 members, right? Some people, both sides got to agree to everybody and vet everybody that's going to be on that commission, right? So we know we got an unbiased thing. Let them investigate, be in the country for a period of 6 months to do a thorough investigation and interview people. That's what a statesman should have did. So when you cut, in other words, basically, when you don't find that, we want a formal apology, or we're going to break diplomatic relationship with you. We don't give a damn about your sanctions. We don't give a damn. We starve,
Yeah, he should have also condemned Julius Malema and what he was saying. Julius
Malema didn't say anything wrong. He didn't say anything fucking wrong.
But he but here's the thing: if they're telling him, "Oh, do you approve of this?" He's like looking all confused.
How dare Donald Trump do that to a head of state? That is just friggin' unbelievable. I would have got up and said, look, keep your money, keep your investment. I'm out of here. That's the way I am.
What he should have did is ask him, have you ever asked
he made to the G20, right? So Trump is going to South Africa. So
he should have asked him, have you ever gave these line of questions to Benjamin Netanyahu on his fake genocide in Palestine, in the West Bank, and in Gaza?
What about the what you call it, the Felix, whatever his name is in Congo? Have you talked to him?
Tshisekedi.
So I don't care about Felix. Anyway, but bottom line is, have you done that to him? About what's going on in Congo.
My fault, Prince.
When have you basically? Sudan. Also, Mr. Trump, there was a military coup in Togo. Do you know anything about that? No, I don't know about that. Trump forecast is ignorance, right? He said, "I never was this country, Lesotho. I never heard of it." Like a joke. So in other words, you don't know a country in South Africa. Hey, you talk about South Africa? You don't even know Lesotho is a country in South Africa, surrounded by South Africa, but yet you know so much about the whites in South Africa.
And he kind of threw Julius under the bus. I feel that was bad too.
Yeah, he threw Julius under the bus. Yeah, look,
that was somewhat. He kind of defended his right to speak like that, in my opinion. But he was soft. I give you that. He was soft, but he did defend his right to speak like that. He said we have multiple parties. He minimized his party, said it was a small party, but he didn't.
But he didn't shit on him. He also said we don't support anything that the guy.
It's not a political party, So why was he Trump? Do you understand? If Democrats are up there saying stuff on that, say Trump, you hear what Antifa said? They said this or that. Well, I'm Donald Trump, and that's Antifa or Black Lives Matter. Look what they're saying. They record the street. What if Donald Trump was held responsible for the riots in 2020? You see what I'm talking about?
I see that, but maybe he understood that. Okay, just not the platform to do. He's playing chess. He may want a bigger thing because you know what's going on right now with Kenya, right? With the White House, right?
But Prince, let me ask you a question. You think it was appropriate for him to dim the lights and show pictures and show videos that was propagandist? You think that was appropriate?
Like I said, he's supposed to put it back harder because it's slander. That was slander.
He should have gave South Africa a heads up of what was going to be discussed. Not ambush him like that.
Yeah, he did. I heard they changed up the whole arrangement because I think they were supposed to meet first, then go meet with the press. They made it like they meet with the press first, then go for the meeting. So he's changed things around. But in Kenya right now, there's people in the White House who's basically trying to say that they need to review the status of Kenya's honorary nation, whatever they call that title that they gave them under Biden, because I think some words in which Rudolph said in China. He recently went to China and he was promoting some, New World Order kind of thing, and they felt like he was too pro-China. But all these nations, or most of African nations, play both sides. They both all of them go to America and China. They always talk about they're protecting their own interests. So I feel like the super radical militant.
Africans don't owe no allegiance to the West or the East.
That's what I'm saying. So that's how most African nations do it. So
were they talking about like smart cities or something like that?
They're not talking about that level. I don't know what
he was talking about investments, better trade deals, stuff like that. He was talking about that in China.
I know China wants to build smart cities in Africa with a whole bunch of CCTV cameras everywhere.
No, they was talking more so about the global trade and the global currency.
I remember when he did this to Zelensky, and you went on Donaldson's platform and saying, "You saw what Trump did to that dude. You saw what Trump." You was bigging up Trump for doing it to Zelensky.
I was not bigging him up, but I'm saying, listen, Elvis. I said Zelensky came in there and said, you know what he said? He said he told Donald Trump, you should start sending your boys to the war. In other words, American boys, Zelensky, if it was Biden, tens of thousands of boys from America would be over there on the battlefield. And when Trump told him to get the fuck out of here with that shit, I applauded Donald Trump, Now
he
Trump,
came for weapons. He just wanted him to keep doing what Joe Biden was doing.
In that situation with Zelensky, whatever his name is, Trump was 100% right, and I was behind him on that.
You're always behind Trump, Colin.
No, I'm not always behind Trump. But does anybody's panel think I like Donald Trump? No, I don't.
You was voting for him.
You love him. You love him.
During the campaign time, you argue with me against for Trump.
Elvis, I don't give a flying fuck about America. I don't give a damn about white America. I don't give a fuck about none of this shit, All I know is when I benefit from something, when I think it's better, I just thought at this election, I'll be honest with you, I had to hold my nose, voted for Trump, whatever like that, because the Democrats were way worse. Because why? Because the Democrats are talking about open borders, and they're talking about that fucking transgender gay shit. That's what threw me to Trump. Nothing else. That's it. That's it. So don't act like I love Donald Trump. Like I said, back when he said he was going to get men out of women's sports, I was for that. Had Kamala won, well, not men would still be beating women up in the freaking UFC and shit like that.
Most straight men don't really align with the Democratic liberal.
Yeah, most real men don't like the liberal stuff like
that, It's full of like transgender agenda.
Yeah, I guess a majority of black men are gay then. Because the majority of black men are gay.
Look, black men are apolitical.
No, I guess the majority of black people are gay because they align with the Democratic Party. I mean, you guys say the stupidest thing and you don't even think about it.
Black men basically are in a country where most people are apolitical. We know neither party's party being shit for us. That's how we are. But
Carla, I just want to say it's not necessarily the gay thing; it's the transgender thing that people are really.
Yeah, it's a whole this weird shit. All the people.
You think people that support political parties because they have one issue that they disagree with?
They were trying to put it in schools with children.
Elvis, you got to be real. Elvis, you got to be real.
She lives in Minnesota. I live in Minnesota. I don't think she has kids. But we don't see trans people running around here in Minnesota.
Yes, I do see them. There's a lot of LGBT. It's actually it's a place for them to come in. I forgot what it's called, a safety zone or gender safety state.
Yeah, like in Washington State, whatever. Weirdo.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah, but it's not. It's in a particular place, and it's probably mostly in an urban city like Minneapolis. I live in Plymouth.
You gotta admit,
I live in a suburb. I don't see that shit out here.
Surgeries here.
Elvis, you gotta admit,
it's not affecting my life. I don't see no transgender when I go to Target.
They were trying to bring it into the schools and teach children that.
Well, what about transgenders teaching children? You can't say nothing about it. They're bringing kids and speaking in front of children when these weird white guys with fucking makeup on.
I don't see no transgender teachers at my niece's school or my kids' school.
Well, the bottom they're out there, What about the fact that now they're telling little boys as young as 4 years old?
Tyler, have you seen transgender teachers in this school before,
That
Tyler?
gender is not
I
real.
don't know. I don't know. I'm not in the
You
school.
haven't. That's just the case.
So
You
the
haven't.
bottom,
When's the last time you went to the
bottom line is
grocery
this.
store and saw a
My
transgender person at the
nieces,
grocery store?
the day I hear something about my nieces in school,
I see them
yeah,
every
I will
day in
go
New York.
there and,
Yeah, you live in New York. That's the difference. That's why I say people who live in suburbs and don't even see these people are the ones
so I don't
that's the most
know. I
offended
know
by
in
it.
Virginia we don't play that shit.
But New York is a democratic state, though.
There's so
That's what I'm
many
saying.
gay
You'll see it in
people.
more urban,
There's
metropolitan
so
areas.
many. There's
But
so
most of
many
us
here in
live in suburbs,
Minnesota.
and these are
There's
not
so
issues that we
many.
even see on a daily basis. We don't see these things.
Non-binary, pansexual, all types of stuff in Minneapolis. Like, what are you talking about?
But
I
Elvis,
know
you
so
can't.
many people
Elvis,
that
you gotta
identify
admit
like
that
that.
I
that was
don't
one of
live
the
in
key.
Minneapolis. I live in Plymouth. I'm sure you know what Plymouth, Minnesota is. It's a suburb. It's not. It's not
Where the
the city.
conservatives are.
It's a decent neighborhood. I mean,
Those
so
are
what?
hidden conservatives. So there's a lot of white Minnesotans that are hidden conservatives. In Minneapolis and stuff, that's where the liberals are.
Yeah, that's where
So
you
you're
live in
complaining about
Minneapolis.
something
If you live in
that
Minneapolis, you see that.
You're not a
white liberals. Hold up, everything that's about white liberals is the degenerates. That's all it is. It's a place
Yeah, they
where
are
they believe in
very
degeneracy.
degenerate.
That's all. They're not liberals. They're not liberals. They're degenerates. You know, there's a difference.
I
A
mean,
liberal just somebody means you're free thinking and you're forward thinking.
no,
And
you're for the
It's
liberties of
satanic
others.
now.
As long as they're not breaking
They
the
believe.
law, let them
They
have the
believe there
liberty
should
to be
be
what
no
they want to
judgment
be.
on behavior.
You have the
These
liberty to
people
be a
believe
Christian,
there should be
an
no
atheist, a
judgment
Muslim,
on
whatever.
behavior.
You
There's a
have to
difference.
stand for something in life, Elvis. Do you stand for anything?
You don't
No,
stand for nothing.
don't talk to me about standing for something. Don't
You
talk
don't
to
stand
me.
for nothing. That was
Yeah,
You
don't even
literally
speak to me
don't
about
stand
it.
for
But
anything.
I
You
No,
mean,
don't speak
hate
to me.
everything.
Elvis, low key, you benefit from living in a conservative area while preaching liberal values.
Exactly.
What are you talking about?
Based on what she's saying.
Does she even understand what she's talking about?
She's saying that.
Most areas that are conservative have families, they got structure and stuff like that. Liberal areas, all chaos is breaking loose. You know, you look at places like
homelessness, drug abuse. It's terrible.
yeah, you know.
Homelessness
So, like,
is
look at San
crazy in a
Francisco.
liberal
They
city.
destroyed that. That was a city I always wanted to move to, but liberals destroyed that beautiful city. You know. They destroyed that beautiful city when all the liberals moved out there in the 70s and destroyed that
Which
city.
city?
San Francisco. That was the most beautiful city in
Yeah.
the world, man, at one
It's
time.
like completely destroyed.
They
Drugs,
completely destroyed that city.
homeless.
Liberals, Democrats, and liberals.
Yeah.
That's the truth. People don't like to live like that. It's different between somebody being a liberal and somebody being a degenerate who don't want any behavior judged.
But that's what the Liberal Party has become. It has been.
Yeah, those people are
degenerate.
taking over the Liberal Party. You know what I'm saying? Any degeneracy you want to do is
I'm not gonna lie. Gay rights and transgender rights is what make any straight man go conservative.
Are you be surprised how many black men voted for Trump just for that reason? Probably like I would
Also,
say
Kamala
Trump
was
either
dumb as hell.
between the men who stayed home and the men who voted for Trump. It was probably about a good.
I seen black men. I seen black men in the hood.
All of my city council people, well, not all of them, but the vast majority of them are Democrats. My state representative is a Democrat.
I seen black men in the hood.
I don't know what she's talking about.
I seen black men in the hood.
You assume that it's conservative because it's a wealthier area, but it's not conservative.
Because somebody's a Democrat don't mean they freaking go along. That's another thing. Democrats.
I'm just saying what Honey Flower says is just not true. That's all. I'm not talking about.
On the local level, you got Democrats who are very conservative, right?
Yeah.
I seen men that never. I seen men that never voted.
On crime, Democrats are soft on crime. No cash bail.
You said that this where I live is a conservative place. It's not a
Democrats and
conservative
liberals
place.
are two different things.
It's not a conservative place. Most of our representatives and city council members are Democrats.
Minnesota is the people of Minnesota. White people are getting more and more conservative.
Whatever you say.
Yeah, they're trying to they trying to push out the Somalians.
There's a such thing as conservative Democrats, but to Alva's defense, Democrats actually tried to, reach a hand to the black community. Huh? Can you hear me?
Say that again,
Why does he need your defense?
You said what?
Why does Elvis need your defense? Like, why are you defending
No,
him?
I said I'm trying to. Y'all just trying to make it seem like he crazy. But there's a such thing as a Democratic conservative, and there's also Democrats who actually
No,
reach a hand out to
they're fiscal
assist.
conservatives and social liberals. They're people like that, right? You can have an
No,
ideology very
they're all
socially.
social
You want people to
conservatives.
be
They're social
free,
conservative Democrats.
but when it comes to spending, you're more conservative. There are different
liberals,
ideologies when it comes to that.
So the social liberals, right? You know what? They all those out to either homosexuality or smoking weed. That's all it is. You know, the social liberals basically are the liberals or people. You know, it's social liberal. It's a conservative who smokes weed. You ever see these people?
I mean, Kyler, your mind is so worldly. You have a closed mind.
Points, blah blah blah. You know, close the board on that. But yet, the one thing that basically keeps them from being completely conservative is like to spark up. You know, that's the truth. You know,
Paula, I wanted to tell you something. It's not related to the black stuff or the black world, but I saw a video today that, like that OnlyFans website, they banned it in Sweden. So the world is becoming more and more conservative, as
Yeah, of course, man. You got young girls instead of marrying. Like I was saying earlier in the show, I don't know who I was talking to, right? Instead of marrying, they're saying, "Shoot, we get with our girls."
Yeah, but they banned it. They
we can
actually
make
banned it.
$10,000 a month, whatever, like that. What the hell I need to get married for? Then they look around, like, damn, why is the birth rate so low? Why nobody get married?
Their birth rates are getting too low. Like white people they're actually panicking.
That's why, and also there's a war against interracial pornography and shit like that right now. You know, they got this movement called "Don't Mix Snow with Dirt." Talking about, that's what they're saying.
Are you serious? Don't mix snow with dirt.
Don't mix snow with dirt. You know what they're talking about. You know.
Oh my God! Where did you hear about that?
Oh, I just say
Of course, found all these things. He goes on there looking for these people.
I don't look at stuff like that.
Interracial dating.
And the bottom line is the reason why I do this show because
they don't want to see Bantu men piping out white women no more.
So the bottom line, but the bottom line is a power thing. This is what it is. It's a power thing.
They shouldn't want to see that. To be honest, I don't.
White men.
Exactly. Who want to see that?
Look, white men feel it's their privilege to have sex and do with any woman in the world. But when it comes to their women, the woman's gonna breed their children, stuff like that. They made it all over the world like the pain of
death. How's that different than you, Carla? How's that different? I seen you lash out. I seen you have the same tendency towards your own woman. You want your own woman to be with your own people. I see you said the same thing. You don't like. So you're not that different.
Hold on. The difference is, Principe, is I don't have the friggin' power to enforce it. If I could, I would. You know, if I could basically,
you're free man in this country. You have the power to date anybody that you want to date.
If I had the power to stop interracial marriage between white men and black women, I would do it.
They were talking about reversing that as well. They may even reverse that in the United States. Their birth
again. It's a free nation. You can do what you want. But I'm trying to say, for the most part, all races of people, most races of people prefer their own people dating and marry their own. And then when it goes to tribe or regional,
I think
white
there's an obsession,
what is the other brother name? Do you guys care if white men sleeping with a black woman? Is that something that bothers you?
Well, it bothers me.
I mean,
I'll tell you what, I have never watched a movie.
Everything triggers you.
I can't watch movies like The Bodyguard because they're a white man. And
I don't like it.
That's the most.
I watch that shit.
That's the most popular genre amongst white men.
I don't even think about that. I don't think about it.
What's going on with the Wi-Fi?
And dating white women that dating black men. I don't care about that.
Yeah, Elvis, you breaking up?
Yeah, I thought it was.
I do.
I just brought that up about
my whole thing is this, right? And I say like this, right? Because I know for a fact of the matter is, like, let me give you an example. There was this TikTok that was out a couple of months ago with this white guy that was 41 years old, right? Talking about his new baby. It was a 19-year-old black girl. She was cute, right? And I said to myself, if that was a freaking 40-year-old black man with a 19-year-old, all hell would break loose, you know? And this guy, they're proud. They're flaunting it in front of black men's face.
Was she African?
No, he was white.
Hey, that's a big issue. That's a big issue right now. A lot of black
American girl.
But the whole thing is, my whole thing is what this guy is. I wrote in the comment section, dude, you are a complete loser. White women don't want you and everything like that. So not can't you get a white woman in her 30s, around somewhere around your age? You got to go and rob the cradle to a 19-year-old black girl or whatnot because you're using her because you got money and status and everything. You're white. It's just sick.
Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about.
You actually went out there and said that to somebody?
Like, no, I typed, it was on the line.
He commented that shit.
That's what I said. You wrote in the comment.
That's low-key pedophilia because
I
she's in his
commented on a
40s,
video
right?
that it was
She's
disgusting.
19.
Black women support black women support swirling.
It's 2004, bro.
You know, yeah, black women support that shit. I said, "Where's your father? He failed."
No, you can't generalize.
It's
true. Generalize. Some women agree with it, some women don't. Some men agree with it, some men don't.
So if I had a 21-year-old daughter and she brought home a 40-year-old man,
Swirling is in,
Prince,
especially with African women.
Being a hypocrite,
yeah,
right now.
Prince, you can't say I'm generalizing.
Elvis,
We see this every day. Black women supporting swirling.
Bro, there's dudes who do the same thing, bro.
No.
Hold up.
Dr. Umar Johnson, the leading Pan African.
No. I'm talking about in the regular world, regular Queens, regular Brooklyn, regular Manhattan.
Can I be a host for once? I will say this though, right? I seen this one couple, right? It was a heavyset black woman, right, and a heavyset white guy. I thought they were the sweetest little couple, because it was maybe the aesthetics of it. They were like the same age, whatnot. And you could tell they have a lot in common. They both go to Fat Anonymous, whatever, And the bottom, they were out together. Say, "Oh, that's nice." They probably have a lot in common and whatnot. They look like they could be like best friends and when they found each other, both ostracized by their communities when they found each other. That I can deal with, But a 41-year-old fucking white man has no business with a young, pretty, freaking black girl.
Yeah, 19. That's too young, bro. That's
where's the
2004, bro.
Where's
that's
the black?
Crazy.
Where's the black female Umar Johnson that promotes black women staying together with black men?
Bro, they got them, but like, come on,
they
don't
don't.
Champ them type of
Name
women,
one.
Bro.
Name one.
Bro, listen.
They exist.
Man,
there's a lady with the Muslim lady online at least. In real life, there's a bunch of them.
Muslim shorty. I don't know their names off the dome.
She chastises black women. She don't really talk about that topic,
Most black women
you don't understand black women, bro. Like they don't just they'll just ignore that shit. You know what I mean? Like they'll just straight up ignore it.
Well, a lot of black women, like I see this one ghetto ass MTV show where it was like 5 generations of single mothers and that, and she was with a white boy, and they showed up going outside, and the brother's like, "Man, we was on that white boy," and the family was like, "Oh, love is love, love is love." Oh. That was like back in the 90s.
Most black women support swirling. They don't have no problem with black women sleeping or
getting. Most don't, yo.
That's not true. That's not true.
That's not true. I got to agree with
funny story. You want to hear a funny story?
I don't even fuck with Prince and P, but I agree with him, yo. But go ahead,
check this out. Yeah, you want to hear a funny story? Okay.
Yeah.
But one time, like around 5, 6, what year was this? Well, 10 years ago, right? I'm in the farm. Okay, Farm First was still open, so I was like 10 years ago, right? I'm in Farm First, right? And this little dumpy fat guy was working in a deli, right? And this black lady comes up, right? And says, remember I told you I was going to introduce my daughter when this guy's like a complete loser, right? Saying she come up with her daughter, right? And she was not cute, let's say. She had like 2 kids. And the dude almost was like crying, like, this is what my life is.
Oh, he was mad.
Yeah, man. He was like, he probably thought the daughter was gonna be some little hot little thing, He brought the daughter, man. She's kind of chunky and fat, whatever, like that.
Yeah. If your mom introducing you, you probably not fired. Yeah.
Migo. The point I was trying to say is, where's the black Dr. Umar Johnson female that is putting an end to the swirling in the black women community? Dr. Umar Johnson.
I kind of
that doesn't exist for women. Women, we will date whoever like we can get.
All right. Now, yeah. But I was gonna say like she said, but it is some, but like they're ignored though. You know what I'm saying? Like black women just straight up ignore them. Like it's majority like black women, that be black men that be in the comments.
Women in general don't give a shit.
Yeah, like people gotta understand that, bro. Women
men are naturally territorial. You're supposed to be like that. Men are naturally territorial. That's just our nature. Women aren't territorial like that. So they have the preferences.
But the thing is, black women would get with a bum white boy, and
they
won't
begin
have
with
the
a
same requirements
I
for
just
a
shake
black
white
man.
boy when that with nothing going for him in life. When that, and they be like, "Oh, I got white guy." I see, guys. If you're a bum white boy, you have no problem. You always rely on the fact that you get a black girl.
Yo, you see more black women supporting bum white dudes.
But you know why though? But like, come on, we got the black woman on the platform. She said what? That the women just get whoever the
That
fuck
part
they
is
can
true.
get.
That part is true.
You know what I'm saying? They could just get whoever the fuck they want because black women, they kind of don't like us because, we kind of give them too much challenge. You know what I'm saying? The white guy's not going to really challenge them like that. You know what I mean? They just going to be like, all right, black woman, I'm going to do whatever you say. You know what I'm saying? Like,
it's black women financially supporting white dudes.
You feel me? That's what I'm saying. Like, they'll let
black
them...
women supporting black men financially.
Well,
as well.
yeah, see, you got that too. Come on,
like
gang.
Migos, man. Migos
Hold
more.
on. Black women, hold up. Black women like
Migos.
white guys are irresponsible black
You
dudes.
said
But
what?
if you're a black man that's making money, got shit together, got your own car, apartment, whatnot, somehow black women basically don't know how to handle that. They shy away from brothers.
Woman, $1,000 every week.
Yeah, unless you're giving them money, But for the most part, black men are basically like this. I noticed for like, what a lot of black women love, right? Oh, you have bad credit. Oh, nothing's in your name when that, you live with your mama or a baby mama.
Because they like to rescue.
Hey, yo, the white dude,
They want to rescue the
the white dude could
They
say,
feel like they can rescue these dudes and whatnot, and they know they control everything. They basically
they're in control. They have the upper hand.
they control everything.
Yo,
He's just like a male.
That's why they date prison. The guys that are in prison and stuff.
Yeah.
Yo, the white dude could take him
That's
and get
deep right
pizza.
there.
The white dude could go take him get pizza and little stuff like that. The black dude got to take him to Roof Chris, to
Yeah,
Mastro's.
you better take him to Red Lobster.
Yo,
Red Lobster.
you know what's crazy, bro? No black woman has ever required me to do that, bro. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you, man.
That must be a Dark Migo. Okay, Dark Migo, you're
they
only
only do that
to Kwame. They only do that to Kwame.
Realize that, bro.
All right, Don Dark Migo.
Do that to Kwame, bro.
I'm in New York. I'm in New York.
Jersey, bro.
Oh,
no, but you gotta mess with a certain type.
That shit, man. Come on, stop.
It depends on the type of girl. Like, depends on the type of woman.
Oh, is it a big girl?
Yeah, the type of women.
Like,
Chill,
is the
church women.
superficial,
Exactly,
really
they're chill.
good-looking ones. Yeah,
Yo, Kwame, if it was a big girl, I believe you, man. Big girls try.
Yeah, yo,
like the super good-looking women. Yeah.
Yo, hot.
Yo, Kyla, I can show you my call. I
can
can show you my contact list.
All right, send it to me an email, man. I want to verify.
Yeah, I send it to you.
Yo, Kyla, follow me on Instagram, bro. All
right. Okay, all right. Let's have some fun tonight. Look, 39 watching. I only got 19 fucking likes. What the fuck is? Look, you stingy ass Negroes.
I'll go like the video,
bro. Because you got more haters than niggas that support you, bro. That's why.
Even if you hate me, man, do me a favor.
They're not gonna like you. That
42 people right now.
I'm not gonna lie. The women that y'all criticize are the ones in my call log. So you feel me? That's why I be quiet about the BBLs.
What you mean?
And stuff
I'm not
like
criticizing nothing.
I like the video, so now it should be 20.
All right, let's see. Yep, it's up at 20.
But like, yeah, bro, like no women really. You don't gotta take no women to no roof, Chris, bro. Like, you just gotta do it the ones that like you, bro.
If you're really good looking,
yo, even if they like you and whatever, bro, you in New York, you still gotta take them a towel. You still
gotta hang out with me for one day, bro. Please, I gotta just show you some stuff. All right, you gonna be like, yo,
come to the city. Just come to the city.
Nah, I'm not paying $20 to get there, bro.
You just have to be really good looking, to be honest.
And you gotta be funny, bro. If you're not funny, you're done. I promise you, yo. If you're not funny, it's game over.
Man, listen.
Amigos, you ain't that funny, Amigos.
They don't care if you good looking. If you don't got a Rolex or Cuban.
Nah, you wildin'. You wildin'. You wildin'.
New York is like that.
No.
You look. That driving those stretch Lexuses.
If you messing with like super materialistic.
Yeah, Kwame fucking with some crazy shits. That's why, bro. You messing with some.
Oh, you wildin'.
He messing with some up there.
He messing with like some Sadiddy type chicks. If you messing with like you want some
Cardi B wannabes and stuff, man. You the BBL guy. That's why you like the BBLs. If you say they want Rolly, bro, they got a BBL.
Yeah, they wearing Van Cleef. They wearing.
Why you going for them type of women? You supposed to be going for the chill ones.
But that's just New York, bro.
No, it's not, bro. I know some cool shorties in New York, bro. You know what I mean? They got so many type of
That's not
different
just New York.
shorties.
Exactly.
Yeah, they got
Don't miscast New York, bro. Don't do that, bro.
bro,
If
they
you like
got girls that
city
be at
type
the
chicks, say that.
museums, bro. They got like so
Exactly.
many aesthetics.
African festivals, cultural
Yo,
festivals,
the
Pan
girls,
Africans, church chicks, all
the
types of
girls
shit,
I
bro.
the girls in New York, they rather cry in a Rolls Royce than a Camry,
Yo,
bro.
bro, I did a summer course at FIT, my nigga. Stop playing. I know it's some tough black women over there that's not on that type of timing. They got all type, bro.
You probably right. Maybe it's the spots I'll go to,
I'm
but
telling you, yeah, you just gotta just walk around, bro.
It sounds like you're around like super materialistic women. That's what it sounds like.
That's what it sounds like. Oh yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, a lot of women are materialistic, but I just don't understand. Are they wealthy themselves to be requesting that,
Well,
or
women,
No.
yeah. I'm
materialism
not
is
gonna lie. Like these are
materialism is
broke.
part of
Like
the
they broke.
women's
Most of these
or
girls live in Fort
yin
Lee
and
and
yang. Women
most of
materialism
them live in Fort
is
Lee and Hackensack and Long Island City
what does
and
that
downtown
mean?
Brooklyn.
So they're rich, they're wealthy, or they got money, or what?
Yeah, I think Hackensack is rich, right? I think so.
yeah, Hackensack's all right. You
But
know,
Yeah.
where? Okay, so I see a lot of women online like talking about, oh, they get their hair done, their nails, they do all this stuff. That it sounds like it costs a lot of money. But a lot of them have
Ooh.
debt.
Yo, that's like you like the first woman I ever heard say that. Like, all right, my bad. That's
What do
crazy.
you mean about
No,
them
I'm just
having
saying,
the
like
debt?
that's true. Like that's what I be saying. I don't know how women can have all this
How
money
are
and
they
then
affording all this?
that's what I'm
I
saying,
have
right?
a
I'm like, yo, I
house.
know
But
hair
you
like
gotta
I pay
remember,
a
500,
mortgage and
nails like
everything like
200,
that. So
right? Lashes like 75.
yeah, so like, because I have to pay, like, I have to pay my mortgage, I have to pay lights, I have to, like, where are they getting all this
You
extra
know what
money?
it is, honey flower. You know what they doing.
I think they have debt.
It's that and
Klarna,
they doing
Afterpay.
some wild stuff.
Nah,
I don't
not
know
all.
how much
I'm
they.
not gonna say all because I know girls. They work for Microsoft. They work for Nike, and I
But I'm
mean they
talking
got
about
different
average middle
IT
class
jobs.
women. I'm talking about middle class women. Like, how are they?
And they got sugar daddies, man. That's really what it is, man.
Yeah,
I think they're in
if you
debt.
yo
I
yo,
think
I
it's
Well,
just
they
seen.
in debt too, but like
it's
it's
credit
both.
cards.
They got Kwame. They got Kwame. They got Kwame.
Yo, I just
He
seen a
said
girl.
Kwame. Yo, this
Yo, I just seen it. Yo, it's crazy that you just said that. I literally just seen a girl on my Snapchat. Right? She said, "Yo, I'm at the bar and I forgot my wallet. I need $300." Oh, somebody
what?
cash. Listen, she said, "Yo, somebody cash at me $300 so I could pay for my bill." And I literally just seen a dude cash app for 2,700.
Yo, you know what I'm saying, bro? And that's what I say, bro. This is why the black community is in a financial, plunge, my nigga, because there's a
Some
lot of
dude
guys
cash
like
app her
that.
2,700. I need
And
that
all
guy.
she asked for was
Where do
$300.
they get those kind of guys?
I don't even think that shit's real, bro. I don't believe that shit, yo. I don't believe that
I
shit.
swear, if I could share my
She
screen,
probably
I'll show you.
photoshopped that so niggas could, I don't know.
I wish I could screen share so I could
That's
show you.
sad, bro.
all I know, there's chicks that go on TikTok talk about, man. She goes, if you can't freaking put some money in my cash app or hit that thing like that, I don't know how you. I need money. That's how I'm doing.
Yo, I think it's really because
I call it soft prostitution. That's what I call it, soft
But they
prostitution.
know
they might really
the
be
only
broke.
thing they want is only thing they have to offer you is a conversation. Say you want my time and whatnot. You want me to talk
They
to you and
barely
whatnot.
can offer that, Kala.
Yeah, they don't have nothing to talk about, but they want that whatever little thing they have. They want you to pay for it. Inbox me $50. Inbox me $100. Whatnot. Some women can make a living just on that. I mean, it's like they can make a little side hustle dudes online. Why do you need a boyfriend now when you got Instagram and
Yo,
TikTok?
I know girls that's literally paying their bills off of bikini pictures, bro.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
Where
And
are
like
they
that's
honey
what's
flower.
posting
wrong.
them
You
on
can do all
Instagram?
these
People ask,
girls
what's wrong
who
with
got the
Black America?
BBL who's trick.
Why we ain't like
Can you might
this?
be in that group or
Hold up, we
something,
didn't
brother?
have Instagram. We didn't have Instagram and TikTok and all this stuff 50 years ago.
Yeah, I had to see people in real life.
I don't know. I think
Yeah.
I was raised old fashioned to have
I'm sorry.
pride in myself. I can't beg for
Again,
money.
Women got
honey
pride in
flower.
I can't beg random
look,
people
if
for
they
money.
look,
Man,
check
you
this
got
out.
you got
Honey
listen to her.
flower.
trying to paint herself white.
It's like this. If you got look,
She said she had a roster
you're
of
2
dudes.
months behind your man
She's so pious
and everything like that, and somebody just basically getting up there, shaking your stinking ass or whatnot, and next thing you know, you're not only that 2 months behind, but you got extra $2,000. That gets kind of addicting, you know. And next thing you know, we're like, hey, this is what I got to do to pay my bills.
Social media gave whores and sluts just endless opportunities.
We have a culture that says don't judge. That's what I said.
The don't judge culture. Yeah, that ruined everybody.
You know,
it's her body, her right.
And they twisted the Bible too. Like they say, like God can only judge you.
If you judge women, guess what? They call me a patriarch. Oh, Kala,
you zesty,
Kala.
Yo,
that's why.
That's why we gotta go back to
the you for not having what they want.
Yo, we gotta go back to 7th century Arabian culture
and fix it because something's
He's
going on.
Arabian culture.
You need to call Xfinity.
We got to go back to 7th century Arabia culture.
I thought it was just me.
The modern culture is like when people ask what's wrong with Black America, the modern world. Like Marcus Garvey said, he said
I got something running in my background.
He said he goes, we're gonna drink the poisons of the modern world. You know, one of the modern worlds is apathy. You know.
Can I push back a little bit though?
What?
Because every other community, for the most part, find ways to not take everything in from the quote unquote modern world. They try to attempt to preserve their cultures to a certain degree in America, like Indians, different groups of whites.
You have to have a place to because every culture, like take the Koreans for example, right? Their culture base is Korea. The Korean American is Korea. The Filipino culture base is the Philippines. You know. Everybody else has something. Let me give you an example. One of my agents, right? One of my top agents, right? Well, she's 2 levels down. She's a older Filipino lady, man. She basically writes $1 million policies, right? Anyway, by the time I was in Liberia, guess where she was at for a whole month? The Philippines, you know? Now, she's a top businesswoman in her area. She has a whole entire Philippine community locked down as far as insurance, right? But she goes to the Philippines. Why? Because she says, you always got to go back to your roots to reinvigorate, to understand who you are. Black America don't have that. We don't have no place to retreat to. Now, Black America from the up north, we used to go down south. You know,
that was the summertime.
But now the South has become so ratchet and just like urbanized and everything like that. It's not like going down south anymore. You know.
Yeah, that's true. I forgot about that, man.
Migo, how far are you from Fort Lee?
And Fort Lee, I'm probably like 40 minutes because it depends on the time, if it's nighttime or daytime.
I had a friend of mine from Fort Lee, New Jersey, right? My brother Ilya.
So you familiar with the modern and those buildings and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Okay, so you should know you're gonna see those type of women at the modern and Fort Lee and
New Jersey. That's
and all those waterfront areas in Jersey.
Fort Lee, New Jersey, man, was like old black money.
Yeah, that's the thing about. That's why I be saying like I don't really have an issue, with black women out here because majority of the black women are rich. You know what I mean? Like, they come from like predominantly black.
We got my friend Ilya that I was friends with, right? And he made his first $1 million at 19. Well, fleet of tow trucks on the Garden State Parkway. You know?
Yeah.
You on Dynasty's platform today?
Nah, I'm banned from there. I didn't get to go up there.
You banned? Why they ban you?
I don't. I'll be saying stuff. Bro.
I remember you were talking about money or something like that, and then Dynasty's like, "Get out of here."
Yeah, because he wanted you to pay that $10 nigga fee or something. I think it was.
He said, "Get out of here with your lame ass" or something like that. He threw you off of the.
Dynasty's that blocks you.
Nah, because I didn't want to pay that $10 fee. I'm like, bro, I'm not paying that.
Oh, you want to pay? You said the N-word and you
on the tariffs.
Yeah.
You want to pay the tariffs.
He said something like, "Get your lame ass out of here," something like that.
Yeah, so Dynasty that you're lame too. Dynasty that you're lame too.
Nigga, he just mad because I didn't want to pay that shit. That's why. I'm like, I'm not paying that shit.
He has to make money, on his channel.
Colin had to send his fine, and then he said his what is it called? Venmo, it crashed out, whatever happened to it.
No, but
internet is so messed up.
They sent me a new card and whatnot. And somebody hacked my account and took like about $100 out of there. So I had to put it down. I don't know
it's somebody you've been talking shit about on your platform, Kyle. Somebody.
No. I don't know. It was somebody a gamer. It was a gamer.
Yeah, because you got to get 2FA, bro.
That's probably when you took that $100 to buy.
How the hell? Who gives gamers? It was like I told the lady I don't play that shit. You know.
You want to get
gamer?
Some Fortnite. What do you call it? What's the car called?
The V-Bucks. Yeah.
Yeah.
The
So
V-Bucks.
somebody hacked into my account.
Yo, Elvis, you breaking up, man? You breaking up, bro?
I don't know. I think it's my.
Elvis sound like he in the Atlantic Ocean right now.
Yeah, because I'm on the phone. I got a game running in the background, and I'm doing a couple other things. So maybe that's what.
He's in the basement.
Yeah, Elvis. What exactly?
I live in a 3-story house. I'm on the 3rd floor.
You always think you're in your car or something.
I mean, Honeyflower, I don't know. Do you like being respected, or you just? I don't know. What's wrong with you, man?
What? No, we're just wondering, man, because we never hear.
Oh, I thought you were in the basement. You know how it sounds like you're underground. I wasn't trying to be rude.
Yeah, not rude. That ain't rude.
He gets triggered.
When I start talking shit. Nah,
he gets triggered fast.
You're a lady. When I start talking shit about you, you get sensitive and say, "Why am I arguing with you? You're only a lady."
Because you argue like a woman.
Look. First of all, women are equal to men. All right. You can come up here and talk shit, and I can talk shit.
That's liberal talking point.
Come on, Honeyflower. Don't gaslight the brother.
Different for a reason.
Nah, women are equal to men. I don't think women are less than, and as such, I have to. I respect women, and I respect women.
More relative women equal men.
If you disrespect me, even
I'm like this.
I respect a man.
I'm like this.
If he disrespect me, then I disrespect him. Same thing with women.
I'm like this.
I respect you if you disrespect me. I disrespect.
Blah blah. Your internet is horrible, dude.
It takes a lot for me to go at it with a woman. I just can't do it, man. I don't argue with women. So I can by ass it.
Yeah, or
this is a lady who said she got 3 dudes.
Mad after.
She's fucking multiple dudes and she's trying to talk shit.
She said like
she is sexual.
She talking shit about other women.
Elvis,
poor behavior on the platform.
I try to tell you that. Well, let's clear this up once and for all. I said, look, women can have I know a lot of female friends of mine. They have 6 guys. Okay, one guy's a good dancer. He goes to go out dancer. One guy's cool with her friends. One guy her parents like.
Come on, that's not the rotation, Kyler. That's not the rotation.
No. Look. I don't.
Ain't no good dancer and no girl.
We know whole talk when we hear whole talk.
The bottom line is.
Yeah, that's the first time I heard Elvis really cute. Say that again, Elvis.
Wait, what did he say?
No whole talk when we hear whole talk, bro.
No, I used the wrong word.
If she got a rotation. You know what?
Why are you so focused? But why is Elvis so focused on that?
Come on, that's not right.
I don't think because she clarified it. She said she wasn't sleeping with them.
But something about that triggers
him. She was just talking to them. She wasn't sleeping with them.
I'm replying to Colin because Colin said women is keeping dudes around because they good dancers. No women.
No. I'm saying I'm just using that as an example, right? Look, check this out. Look, one guy's a mechanic guy. One guy. She going to get a grub on. Let's go out to IHOP.
Kyler, that's the old days, Kyler.
When you're just like men.
Check this out. And then there's that one guy she knocks boots with. Then that one guy she knocks boots with. That's how they.
Kyler, that's not true.
But Kyler
has multiple sex partners that they have.
Yeah, facts.
Yo, Kyler.
Yeah, she every female's got that one guy she's interested in like that. The rest of them, she's not. That's how you.
Yo, Kyler, when a girl tell me she got a roster, it's usually some intercourse. It's usually some intercourse involved.
Check this out. If you're with a hood rat, whatever, hood rat chicks,
not hood rats. I'm talking about.
Even hood rat chicks got standards, man.
Kyler, I'm talking about women that's in IT. I'm talking about women that's
it don't really matter, man. The bottom line is this:
but they're professional women that got 3-4 sex.
Women have the delicate dance of making sure that the person that this is how female species are. If you don't know, right?
Ain't no women working IT.
Generalizing, not all women.
Hold up. The person that she's gonna sleep with is somebody women don't open themselves as anything like a men.
All women don't do it.
Carla, hold on. Let me say something real quick.
More likely, like, are you somebody that she would like to bear their children with? You know,
yo, Carla, I know women.
Women only have sex to have kids. They have to.
If you're not the guy that you consider having children with, you most likely not gonna get laid.
Yo, Carla, I know women that walk in the club.
What are you talking about?
I know women that walk in the club and they damn near had
the club. You know, it's only a small percentage of women go to the club, bro. Most women don't go to the club, man.
Even if they go,
you're going to the club and you deal with hoochies and whatnot. Yeah, of course you're talking about.
I know women that go to Tao downtown. They walk in, they see about 5, 6 dudes. They have intercourse.
How many kids they got?
Some of them have no kids.
Okay, so how is it? So you telling me if women are sleeping around like that, right? You talking about women theoretically, if they want to, they can have sex every day.
Some of them do. Some of them do.
How
women have sex?
You telling me?
That's not called loose women, Carla.
Oh, you saying all these women are?
Yo, Carla, I know women that have intercourse just for good dates, just to.
So all these women, are they on birth control?
Some of them.
I mean, what is this? 1972, Carla?
So in other words, basically, so you're saying these women are sleeping around, but they're not giving birth. What are you saying? Why the birth?
Are you the body work, Carla?
Yo, Kyle, you got Kyle.
In other words, basically, women are out there having sex.
Yo, honey flower. Yo, tell him what's going on.
Yo, Kyle.
Kyle. You guys got to put the pornography down, man. Stop.
No, it's real life, Carlos. It's real life, Carlos.
It's real life, Carlos. It's the real world.
Oh, I know. Look, I know the females you're talking about. They got like 4 kids.
They call pops, man.
No, they have no kids.
4 kids by the time
they have no kids. They loose. They popping Plan Bs.
Women
like vitamins, Carlos.
Yo, I know women that pop.
Which you call Hey, you got Little John here, the weirdo, thinks he's fucking FBA's a Ghanaian. Talking about women sleep around more than no, they don't. You know, stop.
Wait, but now, yo,
today's world, yeah, man. There's numbers.
Please stop.
Yo, Kyle, I know women
these like vitamins,
just like man, Kyle.
Like they're wilding out here. So many people.
Kyle is women that pop these like vitamins.
Every guy on this panel to call a female up and invite her to on the show.
I don't know what's being said.
Kyle is women that pop Plan B's like they vitamin pills.
All right. Check us out.
Kyle, you're not real.
Let's play truth or dare. I want everybody to call one female up and have her call into the show live.
I'm on the phone though. I could do that, but
I'm on my phone.
You think this is a game show, Kyle? This is real.
You can text her. You can text her
for what?
Oh, yeah, text her or what? I got you. Yeah. Text her.
I'll put your link to the show. Have them call in and let's talk about this shit. You know,
yo, my woman ain't into Black Power.
Have her call the show. Have her call the show.
Yo.
But what was the question? I don't get it.
No, they think women are out there whoring around. She's like, I want to hear from this.
All
right, invite them on the show. Invite them on the show.
Wait,
yo, Colin, is women. Yo, Colin.
Yo, invite them on the show. Put up or shut up.
Yo, Colin.
Right now.
Yo, Colin. Colin is women that's riding around with condoms.
Yo, look, check us out.
Women that's riding around with condoms in their glove department.
Invite them on this show.
Yo, Colin, just ask.
A lot of women.
No, I don't want to ask nothing. I want to know the women y'all know.
Invite
them on. Invite them on the show. Okay, can we set up for tomorrow night?
All right. I'm gonna get one for tomorrow.
I'm gonna give you guys 24 hours. Right, tomorrow night you bring your females up here. Right.
Kyle, what is wrong with you, bro? You're a grown man.
You know, I'm dead serious, right? If you guys believe that and you say all these women like that, I want to hear from them.
You're gonna turn your show into the thing that you hear O'Shea be doing this kind of stuff. You trying to do the same thing O'Shea be doing, Kyle.
I want to pour a point that this is bullshit. You know,
listen, I wasn't saying that. I was just saying, do you know what a Plan B is? That's what I wanted to ask.
Oh no, I'm saying that.
Someone have that. IUD inside of them.
It ain't like that. Like I said, in Honeyfowl defense, I know females that can have 7 guy friends and whatnot, and they ain't fucking none of them. You know?
How you know, Kyle? How you know?
Females like that. You know?
How you know?
Yeah, because I know.
No, you don't know, Kyle. You're not in the bear. You don't know what they're really doing.
I do know what they're doing. You know?
How you know they do?
Yo, how you know they telling the truth?
Yeah, how you know? Telling that they not sleeping with really does sleep.
How you, Kyla? How you know they? How you know they not telling the truth?
Don't hide that shit. They're like, oh yeah, I did this, I do it. And then
That's not true. Women are not like men. They're not brag about their sexual escapade.
You guys basically sit there making.
They would try to act like they're fires. But really, deep down, every Wednesday, they gotta do coming to spend the night, bro.
And we all back in the days, we had the one female that was a jump off, and the rest of them were not like that. Like,
yo, it was bad.
Kyla, you talking some 1920? You talking some 1920s?
Really, like I said, if you guys really believe that, then have the female.
I got
tomorrow night.
Wait, Kyla, let me go.
I don't want to hear nothing.
Answer me go question.
Please, I got a big proposition for you.
Answer me go question. Kyla, answer me go question.
Your boy Hustle Smart. He tell you all about it.
You say, look, I'm gonna have my females come in. You can ask them questions and whatnot. Bring them on the show tomorrow night.
Look, yo, I got something bigger for you, bro.
No, ain't nothing bigger than that. I want to see it for myself.
Yo, Migo, ask the question again, please.
Listen, I just want to ask him this, bro. Look, bro, I got a bigger proposition for you. Look, I'm going to Arizona for 2 weeks, bro. I'll pay for your flight, bro, and you could come.
I don't want to go out to Arizona.
No. We go.
I'm not interested in being with no females.
I'm gonna show you the ladies, and you can
I
ask them.
don't need to pay for flights. I am not going to Arizona.
I am not doing face to face.
I don't do whores. Yo, Dark Migo, I love you, brother, man. I don't chase hoes. I don't chase hoes.
Why you want to?
What are you talking about?
Come on the show,
chase hoes. I want to see. I want to see all these females you're telling me about. When I want to see them on the show,
bro. I'm telling you in real life, bro. No female's not about to come.
No, bro. Look, if
bro,
they didn't know what you're saying, what's wrong? Yo, they don't even have to cam up. We can come on the show tomorrow. They don't have to cam up.
All right. I'm gonna get one.
Kyla, do you know what a plan B is?
I could care less. But the bottom line is.
Plan B is, bro.
Yo, bring the females
I want to get personal
on this platform and let me corroborate what you guys are saying.
They have, like he said, bro. They have Plan B now, Colin. Like,
I know. Hold on. First of all, before you get to Plan B, you got to get to Plan A, and I don't think none of you got. You know. So we was fucking talking about Plan B, man. Stop it, man. Stop it.
It's a pill.
Yo, bring the females up here on the show, and I will believe.
Kyla was the one that said he couldn't get women.
You know what the border after? You know what the border after pill?
I don't care about the morning after. I know you guys don't have a morning after because there is no damn morning after. You know, for the morning after pill, man. Stop it, man.
Okay, you haven't been getting none in America, bro.
You studs out.
You're not even, bro.
Elvis, shut up, man. Stop with your feminine ass talk, man. You know. Anyway, bottom line is what we have to do is bring the females up. I just want to hear.
Let Honey Flower talk.
I want to learn something. Now, look, I want to learn something. I want to learn about females who got 7 dudes and they're fucking them all.
Wait. Let Honey Flower talk. Let's get
at least 1 or 2 of them.
Let's get a female. Let's get a female perspective. Honey Flower, what do you think
about what?
About what we're saying that women have casual sex with men on the daily?
Not all women.
But is there a portion of women?
Well, right now we have hookup culture in the United States. So
can you define hookup culture?
Basically, people using dating apps to hook up with each other, have sex.
Okay. I don't think Kyla's aware of this type of culture that women is going
out to
college. Not just women. It's an entire culture now, society that we're in.
Yeah, tell her what a Plan B is.
Yeah, can you explain what a Plan B is to Kyla?
Well, you talking about taking a morning after pill or something like that?
It's not all about
pill, so you don't get pregnant.
So the bottom line, so in other words, first of all, those things are expensive. Right,
they're $50.
Yeah, $50 is a fucking expensive, right?
Bro, not for that, bro. They have to sell anything to get that. What?
You know, so the bottom line, you think women like you're so fucking fine?
But can I say something real quick?
To have sex with you?
Bro, bankrupt is $50.
$50.
Oh, yo. $50 can buy groceries. $50 can fill
up. Bro, $50 can't get you no tomahawk steak. $50 can get you 2 drinks.
Get your nails done.
Okay, I want to say
Females would rather
something.
spend $50 on a new pair of shoes.
Hold on, let Honey Flower talk. Let Honey Flower
Can I
talk.
say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
So obviously, it's never gonna be all people doing one thing. There's people that obviously. What am I trying to say? So not everything is black and white. There's shades of gray, right? So not all women do those type of things, but this phenomenon is basically it's a societal issue right now with the hookup culture, people not getting married and stuff like that. So yeah, more women are, sleeping around compared to like the, women in the past and stuff like that, but that's because society has completely changed and shifted. So but not everybody's doing that.
So is it fair to say Kyler's wrong?
Yo, Kyler Rumble.
No, I'm
Kyler's
not
not.
wrong.
He's
I'm
not.
not wrong.
No, he's
Look,
not.
I'm playing.
I know all about the so-called hookup culture. I know everything about it, right? I study shit, right? But what I am saying is this, though, right?
He's
Just
right
because,
in this
hold on,
sense.
this is a mistake you're gonna make. Just because you see a female with a lot of guy friends, don't automatically go up to her thinking she's easy. You're gonna make a mistake. And a lot of guys like you, I'm gonna tell you for your own good. A lot of guys make that mistake, right? And you do say something to the wrong woman, when next thing you know, you're getting a sexual assault charge or whatnot because you thought because you saw with a lot of guys, it was okay for you to hit on her or something like that.
Yo, Kyler, I think you talking about the feminine gay men.
Can I ask
We're not talking about
feminine
gay men.
We're not talking about besties. We're not talking about their besties.
I'm talking about the fact that you live in a day. Remember a couple of years ago there was this one black
I
kid.
want to ask a question when you're done to Elvis.
Okay, there was this one guy that basically spent years in jail as a football player, high school football player. And this one girl got $1 million. Said she raped him, he sued and got money. Then come to find out she was lying, and then he got the money.
I seen that.
Remember that?
He didn't go to the NFL, right?
That's fucking real.
Yeah,
that's real. And when you guys talk about all this nonsense about going out there, when you talk about sex, you're talking about the most dangerous thing you could be with somebody and whatnot. The most serious thing you could be, And so what I don't like to see is young black men fight. It's not just white women.
Kyler, we talking about consent. We talking about consent.
Yeah, but the bottom line, hold up. But you can't assume, right? Sometimes even if you have sex with a woman, she could still basically say,
"Yo, we not assume. We talking about women that
you was aggressive to me and blah blah blah. I didn't really want to do it, blah blah blah. But you saying I've seen this happen. I had a friend of mine happen too, right?
Yo, Kyler, we talking about women that consent that will pull your pants down and eat you up.
You fucked everybody else and blah 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 blah, and this dude made the wrong mistake.
What? Women that would pull your pants down
he's
and what?
Bugging. That guy's bugging the fuck out. Whoever that was. You don't want to be that guy saying that. Whoa.
Oh, the bottom line is that's what you guys sound like.
No, we're talking about consent. We're talking about consent.
We're not sound like.
We're talking about
you guys sound like a dominant, man.
Wait, I want to ask. Can I ask Elvis a question? Okay, so I already clarified that I used the wrong word, rotation. What I meant is like, when guys give you your phone number or whatever, they like you and stuff and you talk to them and stuff. That's what I was talking about. But what I don't understand about Elvis always bringing that up and why he's so triggered by that is I thought he was.
Why you keep messing with
I thought he was a liberal.
She cleared that up already. I'm like, we know
No,
that.
but I thought he was a liberal and he believes women rights and stuff like that.
Bullshit. He ain't no liberal.
Let's say I was sleeping around. Why is he against that? That's like is he conservative all of a sudden? Is he turning from his liberal ways? I don't get why Elvis is so triggered by that. If he's a liberal man.
Are you sleeping around?
You sound like you're my father or something. Like I don't get it.
There you go. So if you can't answer the straight question,
no,
I'm hypothetical
not sleeping around, but Elvis.
Okay, then it doesn't matter.
Why do you?
Your question. If you ask me around,
why are you being conservative right now? Why are you being conservative? My body, my
rights. I don't want to get too personal.
Look, people who sleep around and they say to sleep around. I don't care if they sleep around.
You sound.
If you're a hoe, what am I going to do? Am I going to judge you? No, you just a hoe. That's all. But don't try to be a hip.
Yeah, well,
that's the hypocrisy.
Liberals don't believe there's such thing as
sleeping
right
around
and wrong and stuff like that. Morals. They don't believe in morals.
That's why I don't understand why he's getting so. That's typical African man.
No. When you say he got a roster, and then you keep talking shit about other women, how women are like this and women are like that. When you just
No, I do have a
you have
lot of
multiple men
guys
that you're
that
dealing with
like
at the
me
same
though.
Rotation.
I
You're
do
right in that
have a
same
lot
boat
of guys that like me
with those women.
though.
Don't be a hypocrite. That's
Yeah,
it.
guys in rotation. I know a lot of females like that. I say they be.
What do you think it means when somebody say they got people in
one
rotation?
guy one week, the other week, whatnot. You know.
Elvis, do you want? I think Elvis, do you want to be a part of the rotation? I think Elvis wants to be a member.
Honeyflower, my dear, I don't know. I would say something, but it's kind of racist. I'm not even gonna say it. But Kyle, what do you think a rotation means?
What is it a stereotype about East African women?
I told you many times, right? Rotation. If somebody says rotation, it means 1 minute the female's talking to a guy and whatnot. You know how I know females do. They incubate the relationship with guys.
Rotation means, Kyle. Every man doing rotation.
Hold up.
So, Colin, we all wrong. Everybody got to appear the wrong, but you right.
Look, females are. You guys understand yin and yang. Women expect guys to hit on them. They expect guys to always approach them. But that's what they do, right?
So when they expect men want in return.
When a man say he has a rotation, that means
choose what
these are his casual sexual partners
and stuff like this, right? So
usually he has one.
If one guy
come on at least once a week.
One guy boards them
in a month to have sex with.
Listen, Colin. When I say I got a roster or a stable or rotation, know one thing.
Yeah, Carla, but that's just.
Let me tell you what rotation is, right?
Hold up. When you guys watch a bunch of porn, right? You automatically assume that she's
Yo, Carla, we not watching porn. We're not watching. Why you keep bringing up porn?
It sounds like a porn movie, man. You know what I'm saying?
This is real life. This is something that
real life
bachelors do, Carla.
Why are you acting like
I want
you. Usually, most people got 2 or 3.
Look, I bet you any amount of money. I bet you $100 no one's gonna bring a female in tomorrow.
Hey, yo, Migo. Wait. Let me ask Migo a question real quick.
I'll really do it.
Bring him on. I'll call you bluff.
Migo,
I'm calling you bluff.
All right, call my bluff. I'll really do it for $100.
Migo, do you got a roster?
Yes, I do of women. I definitely do.
Elvis, do you got a roster or rotation?
No, I don't. I'm a married man.
Elvis is married. Yeah, he married.
Oh, okay, Migo. In that roster, are these women platonic females or these are women you stretching out?
Well, I'm not.
Don't say it like that. Just say sex. Don't even stretch it out. You gotta make this.
I'm not dealing. I'm not.
So you can understand what you're saying.
Oh yeah, I'm
Elvis,
not dealing.
you're really.
I'm not dealing with these women sexually.
Something's really wrong with you. Cause you brought up this rotation thing, like it's been on your mind. Like get it.
You said it, and as an African woman, this is the first time I heard it. I know African women are, some of them do be out of rotation, but they barely ever say it openly on the public platform. You said it, and that was a shock to a lot of people on the platform.
Guys that
you said you had a rotation.
No, so look,
I've never seen a woman say it, so it was a shock to me. But
if you ever see
more power to you for having a rotation.
Wait, Print.
She has like
I've always had a lot of guys like me in my life.
I seen her picture, man. I seen her picture. She cammed up. I can see she. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
She can be Cleopatra reincarnated. She has a rotation.
So wait, Honeyflower. Is everybody in your rotation platonic?
Okay, this is what I'm trying to say. These are guys that like me. That doesn't mean I'm sleeping with all of them. They just like me.
I just asked, are everybody in your rotation? Is everybody in your rotation platonic?
You're not lying, bro.
You want to know like how many men I'm sleeping with?
You're not lying. You're crossing the line, bro. It's a warning.
You guys want to know how many men I'm sleeping with?
I do not. I definitely don't.
Please don't answer those questions.
Please
I'm telling warning everybody. Don't do it.
I'm weird.
Elvis, not another word. I don't want to hear it.
Thank you, Paula.
In some way like that, on this platform, women are respected. You don't never ask women those sort of things.
Did I ask a question, Colin?
No, you're out of here.
I want to ask a question.
Fuck out of here.
He's so weird.
Why
did he how did he turn conservative out of nowhere?
Kick Elvis out. Fuck out of here. If I tell you to be quiet, it's enough is enough. Enough is a fucking enough. I'm not playing. I
know, right?
No, but Elvis didn't ask the question though. That's the funny part.
You know what I'm saying? So
he keeps bringing back the rotation.
If I put somebody out, you're going too, Steve. How about that?
I don't think he was here when you clarified that. That's why. Yeah, you
look at Lois. Lois is coming in. Honeyflower looks like a house made of poop.
Oh man.
Oh yo, check us out. Oh, Lewis, man.
But Colin, Kyla, you don't think that's a little bit hypocritical?
Lewis a little too radical.
Let me say something real quick. Let me say something real quick, man. I'll let y'all speak.
You know.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Prince. You was quiet for like an hour.
Yeah, I'm at work, but like, you don't think you're a little bit hypocritical because your whole topic was speaking against the buffoonery and the looseness. Now you're kind of defending certain terminology that's associated with it.
Let me say this principally, right? I'm like this. What people do as adults do it, the privacy at home, right? I say, or like I said, I don't want to hear about it. You know, I don't want to hear about somebody's sex life. Don't tell me.
And I said I used the wrong word. Why can't people understand?
Yeah, she used the wrong word. So my whole thing was I was defending her honor by basically she said to me and all the rest of the panel that don't mean I'm sleeping with the guy, right? That should have been the end of it, right? And then you guys and Elvis kept going on like, when you say rotation, that means
I didn't say nothing. I didn't say
that's
anything.
the problem I have. You know, if she said she wasn't like that, what you do is, since you don't know her personally, whatever like that, and what you guys do is you quantify that by using your own experience with women. And I said that not all women do that. That might be the women you know, right? But that's not all women, you know. I do know some women like that, you know.
So the term could be subjective.
But don't mean every last single woman that you're gonna meet. And that's what then I said also earlier.
It's
said
not the term is subjective. I used the wrong word.
Thinks all women sleep around and whatnot, and blah blah.
Not all.
They go up. They go up. Hold up, and they go up and grab a female's ass, and next thing you know, she's go quick. What's the matter, man?
Nah, that's kind of predatory. Yeah, nobody's walking up to women and grabbing it.
Hold up. Bottom line, predatory. You believe women are loose and they could do anything. They're constantly hot in the ass for sex or whatever. If you believe that, you're gonna make them more. You'll at least say something. Nowadays,
that's kind of generalized.
Did you notice Elvis brought it up? That topic that is so dead that no one's talking about. He brought it up because
he's just trolling you. We heard you like clarify.
Yeah, it's just like he's so feminine. You know how like a woman might bring up something from like a woman might bring up something from the past.
All of us believe Elvis is gay.
That's what he does.
I think he's gay.
Something's not right with him.
Come on, Colin, the beard is Barry.
I don't believe that.
I'll take Elvis. Like I said,
have you ever seen his wife? Have you ever seen his wife? You ever showed a picture of his wife?
Nah, don't say Elvis. Like I think Elvis is low key. Like he exposed himself as he's more conservative than he let off to be. But I don't disrespect the man like that.
When it comes to me, he's conservative.
Yeah, because he see you as an African woman, and he basically try to. Like what? I think he took offense to that.
If he really cared about African women, he'd have his black ass back in Liberia trying to build something. You know, I'm trying to help.
What they got to do with
here and tear down the country I'm trying to build? I embrace as my own, trying to build, and all he gets up here is tears down Liberia. When I don't think anything Elvis said seriously. You know, that was a fucking troll.
Yeah. I agree. He said,
but honey flower, even by using that terminology, why did you utilize that terminology? Because you thought it was cool. The cool today is
I meant like I have different guys that I talk to. Like when you say rotation,
I understand what you mean. You talk about you talk to different suitors, but you don't really don't really engage sexually with them.
Every girl that's very pretty like that is gonna have a bunch of guys. You know, trust me.
Yeah, that's different. Yeah. But
she's not the average female. Of course, she's gonna have a lot of guys. You know?
The average female be having a lot of guys now. I'm like, it's so many.
Oh yeah,
that's a lot of guys. I actually don't even have a lot of guys. It's just
the girl that cooked fries at McDonald's got a lot of guys.
It's just 3 guys.
You good. Like I don't.
Girls that are really good looking, guys just want to be around them, just be around them. Girls that look all right, when that guy just want to have sex with them. You know,
what I'm saying is, it's girls that look fire that work fries at McDonald's. They got a lot of guys too.
Yeah, so they have rotations, but I didn't think it was sexual.
No, they wouldn't use those words though. You utilizing a term that means something, and you're trying to say that.
Get over it.
No, I'm not. You got to stop using words like that. That's it.
Principally, if you're in your job, let's say Burger King, right? And you work with your coworkers on break, right? And a group of guys come up in 2 cars and whatnot. Say, "Oh, these are my friends all here." Are you going to basically
in front of them, you sleep with all these guys. You how is he aware of that? Would you automatically sleep with all of them?
Yeah, I like again. I was so like I'm different than you a little bit culturally. Like even with Migos was talking shit about Haitians in the chat, right? Go ahead.
Why you really be taking that to heart though? Like,
hold on.
No. I'll take it to heart because I don't talk shit about y'all people like that. But at the end of the day,
we should be talking about the
Stop
topic,
not
this stuff.
Check this out. Christopher, you didn't answer my question. If you had a
that's what I'm
coworker,
listening.
right? You had a coworker and two loads of her guy friends show up and whatnot, would you?
I want to mess with her though. I would assume that she got a lot of guy friends.
Okay.
So for me personally, I view that as she's available to a lot of guys.
She said, "These are my friends. They all came up one time. Usually, I see it one at a time. I got them in rotation with her. Would you assume that she sleep with them all?"
Bro, absolutely. Well, why would she even use that word, that terminology? The fact that she's already got all these guy friends is suspect. Then she used the word like that. That's even more suspect.
Kyla, I think some people understand different terminology colloquially
I'm not
differently.
pornified in the mind. I didn't know rotation was it like gangbang?
Well, that's what I said, man.
I don't know.
No. You're dealing with different girls.
But to be fair,
porn. That's what it is.
To be fair, honey flower, like if girls, like some girls, we text
Why
or
would I
something.
admit that I'm sleeping around with a whole bunch of guys? Like I didn't know
The terminology. I'm saying my main point is that those words, that culture is the cool, and you're utilizing the terminology from the hookup culture.
She not black
I understand. I'm leave that alone. I'm not trying. I'm
clearly clarified that that's not what she's doing.
I didn't even know what these
I agree.
were.
She made a mistake. Elvis, she made a mistake.
Like Elvis keeps bringing it up, like to me, that's bullying and badgering.
Like Kala, they said that I'm your Kala. They said I'm your jump off. I don't even know what that even means.
Oh, that's disrespectful. That's disrespectful.
Who said that? Who said that?
In the comment section.
Who said that?
What is a jump off though? What is
Who said
that?
that?
But honey flower.
Let me scroll.
Yeah, a pop like
a few like nights ago, someone was like, "There goes Kala's little jump off."
Oh man!
Yeah, but honey flower.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, somebody
honey flower.
said that. That's why I'm like, huh? Jump vlog.
I don't.
But even if you look at the comments, Stoic just wrote. He wrote rotation mean physical. That's what his understanding of rotation.
Yeah, I mean, I
rotate what the word means.
Talking to one guy to another guy.
She utilizes a slang term for her own personal meaning.
But
that's different.
But like she not Black American, like you said.
There's
like,
a lot of Black American terms I don't know.
I'm not a Black American.
Yo, Migo, I'm not Black American either.
Though, you know what I'm saying? Like y'all aware of the culture. Like she like what you Minnesota.
That's true.
And like
but words got meaning though. Them slang words got meaning. The lingo got a meaning.
Get over it.
Like, I
understand, but honey flower. I get what you're saying,
Elvis brought this up.
But even back to let's get back to the topic. Let's leave that alone. Elvis, she didn't mean it that way. She misused the word. She just means she got different suitors, man, and she just talks to different suitors. But back to the top, but I do see his conservative elements because when it came to his own women, the same way when it comes to my own Haitian woman, you're more protective of your own women. The same way Kyle's more protective of his own women, right? So it goes back to that premise that people could play liberal, but when it comes to their own immediate community, they're very conservative towards their own community. Even the LGBTQ, they're very conservative in protecting their own LGBTQ. You know what I mean? So again, I think he's trying to hold you accountable, and he's holding you to a higher standard because you're African.
Honey flower, I think if you would have said I talked to a few guys, I think people would have rationalized
myself. He brought it up to be petty. He's like a female.
You don't got a gaslight. You don't got a gaslight.
That's what Husband say. He's like a fucking woman, you know.
Yeah, he's like a female.
Yo, Lewis, man, I don't want to have to ban you, man, but one more time, Lewis, and you're gone, man. I like time out, man.
Lewis, go on.
Come up here.
One more. I'm gonna put your time out, Lewis. Okay.
Lewis gotta relax, man. You gotta relax, Lewis.
I'm not a jump. I'm a fan of Kala, but I'm not a jump off.
Okay, Lewis.
Yeah, but you gotta be mindful, like, because the whole subject.
Hold on, say this.
Go ahead, Colin.
You
say do it one more time, Lewis, and I gotta get rid of you, bro. I love you.
Lewis, we're crazy.
But if you want to talk about her that bad and come in my chat room, you're gonna be gone, man. I hate
he hates me so much just because I said something about the couch.
Lewis, because Lewis got a lot in perspective. He shows a highway in Tema yesterday, man. I was so impressed.
You don't have to ban him, but I don't know. I don't know why he hates me so much.
Apologize to him, man.
I don't like
for
guys.
What? For
Honey
speaking
Flower,
the truth?
I did ask him yesterday.
You have a very bashful tongue, man.
I did ask him yesterday, and he said his main beef with you is because you bash black men a lot. So I was like, why? What's your beef with Honey Flower?
No, I was criticizing Africans with Kala. We were critiquing Africans.
But Lewis, why he never have smoke when Kala say the same exact things? They like
because
they like
Kala's a
mini me.
man.
That's Dr. Evil and mini me right there. He never got no smoke.
Honey Flower, you might disagree with me. That's why I say, man,
listen to
it's
No
that
Woman,
Bible.
No Cry by Bob Marley. And he needs to see women as humans. Like, I don't know. I don't think he sees us as humans. Kala says the same thing I say, but he gets mad when I say it because I'm a woman. It stings a little more, I think.
Yeah, it does. Like I said,
come on, like you don't like Frenchie either.
What's going to really liberate and pull make Africans like Elvis become a man.
But Kala, can I ask you a question? Yeah. The things that I say, aren't I like the only African that fesses up about how Africa is? Like the other ones,
yeah, everybody else lies and put this like she just tells it like it is. That's why I'm impressed by her. She just tells it like it is. It's not nothing to write home about.
Yeah.
She's like,
you guys don't tell it like it is. You guys paint this dystopian. Like yesterday's show was about how beautiful Liberia is. Every other show you shit on Liberia, talking about how Liberia effed up. So I don't get what the hell you talking about.
First of all, let me put it like this: every country in Africa has beauty, right? That's not enough, right? What we're talking about is the fact that you have a whole continent out there, right?
Yeah.
Where 90% of the people went out.
Exactly.
90% Kala, come on.
No. Let me listen to what I'm saying, right? Right now, Africa can't even participate in different international games. Why? Because as soon as they get ready to come back one night, they disappear. They can't leave because they ain't come back. The Congo, they had to round up like 50 Congolese a couple of years ago because they all disappeared when it was time to go back. It was a soccer game or something like that. Same thing in Liberia. There's like 4 people disappeared after some educational thing. They caught 3 of them when that one's still on the loose. Like so.
What happened?
I'm saying is, why is Africa so bad that the people want
like? Kyle, if I went to the Maldives, I might disappear.
What do you mean they disappeared? Can you explain that?
No, when they disappear, is that you're supposed to have when it's come down to leave. You're supposed to show up like around 5 hours before your plane departs, so they can make sure you're going to get on that plane, right? And when you don't show up, you're like, we got a runner. They ain't show up, no show.
But that don't equate to 90% of the people in Africa want to leave.
No. Look, you go to they interviewed this girl in Ibadan, Nigeria, right? She goes, this place is hell. I want to go to Europe or America, right? Sad. All the wealth Nigeria has, oil and everything. Ibadan, she goes, this place is a hell on earth. Ibadan, it could be a beautiful city,
But Kyle, you look at my community. You got people selling everything from Jamaica just to get to Shashamane and places like that. So it's not everybody trying to leave. Some people like Africa, some people don't.
Well, yeah. Well, the bottom line is this. I
think East Africa is a bit more better though than.
East Africa is definitely much better, But for the most part, man, what's sad is Africa is such a beautiful continent. You ever seen the topography or the coastline of West Africa or whatnot, down by Angola? It's so breathtakingly beautiful, the blue ocean and everything. Then you look at the mountains and stuff like that, the valleys, the cooling of the valleys.
Yeah, the black man was given everything. The white man was given.
The Black Africa is so beautiful. You got a whole continent that we figured it out. It could be so rich and powerful. We could build new skyline cities, like Singapore. It's like a green city and a highly developed city all in one. It's a garden city and a highly developed city. with the human imagination, right? Where's the African imagination?
Is it fair?
But they're doing that now, though.
Is it fair?
Carla, didn't you flee the South like 50 years ago? Now the South is popping and people moving back.
I was born in New York City. The bottom
Carla, come on, Carla. We got the paperwork, man.
You know, it's not the same damn thing. Come on. You're going to compare
you hopped on the train, everyone back.
To a region of America, man. Come on. You know?
Carla, what about the true slave trades, the Arab slave trade, the transatlantic slave trade, colonization?
Well, that's hold up. Let me tell you something, Kwame, right? With all due respect, man. And I'm looking at Africa, been there, whatnot, studied Africans for years. All that right now means a damn thing. You know?
But you sound like Steve Harvey right now. You sound like Steve Harvey right now, bro.
But Carla, you got to factor. You got to factor.
You sound just like Steve Harvey, bro.
No. Look.
Yeah, you sound like Steve Harvey, bro.
I'm like this.
I'm like this. CIA funding, overthrowing the government. It's different factors.
I look at my beloved Liberia, right? Anybody with $100 in his pocket can buy a politician and have them change this, that, and the other thing, right? I look at all across Africa when I see the poor governments. When I see Togo, they just became a dictatorship for life or whatnot. You know, I see all this stuff right.
Why you keep saying that? Is that even true? How is that system any different from Canada's system?
Basically, change
the yeah, go ahead.
Carla, $100 going to change the politician policy.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, Saudi Arabia paid off a couple of Liberian politicians to introduce a Muslim holiday in Liberia. Liberia's not a Muslim country, but the Arabs are trying to make Liberia into an Islamic state. You know, can you believe it?
America, hold on.
So you're telling me it's not a politician that paid off in America?
They might look. If you buy enough people in Africa, you got enough money, you can make anything happen. That's how weak the continent is. You know.
So
hold on, Carla, America observed Ramadan now. So are they also paid off?
Oh no. America.
No.
Years, don't observe Ramadan. We recognize that we got Muslims here, but you don't have nobody basically saying, "Oh, today we got off school because it's Ramadan." No, it's not gonna happen.
In Philadelphia, they have that.
Oh yeah, in the local areas you can do whatever you want. But I'm saying, me here in Virginia, I'm not celebrating Ramadan.
And I think they observe Islamic holidays in Minnesota too.
Yeah, because they got a huge Muslim population, you know. Yeah, so it is what it is. Look, I have no problem with whatever people want to do. I'm just been using an example. I'm saying the fact of the matter is, you know, Nigeria had $400 billion missing of oil revenue. $400 billion missing. That's not including the oil revenue that was accounted for. $400 billion missing. You know, Swiss banks all over the world, whatever like that. Nigeria basically had enough oil wealth to develop the whole entire continent 4 times over. You know. So, but they choose not to. Right now, the president of friggin' Congo is giving the United States all the trillions and trillions of dollars worth of precious energy just for some so-called
protection. No, he's not. He asked for several trillions of dollars. He asked for all arms trade deal. No different than Saudi Arabia. He's not giving nothing.
No. That means,
come on, man.
So you know what they're gonna have? You're gonna have the same situation in Congo as you have in South Africa. You're gonna have white people from America and Europe settling in deep in. They're already there. They're deep in the Congo.
They're already there, though.
You know, they're deep in the Congo, building their own enclaves and everything, their own farms, and everything, and you're never gonna be able to get rid of them. You know, that's Africa. 2000.
White people are settling into the Congo. So
we wonder why people like Honey Flower exist. That's what the freaking reason why she exists. You know.
So, Carla, is this recent? The white people moving into the Congo? Is this a recent
no? I had a guy tell me
they've been there.
Hold on, Principally, let me talk. Years ago, about 10 years ago, I was driving Uber. I learned a lot when I was driving Uber. That was back 2000. You know, driving Uber, right? I met this Congolese guy out in Virginia Beach. I'll take it. He was like, "Man, you guys are the Congo." I said, "Yeah, I heard the Congo." He goes, "Let me tell you, deep in the Congo," he goes, "you got white Americans that are building whole towns and everything like that." He said they're on the Congo River with jet skis and some of everything, boats,
wow,
living the life and whatnot. They're looting the continent and whatnot, you know, doing all kinds of business projects, contracts and whatnot to facilitate oil, gold, whatever like that, minerals and whatnot. And they're living a life and whatnot. He says, "Man, while we're sitting in America," he says, "and they don't want you to know that they're there. They keep you out of there. They don't want you to know that it's white Americans, racist white Americans, enjoying the good life in the Congo. That's what
and
he
the
told
French and the Belgic too.
No,
The
but
Swiss
no,
people.
typically those those people
What
have.
wasn't it like a white dude that tried to go to the Congo and try to take over or something and they captured him?
Yeah, and guess what Donald Trump did? Donald Trump said he was under death sentence, two of them, right? Donald Trump said, hand them over to us. And President of the Congo, the black guys that with him, they're going to get executed, right? The white guys want to fight back to their families in America. You know, that's the reality of Africa right now. You know, the African doesn't value his own life. You know,
his own land, his own resources, his own
he
life.
lets his land, resources, women, everything get exploited and whatnot. You know, and they wonder why people feel the way they do. You know, it is
You paint a very dystopian image.
It's the reality.
I was
No,
painting
it
the real
ain't.
image, bro.
Yes, it is.
I was painting the real image, bro. I'm not candy coating this anymore. You know. Now, when I
It's
say,
not.
look, wait,
Go ahead.
hold on. When I say I want an African, I'm talking about a completely new geopolitical order. You know. That means Black America, all those people in the slave descendants of Africa are at the table with our own state and everything like that. And we're going to redraw up everything. The borderlines, the economy of Africa, infrastructure, everything like that is going to be changed.
The religions.
And we don't care about the religion. You do what the hell you pray to lettuce. I don't give a fuck about religion. Let's slip that in there. I don't give a fuck about religion.
But Colin, what happened when
you can pray to a head of lettuce for all I care, you know? But I tell you one thing, I don't care about your religion. I care about your ass. You know, it's what your ass does. You know that can get you in trouble. Now, who you pray to is what you do.
Yeah, you can't control religion. That's a personal
Yeah, whatever you do in your home, you want to pray good, face a wall and pray this. Well, I don't give a flying fuck. But as far as law.
But Kyla, religion was a big part of colonization.
No, that's a lie, man. That's a lie. You just like yesterday. You gave me all that. So I read all the stuff you sent me. You know everything.
I was wrong.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're wrong about a lot of stuff, Kwame.
What did he send you? What did he send?
Well, the bottom line is that he was going by Tariq Nasheed's thing.
I wasn't going by Tariq Nasheed.
But there's this thing going around that's pushed by the homosexual community that there was buck breaking slave farms and whatnot. That did not exist. No scholar, nowhere in the world has ever documented that, you know?
So Tariq Nasheed made that up?
Well, yeah, of course he did. Tariq Nasheed is obsessed with booty chap.
Yeah, that's very perverted for him to make something like that up.
It's not totally made. It's not totally made up. Like
it is made up. It is made up.
Maybe it was his fantasy.
They've been trying to push homosexuality and the history in Black America for the longest time, man. It's not gonna work, you know.
Colin, my country got a long history of talking about stuff like that.
Well, yeah, your country. Well, I'm talking about America, you know. This is I hear in Black America, we're the most masculine black men in the freaking world. You know, this is not it ain't happening here, bro.
Was Bayard Rustin masculine?
What? Was
Bayard Rustin masculine?
I don't know who. Yo, this guy, he could have been Caribbean for all we know. You know. The bottom line, real black men. You know, real black men. You know, like the Deacons of Defense and stuff like that. That took on the Klan when a real black men. That's what I came up around. Real black men. You know,
my country is very anti-homosexual.
Yeah, we know, but the bottom line is you guys talk about it.
You can't even live.
What country?
Jamaica. You can't even live in Jamaica. If an open homosexual can't even live in Jamaica, to be honest.
Yeah, well, that's it. That's on them. But you know,
Colin, do you see the comment? Lewis, he said, "Honey flower was."
I'm giving Lewis chance after chance. You know, I'm giving Lewis chance after chance, man. He just keep doing it. A lot of people think I like him so much, I won't block him. You know, that's what people think. They underestimate me.
Is he wanting to come up? I can go down so he can come up.
No, I'd rather talk to you than him. All you're gonna do is talk to me about Ghana and nada. You know, dude, I don't give a flying fuck. I have no intention of ever going to Ghana. So
I mean, he can come up. I'll let him yell and scream and get it out.
I don't want.
I think I squashed that. I think I squashed y'all beef yesterday.
Who?
No, you didn't. Yeah.
Wait, you guys talked about me yesterday. I didn't watch the video.
Just briefly, I just asked him what was the beef with y'all, and he was just basically like, "Yo, you bash black women in Africa."
Black women.
I mean, black men.
Look, somebody needs to bash black men.
Yeah, they need to be bashed.
Somebody needs to black men. Look, it's better. Be honest, man. That's the way a lot of our women feel.
Before we
you don't think black men already bash in the media and
so what,
no,
man?
But it's serious. We may lose this continent for real.
What I'm saying, look, my point I'm trying to make it, Kwame, is this, right?
Yeah.
Black men want sympathy and pity. It's not gonna happen, man. Nobody gives a goddamn about you. Nobody gives a damn about me. When that's what the hand was dealt to us.
But the same way Honey Flowers said, we need to uplift black women.
Right?
Yeah, go ahead.
That's why me, Carl Genesis, I'm the most freest black man in the world. Why? Because in my mind, I say I have no obligation to anybody. Right? The current black community, I don't give a shit about. I want to build a new black community, a new black nation, whatever like that.
Yeah.
The Democratic Party, I don't give a damn about. I don't care about none of this, right? So therefore, I can basically say, look, it's time for us to part ways with this and build a new reality, because right now there's the reason why we're in a situation right now is because we live in a country. Think about it, Kwame. Right?
It's like a failed community now.
It's a failed community, right? Black American.
It is.
So basically, what we have to do is say, let it all burn.
Yeah.
Right? There's no comeback. You can't put candy, put whipped cream on a pile of bullshit.
I do agree with Honey Flower that has been my major concern, that we will lose the continent as a whole.
Yeah, that's why I act the way I act. I feel like
hold on.
If we
all you guys are hypocrites, man.
We don't get serious about nation, but like
Prince,
all you guys are hypocrites, bro.
It's kind of scary.
All you guys are hypocrites. Nonsense, bro. Nonsense.
Let me say this.
It's not scary.
Let me say this, right? Look, we have to move in a certain way, right? The bottom line is this: if the black man in America, right, does not have a way of funneling our best talent to the continent, right, over the next 20 years, it will die.
Yeah.
That means we need to build new smart cities all across the continent. That's what the African is all about. Building new smart cities all across the continent, put them under one.
And put your life on the line instead of running away. Die for something at least.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Be men and whatnot. The bottom line is me, when you deal with me, I am not saying, I wish I was talking to Trump in that Oval Office. I would have friggin' because I fear nobody. I don't give a damn who you are.
I'm not gonna lie. When I see guys like the South Africans and the FBAs, it made me lose hope in the future of black people sometimes.
But do you see the comment down there,
I don't play with the FBA people. That dude came in here, Donnie, that was in the chat. I banned him yesterday. Why? Because he kept tying my name to the FBA, right? I said, "You out of here, bro. I am not playing."
You see the comment down there? It says, "As long as West Africa exists, I'm okay with it." But that's the thing. West Africa is the most in danger.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say West. I'd say South Africa.
Look, the number of white people moving in West Africa, I never thought it would happen. There are significant numbers of white people in West Africa.
Kala, do you see Nambia, South Africa, and Zimbabwe? These are like white countries.
Yeah, so West Africa will end up like that too. Julian Lair.
If I'm not gonna lie, if black people lose West Africa, it's kind of over.
Yeah, that's what's happening right now, man. That's exactly what's happening.
You got the Arabs. You got the Arabs from the north. They got
the Lebanese are there in large numbers when they're growing. You got the Chinaman there. Every time I look around Liberia, I was stumbling over a Chinaman.
Look what happened.
Yeah, so the bottom line is this: if we look, and also not only that, you got Saudi Arabia, Lebanon, all these people meddling into West African politics. Some Lebanese brag that they control West Africa. It's like their own property. So the bottom line is, if you got the Lebanese man, they got full access to the African woman. They're basically making their babies over there and whatnot. Look, what can I say? But they call me a racist. They call me a black supremacist. I'm the problem.
Look what happened to Sudan. Sudan was one of the largest black countries, and now it's being split in 1, 2, 3, 4. It's mainly, I think it's like 70% Arab now.
Most people have evacuated, actually. Like, most people have left the country. It's failed. It's completely failed.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's Africa
North
kind of
Sudan
scary.
or South Sudan?
North Sudan is like North Sudan is primarily like 70% Arab.
It's about cartoon.
Yeah, it's cartoon in those areas is like mainly Arab now.
Wow.
It's not about them being Arab. It's a failed nation. Most of the people I know in Sudan evacuated. There's
Honey
barely
flower
anyone
do
there.
honey flower do most of the people in Sudan identify as Arabs?
No, they know that they're African, but they have Arab culture. Arab
I'm not.
culture has been with the
I'm not
Arabs.
asking if they have Arab culture. I'm asking do they identify as
No,
Arabs?
they identify as Sudanese.
They actually do identify as Arabs. They kill non-Arabs. So why would you kill
Is that the
non-Arabs
Mr.
if
Two
you
Nags?
I
identify as
don't know. The
Sudanese?
people that I know, they say they're Sudanese. I'm not sure. Or at
I'm
least
saying that to you.
Most of the Sudanese people I see online, they say they're Arabs from this
okay.
Arab tribe that came from Mecca, this Arab tribe that came from Yemen, this Arab tribe that came from Syria.
Okay. Oh, all right. Well, I guess that's what they identify with. I don't. I guess I don't know.
No, I think so. Like Yemenis will say they are Yemenis. They're not going to necessarily say they are Arab, but they are Arabs. And also, the most important part is what do they do when they encounter non-Arabs in the context of Sudan? They
Yeah,
tend
the
to kill them.
jihadists.
Yeah, yeah. They like the during this
The
war that is going on, they are
Salafis
killing a
and
lot of non-Arabs because they
Yeah,
are non-Arabs.
They're terrorists. They're jihadists. So I mean,
Who else is going to do it? If a white supremacist is killing black people, are you going to say, oh, because they are the white supremacists, not the white people? In the end, it's still the same outcome that is occurring. The Arab are moving in,
to me, it's just
taking out
typical
the
tribal war.
non-Arabs.
That to me,
nah,
I'm
it's
not
really
just.
it's the Arabs moving in and they're slaughtering the black people, the lot of people in Sudan.
Yeah, probably.
That was one of the main reason why South Sudan and Sudan split. They kind of
And,
try to push all the black
and
people.
if you look at it in
I'm not
isolation,
defending it, so I don't know what you.
sorry, if you are looking at it in isolation, you might miss the trend because if you look at North Africa, it didn't used to be Arabic, but they converted to Islam and they became Arabized. The same trend is happening in the Sudan right now.
Sahel and same
So
and the Sahel region too.
yeah, because first of all, you get Islamized, then Arabized. It's always the trend, and one of the reasons why they don't like Iran is because they are not Arabized. And you're talking about the countries that are not Arabized tend to
And they
be
practice a different type of Islam. They're Shias.
Arabization comes in all kinds of form. Like I said, it's Islam. I don't care about whether it's Shia or
No, I
Sunnis.
was
Yeah,
just
it's still
saying
Arab. It's
the
still
Saudis
Arabized.
don't, and the Iranians
E-
they
e-
they practice
Even
different.
the Tuareg people that's coming down from like Tunisia and all of North African countries, and they mix in with the black people. Most of them black people identify as Arabs, so that's why
The Turkish are Sunnis, and if I'm not mistaken, but they are not exactly in that good relationship with Saudis because they too are not Arabized. They kind of
Well, we
resisted
know
it.
Sudan is a failed state, so it is what it is. What can you do?
It- Why would you just say it's a failed state? That's just a tag. The point is, you look at what is going on as what is relevant to us. The point is that you are saying that if West Africa falls, West Africa's fall is coming from that trend, that flood that is coming from the north,
Yeah, but
moving south.
I'm saying the whole of Africa may fall, not just West Africa. The whole of Africa.
It's true. It's not. You cannot rule it out. However, the only silver lining in all of this is that Africa, Black Africa as we know it, is the fastest growing population in the world, and they are projected to get up to 2 billion even. So you can see that the trend of us being the ones that are going to be defeated may be the opposite. We may expand out. So that is the only silver lining because they're very, very
as
young population right now.
as long as Africans subscribe to Islam and Christianity, it would never stop.
You may have a point there, but see, we can't tell what will happen in the future because it looks like that now. But all these people, all these groups that have been taking advantage of the Black African continent,
Everyone
they
wants a
might
piece
make a
of
mistake.
Africa, like everyone does.
Pardon?
Everyone
But
wants a
hey,
piece of Africa.
but the Arabs got the biggest stake in Africa right now.
It's not about what they want. It's about what we allow. It's not. It's a two-way street. If you are weak, don't expect that others that are stronger are not going to seek your
And
whatever you
Africans
got.
are weak.
That is the truth of the situation, but it may not remain that way forever. So
Why will it not? What do you think is going to happen?
It just takes a mistake from any group out there to trigger Africans. Africans are asleep right now. They don't.
When will
like
they wake up?
You are awake, but they are not. If they wake up, they will realize that okay, their divisions are small problems that they need to deal with a greater threat, but they don't see it.
That's why I like Gambia right now. Gambia is going against Islam, and a lot of the young people that live in France and Europe that's Gambian, they coming back to Gambia, and they're not Islamized, they're not Arabized no more, and they promoting that type of Pan Africanism. So I see some light in certain African countries, even in the Sahel region. They kind of fighting back against the Arabization of Islam, which I kind of commend them.
I actually think that in the black community is the least divided community in the world, and that if, let's say, any Western country makes a mistake on that continent, like come out and start bombing one country in that continent, then just look at what happened with the Traore issue recently. Just at assassination attempt alone, globally, the black community seems to have they started getting galvanized. That is just assassination attempt. Imagine if they were bombing an black African country with F-16s, soldiers rolling in, then you find that the Africans will wake up. This is similar to what the Mao Zedong said about Japanese invasion of China. He actually thanked the Japanese royal
but what will
military
they do?
for it.
What will the Africans do to retaliate? Do they even have weapons?
Yeah,
I think when the need arises, they will find weapons. I can tell you that now.
We just spoke about Rwanda manufacturing their own weapons. So yeah, a lot of they building weapons. You got eBay doing deals with Russia to bring in weaponry into his country. So yeah, they gaining some type of stockpiles of weapons and stuff like that.
We have soft power, we have reach, but we are not awake. That is the problem.
I would disagree that Africa is united. Africa is definitely not united. Tribalism,
it looks like that now.
More so, we're talking about the leadership.
Tribalism.
The leadership is very united. More so,
no,
there's a lot of regional integration.
Tribalism is the biggest issue in Africa right now.
See, the reason why I say we are united is because the reasons why we are divided right now are petty compared to other groups. The reason why other groups could be divided. Can you imagine Europe that slaughtered each other?
How petty? You got Hausa fighting Yoruba. You got Fan fighting this group. Khan fighting this tribe. It's definitely the tribalism.
The African mind, that's Kala states.
Bro,
even in Ethiopia, you got Oromo versus
they're African too.
You got the Oromo versus.
Hear me out quickly. I'm not going to 20 seconds. If you think about it, the World War II that resulted in more than I think 50 million deaths altogether in Europe, they killed each other like that, and they went to form European Union, NATO, and all the rest of it. Do you think we have that animosity towards each other, that kind of loss of life from one group to another? No, it's because we are asleep. That's why it looks like these things are big. When the chips are down, life and death, you find that we are far more united than we like to think. That's what I believe. And if you look at what happened with the Traore issue, you can see how quickly almost everybody is united. Almost everybody. I don't see any country that was saying, "Oh, let me take the side of the Americans." No.
What about Nigeria and the ECOWAS countries?
The same thing. The people are united in support of Traore, not the leaders. You see what I mean? So the division is not that deep.
That's a huge problem. That gets in the way of what he's trying to establish. If Nigeria, the leaders are kind of like trying to sabotage or going against it, or
Ivory Coast, you got a host of countries.
It's for Ivory Coast to survive. It's not for the leader, our Nigerian leaders, to be able to see. Ivory Coast may actually, and then the AES, they may be acting as real opposition party to the other colonized this group of leaders.
But like Honeyflower said, that's a big problem though.
No, it's not a big problem, because if you want to exist, you have to be strong enough to earn your position. You can't expect to say, okay, Castro wasn't begging, because Central America has to be, or this is South America has to be united. No, Castro stood on his own. Lincoln stood on his own.
The problem is a lot of these African leaders. The problem is a lot of these African leaders in nation want to be the white man lapdog and do the white man bidding.
Yeah. Your job is to make sure you show them to be useless bunch of people.
That's not showing no strength or no alliance or allegiance to your continent or to the better future of Africa. If you're openly opposing Ibrahim Traoré doing independent work for his country and bringing up his country, how could we have a successful Africa when Nigeria is banning Pan-African stuff in Africa? They telling people they're gonna lock them up if they got dreads and all this crazy nonsense. You can't have no alliance.
I think the reason why Nigerian leaders are doing that, obviously, they have an interest in making sure that people don't go and start protesting in support of Traoré, because if they do, they could get overthrown by military. So Traoré is, you see, that's another problem that Traoré is doing, that I feel like he is not thinking clearly. He should resign from the military and become civilian leader.
Why?
And the truth is that because history suggests that great leaders that transformed their nations were former military leaders that transformed to civilian leaders. And often it happens quickly. From Lee Kuan Yew, Mao Zedong, Stalin, Lenin, all of them, they were former military. Churchill, Winston Churchill, even George Washington of the US was former military. So
in the Revolutionary War,
wants to remain as a military man.
But what's wrong with that? He's on the front lines fighting with his people against jihadists. That's trying to.
I didn't make the rules. I just named some of the most transformational leaders in the world. They were former military. Why does he feel the need to wear? Because what I think happens is that when you wear the uniform, the only outcome to that is the military itself will want to overthrow you again. But if you transform to civilian, the military doesn't have a place in a civilian regime. Maybe that is why it works for other leaders, because there's something there. There has to be something there for it to be so consistent.
But Africa is not the West. Africa is not Europe. Certain things that's going to work in Europe may not.
Only the West. It cuts across the world.
But what I'm saying is some things may work in the West or other places that's not going to work in Africa.
How about China?
Guys, a quick question.
How about China? How about Asia? Even
Can
India.
I ask
all
you
of
a
them.
question?
Yeah, go ahead, Honeyflower.
The new guy. Okay, I have a question for you. How come in 2025 Africans still have a concept of tribes?
Because every part of the world still has the concept of tribe.
To Niger, most people evolved into ethnicities, religions, and nation states.
What about Saudi Arabia?
Saudi Arabia is a religion.
But they consist of different tribes. The kingdom of Saudi Arabia is run by a tribe.
That's the thing. Look, here's the problem, right? And as far as like tribalism is when you're at your identity.
Primitive. It's a primitive thing.
Yeah, it's a primitive thing. Let me give an example I'm talking about. Europe, tribalism died in Europe under the Roman occupation. These people that were fighting each other, that had beefs with each other, that saw themselves different, when they were basically enslaved by the Romans, they realized, geez, we're not so far thing. We do come from the same area, the Thracians and the Spartans and the Athenians. We're all here slaves in Rome, right? Now, what if we got together under this idea of being Greek? And so the same thing with the Gauls. The one guy united all the Gaul tribes against the Romans. He lost against Julius Caesar, but basically united the Gaul tribes against a common enemy. Same with the Bodhirama. She united the English tribes against Rome. She was a warrior queen that led the men to stop put the difference aside, the Saxons, the Jutes, and these other people to put their Normans and all these other people put their differences aside and fight Rome. Now, if we are tribalists, right? What happens is this: you don't give a damn about what happens. You know, there's something. Look, let me say this, right? I will say this very carefully. In every other civilization that I study, right, when confronted with an outside enemy, right, tribes that hate each other would usually come together. The Greek states came together against a Persian threat, right? The Han states came together based on what? The Mongol threat. You know, I see an outside threat. The enemy outside is more dangerous than your enemy like that. Quickly. It's like that all over the world, you know? When they see an outside force come in, the people that you were beefing with, your neighbor, becomes your ally because we have an outside force that's an enemy to both of us, you know? In Africa, it was just the opposite. Tribes that basically were fighting each other, right, didn't like each other, or some of the times were living in peace with each other, suddenly turned on each other to favor the relationship with the white man that came there. It's like that to this day, you know? Africans will rather fight
you're
against
being quite
us.
simplistic about it.
No, that's not simplistic. Africans basically would rather fight. Look online. Is there an African version of Afro Dumbass talking about white people? No, he talks about who? The blacks. You know, that's the African mind. You know, they don't think that.
Yeah, tribalistic and
they're
it's very
tribalistic.
primitive.
They don't care about race. You know,
I see the issue with when they came before. One, it was the timing. They had a lot of this advantage in terms of defense technology that they were using.
Yeah, but the only thing the Europeans had was a simple weapon called the gun, right? Gunpowder gun, of like a fire stick. Africans could have made those. They didn't need the Europeans.
No, you see, yeah, I think one, Africans are in a way totally in a different paradigm. They didn't have direct contact with first world conflict during that time. Like if you look at even till today, we still don't have encounter with first world conflict. Is it by coincidence that you look at the continent today? No black country has truly been invaded by American or Western power the way they invade other regions. That's almost deliberate, keeping us docile. So if you look at what happened before then, the gap was bigger than, let's say, Japan. The Japanese were very active. In short, that belt of the world was very active from Greece to China. They were quite active. That's why you had the Silk Road and all the rest of it. So they were always encountering first world conflict through Genghis Khan to the Roman empire and all the rest of it. So they were more they were dialed into what was going on in the world. So the gap between them and the Europeans were not that big. But even then, they defeated India. They defeated so many parts of Asia using similar tactics. How do you defeat
it's no excuse
more populated than you?
It's no excuse for Africa not have no fighter jets in the 21st century and things like that.
Because we don't see. Okay, look, like to give you an example. If you
look at what I'm saying, if you know the history that Africa got colonized and different slave, Africa had 2 slave trades. You telling me they ain't gather around together and say, hey,
it goes back to them still having tribes. If they can't even they can't get rid of this tribalism, they can't do nothing.
I wouldn't say tribal because you got tribalism that exists
everywhere.
You got tribalism that exists.
They need to evolve past the tribalism. That's the basic.
Honeyflower, you got tribalism. You got tribalism in the Arab world.
These 2 different things, you know.
Well, but you got tribalism in the Arab world.
There's tribalism in the UK. It's because you don't see it. It is sanitized. It's made to look like.
Yeah, but hold on.
No, that's not the same
When you
kind
see
of
the Scottish people and all these other people, they're at a higher level doing all kinds of things. As a matter of fact, if you're bringing somebody from Albania, you could travel by train to Germany.
How do they proceed to Albania?
Those are not tribes. Those are nationalities, and those are
they turned into nationalities.
No. The Pole was a tribe.
There's like hundreds of different tribes, and the people look just alike. It's freaking primitive.
What about the tribes in the Arab world?
We got clans and tribes in there.
Can you name any tribes in the Arab world?
They have clans. They have different. She can name them. She knows them. She's done them.
I'm not Arab, so I don't know that.
Your people worship them, so you should know the tribes. So name the clans.
They don't worship no Arabs, bro. Stop.
Yes, they do. Go to Sudanese. Love them people, man.
No, they don't love those people. I don't see any white Arabs in Sudan.
Holla, they self-identify as Arabs.
Yeah, well, hold on.
Not all of
they don't
them.
self-identify as Arabs. That's a lie, you know. I heard the President Bashir one time said, "I'm a black man." They know that's stupid. They know they're African, right? But they have admixture with Arab blood. They know that, So that's a distinction between them.
You got some of the blackest people in Africa talking about they Arab. You could go to Somalia right now.
Arab is more like a culture than it is a freaking.
Well, why do you guys keep saying that? They move from one end to another. One minute they say it's a culture, then it's genetics. Don't make that mistake of just saying
it's both. It's both. Culture. If I look at a Sudanese, a Somali, Ethiopian, one I look at
a Somali is not Arab. Sudanese have Arab culture.
On the regular people, it's people that walk around on YouTube in Somalia and some of these East African countries.
Somalis are not Arabs.
Some of them identify as Arabs.
They have admixture from Arabs too.
Yeah, but they're not Arabs.
It depends on the clan. It depends on the clan and tribe.
I think we are confusing too many naming standards. The important thing is that they belong to a subgroup that they identify with by and large. If you whether you want to call it ethnicity or tribes or whatever you want to call it, like the way the Europeans never use tribes, even if it does exist, they have subgroups.
Well, tribes were back in the Roman times.
They have hundreds of tribes in one country.
Tell me what's
That's
the difference between a tribe and ethnicity then? Tell me, please.
You got some East Africans that tell you I'm Arab, I'm not Bantu, I'm Arab, I'm not African.
Let me break it down to them like this. A tribe is people who, when you talk about a tribe, it's really just a temporary thing. You know how tribes are formed? Usually wars.
Yes, exactly.
Refuge. They're nomadic and they settle in an area.
It's random bullshit.
It's random. It's very random, right?
It's random
ethnicity
bullshit.
basically develops over a time where people are educated. They basically share certain customs.
God, that is just a massacre of the meaning of
Colin waiting for the white man validation of it.
And ways of like celebrations and stuff like that. That's how you create an ethnicity, through celebrations, like that. Tribe.
Celebrate. Come on, man. Colin, you're embarrassing yourself, bro. You're embarrassing yourself, Colin.
Hold up. First of all, when people say tribe, can we all agree the Zulus are a tribe, right?
Yeah.
Now, do you know that before the Zulus, Shaka Zulu, all those people called Zulus were all different types of people, but he united them and conquered them and gave a new identity and said you are now Zulu.
That's original. But there's such a thing as an original Zulu.
Yeah. But the whole thing is, like I said, tribalism is this. He made white people Zulus. You're now Zulu.
Let me help you out. Let me help you
out.
So
the bottom line is, it was just a matter of convenience.
There's no point.
Now, in the 21st century, right, a lot of Zulus integrated into African broader society, culturally, ethnically, and educationally, right? That's why you had this split in KwaZulu. Study this. The people who saw themselves as black and Africans and saw the world modern behind tribe, they joined the Pan-African Congress and the ANC, right? The people who said we're only Zulus and we only care about Zulus, that's our identity, blah, 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 you're not Zulu, fuck you. Those are people who joined Inkatha. Guess what group that the whites in South Africa funded and favored? The ones that wanted to talk about tribalism. Why? Because the Zulus were basically against other black people in the country to this day, And it's also most of the conflict during the lead up to the elections, 94, was conflict between the two groups of Zulus in KwaZulu Town. The Zulus wanted to saw themselves as Africans.
What does that have to do with the difference between both of them? Let me give you the basic difference between both tribes.
Of course, he would defend tribes. He's African.
Are you just
let him speak? Let him speak, man.
If you want to remain frozen, it's up to you. If you don't want to learn any better, it's up to you. Whether that is going to help you sleep better at night, I don't know.
Go ahead, bro.
Because personally, I'm here to try to advance knowledge. The idea is that a tribe is a smaller group, more localized group with shared ancestry, culture, hear that, and a hierarchical leadership structure. An ethnic group is, in other words, on the other hand, is larger, more diverse group with shared cultural identity, language, ancestry, but often without a centralized political structure. So you can see they are just a loose grouping.
So in other words, basically what you're saying is African tribes, the tribe is not really evolved.
By that standard, Igbos are even bigger ethnicity than Belgians. But yeah, do you see them calling themselves tribe in Europe? No, they don't.
Oh yeah, hold on. There's an independence movement going on in
Hey, Kala, Saudi Arabia is ran by the Banu Hanifa tribe. That's the Banu Hanifa tribe.
What about it?
That's a tribe in Saudi Arabia, and that's the ruling tribe in
You Google that, Yeah, okay, and you got the Baptists and like that, but it's still basically a pluralistic state.
Exactly.
One tribe.
Africa, there's hundreds of different tribes.
The Arab world is ruled by tribe.
Saudi Arabia is a very pluralistic society based on Islam. So there's different tribes or whatever like that. Some people might be from a tribe, but tribalism means only this tribe matters, only this tribe exists, whatever like that. That's tribalism.
I have a question. Hold on, I have a question. Kala, give me just any random African country. Just give me one.
Let's see, Botswana.
Okay, 1 second.
Botswana got two groups. It's Swana people and the Bushmen. They're all both Botswanans.
Okay, so they have 8 major tribes, and then within the tribes, they have 20 ethnic groups for one country. That's the problem with Africa.
How many tribes in Saudi Arabia?
It should just be one people in one country. Why is it 20 different ethnic groups and 8 different tribes? That's
because let me hold on.
So if that's the case, honey flower,
hold on. I'm glad this question. I was hoping this question will come up tonight. I'll think about the show today. Lee Kuan Yew thought about that. Singapore had many different tribes, languages, Chinese, Malay, Indians, all these other groups of people, right? But you know what they did? They basically said, and this is why I'm against people talking about we're going to make Kiswahili our language, because the bottom line, you can't do that. Because one group of people are going to feel like whoever's a master language is going to feel like they're on top at all times. That's why in Singapore, they use English as a neutral language that everybody understood, right? But they made everybody learn one of the major languages as a second. What they feared was the Chinese. Even Lee Kuan Yew was a Chinese. He knew the Chinese, right? He said if you basically, if he had the biggest threat to him was his own Chinese community in Singapore, because they were taking over the country, used Chinese culture and tribalism to control the country and never went forward, right? He needed everybody on the same page, the Malays, the Indians, as Singaporeans, right? So he basically, what he did was, he said everyone's going to learn Cantonese, Mandarin, Malay, also like that. But English is going to be the national language, and we're going to basically all be Singaporeans, right? Because the bottom of language is a very divisive thing. Tribalism is it. And he basically made sure the cultural celebrations, everything is a mixture of everybody. So the Chinese wouldn't dominate because Chinese were the majority, And so Singapore and Malaysia were the Malay people were indigenous people, right? But millions of Chinese poured into that area post World War II and became like a large group, if not majority, in places like Indonesia. And the Indonesia didn't do all this, right? And there was riots, and thousands of Chinese were killed, because they were just too powerful, and the people thought they were taking over. Same thing in Malay, it was conflict. Look at the biggest conflict in the world was the Chinese community in Southeast Asia, And so, like I said, you got to take language, tribalism, stuff like that. But Asia know how to deal with this a little better than Africans do.
So, Kala, can I ask you a question, Kala?
Yeah.
Could Africa achieve these type of goals like a lingua franca that's voided?
The thing is, though, first of all, you got to get people educated. That's the whole thing. If people can't read and write, and people have no real, in the modern world, don't have any need for modern education. Science. If the country is determined to industrialize and urbanize, you could do that.
Okay, could they achieve this? Could they achieve this?
If the country basically says, as long as you're not starving in the streets and dying and killing each other, as far as like AK-47s, everything's right. But if you're trying to build a structured society, you can do that. If you got people like Paul Kagame, that's a good leader. When he basically got rid of the French as a language, right? Moved English in, right? And he gradually saying, you know, we're going to gradually fuse Swahili as a national language. You know, you could do that when you got everybody on the same page. You're committed to development and human development and thing. We can't just impose that on people if you're not building anything.
And they can practice their ethnic customs and their tribal BS at home, but the country has to function as one people.
You were Rwandan.
Do you think
Rwanda? You're not even allowed to use the term Tutsi and Hutu.
Do you think we could
that's
achieve?
Good.
Do you think we could achieve those type of goals void of English, Spanish, French, and those type of languages?
No, I'll never look. Bottom line is, if English is too hard of a language, I'm just sorry for you like that. We speak English. You know why? Because language is something that takes thousands of years for you to change and develop. I think now, if let's say we had a nation state, right? You could basically have a thing where everybody learns the language, but you don't impede the country for that. In other words, you don't say, okay, tomorrow all the street signs are in this language you can't speak. What's going to happen is you're going to have retarded, you're going to have a civilization that's arrested, you know? So you got to basically do the language languages is a form of communication. Now, if you want to basically say, you know, in school from kindergarten, everybody's going to learn Kiswahili. Everybody's going to learn this language, Congo language. Everybody's going to learn this and whatnot. And then you put it as government policy. Yeah, that could work. And then you say, look, in 50 years, 70% of you do your projections. Black people want everything instant. Boom, you know? They don't know how to do good delayed gratification and plan for the future, you know? If you want to phase out a language, man, that's something that's going to take at least 100 years, you know? Or black people don't think in 100 years. They only think in terms of, yeah, we're going to go there now. And like,
they don't even think 1 year.
They only think of part of 1 year, you know?
Come on, Ronnie Flower. Come on.
I think you guys are just slow, man. I can't help you. See, you guys are slow. Let me ask you. Let me ask you.
You're in the UK, not Nigeria, because we got problems, man. You know.
No, it's economic opportunity. See, let me say this. I wanted to ask you, why do you think Asians were able to deal with it better?
Because they're smarter than us. That's why.
Because
come on, Tyler.
Because the average black person is retarded, man.
But all evidence points to the fact that they are not smarter. So why did they?
Oh, look, after what I've seen, check us out. After what I just hear online right now, I'm safe to say I love my people, man. But Lord help us, you know. That's all I can say.
So what about the 50,000 adventures Black Americans?
Hold on. 290. Can you tell him what Tom Cruise's original name was and how many different people are here in America? Despite all that, they are able to coordinate and work together. So why can't these tribes in Africa do the same? These guys have a very pessimistic, negative, white supremacist mentality.
I think we are struggling to understand why people ever bother to come together. People come together.
You don't need to do that.
They have to.
Yo, Kala, you telling me the 50,000 inventions that Black Americans did, it was all done by retarded people?
What I'm saying like this, right? Look, we got exceptional black people. And those exceptional black people produced Reginald Lewis, the world's first black billionaire, and stuff like that. But what I'm saying is this is what I'm trying to tell Jonathan tonight. I am sick and tired of dumb niggas trying to ride off the few exceptional black people like that. We got to do something on ourselves, you know? Because I'm saying Negroes that are damn near retarded. But look at Reginald Lewis. That was what? He came out in the 80s, you know? Do something now or not. You know, we can't keep going by what somebody did 100 years ago, you know?
But that's not how it works. You need to dig deeper. Don't just be listening to the surface thing. What determines a people's fate doesn't have to do with individual intelligence. It has to do with the collective intelligence of the people.
Yeah, the collective intelligence of Black America is very bad.
That is something that is predicated on events, not necessarily individuals or just your will. You can will it all you want, but you're not going to make it happen.
So Kyler, you believe black people IQ is below 80?
Look, I maybe because I spend a lot of time on social media.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was.
Because I spent a lot.
Have you guys had an IQ test?
I did. I did. I tested very. They came out of there when I did my IQ test. They came out of there and said, My God, it was like I don't know what they were saying. I didn't even understand
what
what
you
they were
talking
saying.
about.
They were like, "Are you even
What you got, Colin? What you got, Colin?
Whatever it was, it was like that's the
Yeah,
highest.
he ain't got no score. Huh? They're like, my God, you must be retarded.
You know, it was like
I know mine. I can say mine. I don't.
What's his score? What's his score?
Mine is 99.
Oh my God!
If you got 99, it must be 150 because you got it slow, bro.
Listen, man, you're like a 50. You know.
Oh my God, man. Okay, see.
So if I'm 99, I was educated in the United States and stuff like that. I wouldn't be surprised if Africans are like 70, 80 or something.
You'd be
I tell you
surprised.
right now.
50 or something. Like that.
I tell you right now, man. To Niger, man, it ain't looking good for Africa, man. It's like
I have average intelligence based upon the IQ test. So.
Oh, the fact,
I would say, look, I would say this, right? Africans are intelligent, but there's a bridge, right, between your intelligence and your ability to apply. Africans are smart, but their ability to apply it, and carry it out. That's where the challenge comes.
But that is your fault because you can't see why. I asked you why. You just said the Asians are more intelligent, but that's not true. Every suggestion shows that
Asians just have the ability.
The most intelligent people on the
they
face
have
of
a
the earth,
society
and they
where
also
everyone
produce
knows.
the
Look,
dumbest.
everybody knows their place. Everybody knows they have structure in their society that produces it. It's not that they're smarter.
It's not structure.
Japanese and all these people are not smarter than black people. It's just that their society and their culture is structured in a way that produces.
It is
success.
not.
Yes,
that
it
is not
is.
what did it
What are you
for them.
talking about?
Because you've not bothered to check closely enough.
You go to a Japanese school, right? The kids are basically in kindergarten, at lunchtime. They don't have a bunch of people standing online. And somebody said they're over there cooking their own food at lunch. They know they give response, and then they learn how to develop responsibility. Okay, you're going to do the cleaning. You're going to do that. They give the order. They put it completely in the hands of doing the cleanup, everything like that. Kids in the first grade, That's what the organization.
Do you want to know why?
Do you want
to know what the difference is
between
them and
they get on a job before they learn how to socialize and organize among people? You understand that? The Japanese and Asians they do that at birth.
You've never described. You have never described. Do you want to know the difference between them and us? Do you truly want to know? Because I will explain to
not
you.
Us, we're not us.
That goes beyond an individual's will or whether you care.
I said the collective of society.
Yeah, but it's not collective. The only reason why it is collective for them at that time, that wasn't the colonization war. They've already lost the colonization war. That is why China went through the 100 years of humiliation.
I'm talking about Japan.
Yeah. The same thing goes for Japan too. That's what I wanted to say. Same thing went for Japan, India, and many, just like Africans were colonized too. They went through.
First of all, Japan was never colonized.
Yes,
Japan. Are you serious? It was.
It's not. It may not be official, but they were subjugated.
Learn your history. Japan during the Meiji time built itself up into an industrial superpower.
But they were subjugated. We are not going to get there.
Where were they subjugated? Where were they? They controlled. They built the empire. They controlled the entire Pacific. What are you talking about?
Okay, let's check it now. When was Japan?
Japan has been ever since World War II, bro. Do you have a Google, bro? Do you have Google?
Japan wasn't colonized.
Historian. I'm a
historian. Not officially, but they were under the zeal of America.
They were not under zeal. They were under occupation after they fought the war. They were not colonized. They were under U.S. occupation.
What's the difference between occupation and colonization? They can't even have an army. They just recently restarted their army.
Colonization is when a country takes you over and they settle your people in your country. You become part of a mother country. Japan was never a part of America.
Okay, but I'm saying they're still under the zeal of America. They military, the government, the policy, the businesses.
They were defeated and they surrendered to the United States. They were not colonized.
Oh man, you using fancy words to say same.
No, you just gotta know what you're talking about. Man. Look, principally,
I said they're under the zeal. I didn't say the word colonized.
Let me end this right here. I'm not gonna have somebody on my platform talk to me who don't know what he's talking about.
Japan just recently brought back their army, bro. They just recently brought back their army. Why couldn't they have an army?
It's not the same thing. Don't put Japan same thing. Say your country, Haiti, was colonized and shit or whatever.
You protect Japan more than you do Haiti, Africa, African Americans, all that.
Because the bottom line,
You fold and bow to Japan, bro.
And I don't mind Haiti. How about that?
Get your ramen noodles, bro. Keep getting your free ramen noodles.
I think Japan's a
You
great
fold to
country,
these people, man.
and I don't think too highly of Haiti. So
Oh, well, we don't care. You do that first.
We have
Yes, black fatigue.
Yes.
But again, like it goes back to his main point. Kyler people's method's not even working. He's promoting super militant ideals, and it should not even work for his people here. So why the hell he's trying to tell Haiti? He's trying to tell Africa what?
Like I said,
It's not working for you here. You're scared to go to the gas station here in America. Your YNs, your child soldiers.
Stop! I said.
They got their whole switches up at the goddamn gas station.
Why are you triggered? What happened?
He knows this Japan was indeed under the zeal of America.
No, it was
this
not
guy
under the zeal of America,
a different
bro.
picture because they don't look like him. He bows to people who don't look like him.
Let's say Japan post-World War II, Japan war.
Stop! I said.
It's like our freshman. Nulaman. But bro, why don't you never look for a woman that match your mind? I never get that logic. Your logic. Isn't that contradictory, Kwame?
You said what?
You say you say most of your chicks not they don't relate to you like mentally in terms of like what you believe.
You talking about as far as like
your ideologies and your beliefs.
Baddies that don't really have a mind.
Bro, there's a lot of baddies in New York, bro. There's a lot of conscious baddies, a lot of church baddies.
Nah, it ain't no. I don't deal with church.
It's a lot, bro.
I don't deal with church.
All right, what about there's a whole bunch of Pan-African festivals. There's about to be. I think it already passed. The BAM in Brooklyn. Yeah, they be having different Independence Day events and all that type of stuff. There's about to be Juneteenth. Malcolm Day was in Harlem the 19th. There's a bunch of I don't get what you in the hub of Pan-African.
I mean, I don't really see no baddies at no Pan-African rallies.
Did you go to Malcolm X thing in Harlem? His birthday commemoration and stuff.
Pan-African usually like big girls.
Nah, but I will be going to the African Day parade.
Japan may not have been colonized officially.
Have you ever wondered why did Japan attack the United States of America during World War II? The United States had a much stronger economy, and Japan did not have many chances of winning. The answer lies in the Second Sino-Japanese War. It all began 10 years ago. China had been in relative stagnation for a long time, while Japan had started its modernization half a century ago and had a strong military. This had allowed Japan to make some expansion. Seeing China in a weak state, the Japanese military decided to continue with enlarging Japan's territory and occupied the Chinese province of Manchuria. China did not have a strong army and could not offer much resistance. The Japanese proceeded with expansion and took over Chinese territories bit by bit. In 1937, the Japanese seized some Chinese cities. By that time, the Chinese public had become outraged by Japanese expansion and demanded resistance. The Chinese military was too weak to recapture the territories. The Chinese decided to capture the weakly defended Japanese possession in Shanghai. Then they could possibly trade it back to Japan for the return of the territories in the north. The Chinese attacked in Shanghai. They expected to finish the operation quickly, but they were unable to overcome the Japanese defenses. Both sides brought reinforcements and the fighting grew larger. Japan wanted to end the conflict by inflicting a major defeat on China. It deployed 200,000 men in North China to go on offensive and destroy the Chinese forces. The Chinese knew of their weakness. They did not allow themselves to be drawn in a decisive battle and offered major resistance only in the western mountains. Japan was unable to destroy the Chinese forces, but it still could do so in Shanghai. Japan landed around 300,000 men in Shanghai and went on a counterattack. The Chinese made a mistake by holding Shanghai for as long as possible, and the Japanese landed another force behind their lines. The Chinese were unable to properly react to the landings, and their forces were thrown into disarray. Without encountering much resistance, the Japanese now headed towards the Chinese capital at Nanjing. The Japanese captured it and a large part of the city's civilian population perished in the following weeks during the Nanjing massacre. Japan had inflicted a major defeat on China and now offered peace on harsh terms. Although the Japanese military had proven to be stronger than the Chinese, Japan had other weaknesses. It was a much smaller country than China and had difficulties sustaining a large army. Also, Japan was threatened by other powers, and if they would move against Japan, it would find itself in great difficulties. So China expected Japan to become weaker as time passed, and it decided not to make peace with Japan for as long as possible. Japan could not force China to surrender, so it decided to neutralize it by attacking China's economy. The Chinese war industry and its best agricultural lands were in the central part of the country. Japan believed that if it occupied them, then the Chinese army would become much weaker. Then Japan would not need to sustain a large force in China and could reduce its garrison. The Japanese first wanted to connect their armies in the north and south of China. While most of their armies were reorganizing, they launched the attack with weaker forces. In the south, the Chinese brought up reinforcements and stopped the Japanese on a river line. Then they regrouped their units in the north and deployed a strong force against the Japanese northern attack, which halted their offensive. This left a lot of Chinese troops situated between the two Japanese armies, and Japan set out to encircle them. The Chinese were ready for that and withdrew their forces from the encirclement.
Now that I use Monday service, AI makes solving tickets my form of meditation. Monday service is a ticket.
The Japanese then continued to advance west, but the Chinese destroyed the dikes on the Yellow River, which flooded the area between the two armies, and the Japanese had to stop their advance. The Japanese now set out to capture the lands around the Yangtze River and the city of Wuhan. The floods closed the northern route, and the Japanese chose to advance along the Yangtze River. The Chinese had 800,000 men, while the Japanese attacking force had only 200,000. The Chinese deployed their troops on the path of the Japanese attack and slowed down their advance. The Japanese then attacked the weak Chinese forces in the north and outflanked the Chinese defenses. This helped the Japanese to overcome the Chinese on the Yangtze, and they now approached Wuhan. The Chinese abandoned the city to the enemy. The Japanese proceeded with securing their position. They expanded their territory to the east and west. Then they set out to destroy the Chinese armies. They dispersed the Chinese forces in the north and returned to their positions. They then launched an attack against the Chinese in the south. Japan had achieved its goal of occupying the Chinese war industry. In order to prevent China circumventing the Japanese strategy by buying war materials from overseas, Japan also occupied China's major ports. Japan had deployed 850,000 soldiers to carry out the conquest, and it could now start withdrawing them back to Japan to cut down the expense of the occupation. But the Chinese still had formidable forces. They decided to launch a major counteroffensive. Its goal was to retake Wuhan and to achieve smaller gains in several places. The offensive was launched in late 1939. But the Japanese strategy had proven to be effective. Without proper equipment, the Chinese were unable to breach the Japanese defenses. Nevertheless, they stopped an attack in South China and disrupted the Japanese positions near Wuhan. The Japanese wanted to restore the security around Wuhan. They dispersed some Chinese units and then extended their territory to the west. The Japanese were able to recover from the Chinese offensive, but then the Chinese communists launched a series of attacks behind the Japanese lines known as the 100 Regiments Offensive. The Japanese suppressed the offensive, and in 1941 they cleared their occupied areas from most of the communist forces and improved their defensive positions in North China. In central China, they launched several offensives to weaken the Chinese forces. By this time, the Chinese had adapted themselves to Japanese tactics and avoided large-scale battles, and as a result, the Japanese could not completely destroy them. Japan had another problem. China had established land routes to the ports of the European colonial powers and was sourcing war materials from abroad. After France had been defeated in World War II, Japan occupied the French Indochina and closed one of the routes. Remember that Japan could become embargoed by the United States. Well, the United States was opposed to Japanese expansion. The move into Indochina was the last straw, and the United States stopped selling oil to Japan unless it withdrew its forces from China and Indochina. Japan got almost all of its oil from the United States, and without the new source, its military would become inefficient in a couple of years. For Japan, withdrawing from China was unacceptable. It also realized that until the United States controlled its oil supply, it could make Japan do whatever it wanted. So Japan badly needed its own source of oil. For this, it could capture the oil fields from the European colonial powers. This would mean war with the United States, a country much more powerful than Japan, but the risk was considered worth it. To answer the question from the beginning of the video, Japan went into war with China, but China did not surrender. So Japan had to escalate the war more and more. Eventually, this caused the United States to embargo Japan, and the only acceptable way out of the situation for Japan was attacking the United States. Would Japan going to war with America finally turn the war in China's favor? Well, it is a long story, one which we hope to tell in a separate video.
That's the great Japanese empire. You know, they basically took over all of Asia. The British was supposed to be the sun never sets on the British Empire. When the Japanese came there and sunk the Prince of Wales ship in Singapore Harbor, right? The whole Asia said, wow, you got these big Western battleships sinking to the ocean by Asian power and whatnot, you know?
The point, what he emphasizes there was the point I was making. That is why the Chinese woke up to their issues. And Japan too was forced by the Americans to sign deals with the Europeans, even if they were not colonized directly. They humiliated them too.
What deal? What deal was it? Give me the deal.
So wait, Niger. So you telling me that slavery, colonization, and taking all the resources out of Africa ain't wake up Africa yet?
Because see, the trend is if they colonize you, if they fight you and defeat you, they control whoever, especially when they leave, they hand over power to their collaborators. This is what you get, the Africa you get now. But if you look at most Asian countries, according to even what you are showing right now, Asian countries were at war in the 40s. They were fighting.
So what was slavery and what was slavery and colonization?
That happened before all these events, the latest events. You see that? So
what about the scramble for Africa? Most of the stuff was in the 1960s. Most of the African countries gained their independence.
They were getting their independence peacefully because Americans asked the
British. There's no such thing as a peaceful independence. It was peaceful. It wasn't
come on. See, okay, let me give you an example of a country that fought. Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe fought. They basically won their war, and look at how they behaved. South Africa, to an extent, fought.
Zimbabwe did nothing wrong.
See, Zimbabwe fought and won their war against the people that were colonized, which were mostly the British, and their behavior is quite different, isn't it? You see how they assert their independence more, but Nigeria didn't. Nigeria was basically colonized, and they had collaborators with the British, and those collaborators are the ones they handed power over to. So, what did you expect to happen? They saw themselves as an extension of the British. They cooperate with the British. Normally, when a people fight for freedom, one of the first people they defeat are the collaborators. Then after you defeat the collaborator, you defeat the invader. That is how that's the process. But in the context of African country, most African countries didn't experience that. It's the people that worked with the collaborators, the British, are the ones that they handed power over to. Even the French one is even worse. And most of the people they handed power over to were trained by the same people again that they handed power over to. It's not like our leaders went to Russia and trained with Russia and opposed the British and then pushed the British out. That's not how it worked. It was the British people that trained those people that they handed power over to. This is people that they actually raised generation after generation because the British colonized
Niger, if Africa know about colonization and two slave trades and they can't wake up to know that they need infrastructure and defense system to shield off their people, then I don't know what else they need.
Because human beings don't behave like that. This is what I'm trying to get you people to see. Human beings don't behave like that. The only thing human beings understand is when they feel threatened. Why do you think people go into slavery? If they don't feel that they are going to die, they will conform. This is a problem.
So the worst case scenario has to happen?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yes, that's exactly what woke the Chinese. Look at this war that just happened. That's what woke the Chinese people up.
It's going to be because Africans are not planning for nothing.
So you telling me the British got to fly F-35s over Lagos and drop missiles over them for them to wake up? That's what you're telling me?
An event similar to that. It doesn't have to be direct war, but something that is cataclysmic that wakes the people up. That is what happens. If you look at what happened to China, Mao Zedong said this is the events that woke China up. Because you can't tell your people to listen to you. Like, you can preach Pan-Africanism all you want. They will not listen to you until they feel it in their bones. They will not listen.
Okay.
That's how people behave. Human beings, if you look at all Asian countries, they all went into some serious war. Vietnam, North Korea, South Korea, all of them. That is why they understand now that this is a life and death world we live in.
But do you think they'll survive that?
You have to survive it. If you don't survive it and the others colonize you, you are done for.
That's the thing. It might just be the end.
Yeah, if they colonize you and you don't have a chance to break away, you are in big trouble. Because then they have a chance to raise people that cooperate with them. You have to be able to fight them off one way or the other. If you don't fight them off and deal with those collaborators or change them, you are in trouble because those people will always keep cooperating. Think about it now. Look at China and Japan.
So wait. So you telling me the British could sell muskets and guns to other African tribes to fight other African tribes, but that ain't wake them up? And you telling me Africa need a catastrophic event like a war or a massive invasion with warships for them to wake up?
Yes.
Are you serious?
Africans did fight. They fought, but it was too late. The Benin Kingdom was making guns. They fought.
Yeah, they got the native guns.
They got defeated. Once you get defeated and you didn't fight those enemies, you didn't fight them and drive them away, the people that are ruling you are going to be their friends. And those people are going to behave like African leaders that you see today because they don't feel that their life is under threat. Because why would somebody
but tonight,
this bank account and you go and fight them?
Are you familiar with Haiti?
Yeah, I'm familiar with Haiti.
Yeah, they didn't need a catastrophic event for them to say, you know what, the French is doing some horrible things and we need to get them out.
That Haiti was the
harshest. Yes, they did, bro.
Was the harshest.
Our life expectancy was 30 years, bro.
Exactly. It was the harshest. That's what.
It was the harshest. Like, that's why when I hear FBA people speaking, I just look at them stupid because, like, we went through the bottom and we isolated still.
They stupidly had more slaves in Haiti than the Europeans. So, and they were very harsh to them. So you can see the dynamics was there to explode, and that's what happened. But in America, they outnumbered the slaves.
Brother, they had slave colonies in Africa. You had Negro land and all types of different.
Yeah, they defeated them. That's the problem. The colonization wars, we lost it, and then they went on to raise generations of leaders that work with them, collaborators with them. I grew up in Nigeria watching dramas where you see a black guy and a white judge, and the black guy will be translating for the locals, and the judge will pass judgment. The white guy will pass judgment. You wonder why you see them wearing all these white headsets as judges in Africa. This is the trend that you see. Yeah, that white wig that you see. The black man, the black man in the middle. That black man you see in that drama in the middle, they are our leaders today.
Man, if
that
Africa
looks so cringy.
Yeah, if Africa need a catastrophic event for the whole continent to wake up, then
that's gonna be extinction.
Yeah.
No, but I think tonight you kind of overlooking the fact that a lot of people coming together through those regional blocks. They have regional tasks. The AU, all these different elements that exist there in the Caribbean. They're invested in Grenada, Jamaica, all these type of Barbados. So I do not think they don't have an agenda. I just think that some of us we want everything to happen fast, and that's the problem.
I think the agenda is
if things don't happen fast, Africa
are going to fall and die. That's the agenda.
If things don't happen fast, Africa might not make it to the 22nd century.
I don't believe that.